can't burn what I told. They don't want no beef, they be acting like poke. Don't deserve my gas can.
Can you hear me now?
You in the fast lane, I'm in my own. They can be my ass and my dues. That we the new. You can assume. Let me do for you. We the muse. Regular time. Checking the dues.
And you will make it too.
Bitter. Don't need a brain to know you bitter. I know you hate me, bitch, you bitter. Your looks still the same, cause you bitter. That'll never change, bitter. Don't need a brain to know you bitter. I know you hate me, bitch, you bitter. Your looks still the same, cause you bitter. That's why you still a lame case. How many emails did you make to wear a catfish as your face? You have it still, you can't escape. The fact that you been scraped like the plate up in my hand. If there's bugs all on my food, sport now I spit it out on my say basura. I ain't got no seconds for you, ice on my move. You can bet my ass and my dues. Then we the new. You can assume. Let me do for you. We the muse. We regular times. Checking the dues.
And you will make it too.
Bitter. Don't need a brain to know you bitter. I know you hate me, bitch, you bitter. Your looks still the same, cause you bitter. That'll never change, bitter. Don't need a brain to know you bitter. I know you hate me, bitch, you bitter. Your looks still the same, cause you bitter. That's why you still a lame.
Wait a minute. Hey, unapologetically.
Hey, you can hear me now?
Yep. Look, no, you didn't. You are so silly. You. No, you didn't. Did you see what man try to say? You got that from when he did the little short on her?
Yeah, yep.
He tried
Yep.
for that. He was not right for that.
Yes, that I was like, oh, I gotta take this image.
Remember that time with the golden sphere with what's her name, his so-called sister? What did she put you like as a in the garbage truck or something? What did she have you
Yeah,
at?
yep. She had me in the trash in the dumpster.
I look back, I was like, what is this?
Girl, I thought that was so funny. I was like, these people play too much. Hey, everybody in the chat, girl. I switched my microphone and I couldn't get it to come on. I had to change the sound settings. I'm like, girl, you could tell.
No,
I haven't done this in a while.
yeah, I haven't done it. No, I was gone for almost a year.
Yep, me too.
So I went live those couple of times, and then I was like, oh, I gotta take a mini break again because I got into a little tiff, not an argument, but a little tiff because some anti-blackness was on there and stuff. But yeah, I'm back again, and hopefully, hopefully, see how I'm happy right now. I want to stay happy. Just want to stay
Yeah.
like this. It feels good, you know. But
Yep.
I do not like those ladies, you know, especially that lady that you told me about. So how do you
Yeah.
want to go into this? Like, what do you want to do?
See, I don't know if I want to mention that person like directly
Okay.
or like the video because I don't know if you'll play the video, she'll flag. I don't know if she's like that, but I mean, we might have to. show some of it because it'll be like context. And people
Yeah,
don't believe that we deal with that. So yeah, we might as well show it. But it's like I know that um like that may bring some drama, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah. Well, it
yeah.
brings the drama. She asked for the drama.
Yeah,
You
what she
know, I really
did.
don't want to get into any. Hold on, let me put my headset in because I can't hear with this stupid AC. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, this better. Um, what was I gonna say? Let me turn this off because wait, hold on. What am I doing? Oh yeah, let me turn this off because it keeps sending things, notifications. Um, what was I gonna say? So yeah, we're just gonna have to show it. You know, this I did come from the pro black sector. I am in the pro black sector. So I don't know. I think she's kind of new because I haven't really been, commenting on people's videos. I've been pretty much cloud watching. So, but her name did sound familiar. And then when you mentioned where you thought you saw her at, or where you know she's from, and so I'm like, oh, she might know me then too. But I don't
Yeah.
remember if because most of my subscribers they should come. The little bit I do have came from the pro black sector, like at least 100 of them, and I don't know how many I got now. I know it's over 100 last time I looked. So, but yeah, we're gonna have to do that. So let me get that
Yeah.
together.
And
Oh wait a minute.
I think if you play like a little bit and then I think it's like 30 seconds and then stop. I've heard people say that that would like you have to put commentary in it just in case the person decides to flag. She doesn't strike me as a person to flag because I've like watched her channel and that's like it's kind of hard for me because I was like a fan of hers. Like she really has good relationship content and stuff like that. But
Mhm.
I used to notice these little like slick things, that
Right.
was said. So and then there's a beef with as the she calls a synergy. So I think
Oh.
that part of that commentary was about her too.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the whole thing again so I can refresh my memory. But I was hot when she was like these older light skinned women, blah blah blah. I was like, oh, okay.
Hmm.
All right.
Have you heard from the she? Because this, like, I really want her. And like the people that were on her, like remember that time we had that conversation? It was like me, you, Lashid, and Diana, and we were
Mm-hmm.
explaining why we would, these spaces they exist. Girl, I feel like I sound like the woke children talking about spaces.
That's how everybody talks nowadays. So you might as well talk like that too. Look.
Yeah, girl, because I'm one of the light skins that didn't hit the wall, so so I can't.
Lord.
But girl, I was like, I just wanted them to hear because it's like when we say that stuff, people talk like that, they do not think that we're telling the truth, and it is the truth that we deal with stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I had because like I said, I took a couple of days off. What's up, Thick? Um, I took a couple of days off, and I saw when I came back, like today, look, that she had left me a message under one of my videos, but I don't think she responded back yet. Let me look at my Let me see. I'll do it. Go back to my channel and what's the name of it? Say something to her again. Tell her, let her know. Oh, what am I doing? Oh God. See, you talking about you being rusty. I am so rusty. Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, I hate my voice. Ugh.
Is Azure, is that Atlantic Creole?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Oh,
be changing his name.
I was trying to make sure that that was him because I was speaking to him last time. I was like, I hope that's not a troll who stole his picture.
Oh, yeah, that's him. Let's
Hey.
see. Did she respond back to me? No, she didn't. Let me see. I'm live. Tell her I'm live. Ooh, live. Hold on. I gotta pull that video back up. Where's my? What's the name of it? Hold on. Did I already pull it up? Not this one. It's not that. Okay, that's the image. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh wait, no, that's us. Okay, I'm getting it together. Give me a second. I gotta talk my way through things. Okay, I think this is it. Uh, let's see. Come on. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I don't remember her saying she changed the title, I think. Who she? Did she just recently change the title again?
To the one about the aging light skinned women.
No, she got Asian in there, but now she put the overweight Asian like
Oh, oh.
she said the plight. Well, I don't know if I want you. You go check out the title because I don't want nobody going over there and
Let me
should
see.
I
Hold
say?
on.
Should I read the title? I don't know what to do.
Let me see. Let me see. Uh, Wait.
Give
Let me
us a
go
minute,
there.
y'all. This is our first time co-hosting a live stream together, and baby, them wasn't no microaggressions. This have to come in full force.
Oh yeah, it does. It says the plight of the overweight.
Now you said the coldest perspective, the plight of the overweight Asian red bone. Damn, I thought being called a red bone was sexy. She just tried to ruin it for us.
Girl, we can't get fat. We can't get old.
Oh,
We-
nothing. Look, we can't lose a leg.
yep. Can't have a baby daddy. Like
You
none of that
know,
stuff. It's just like the expectations. My God, I'm
can't
just
get our
talking
ass beat.
nothing,
Nothing.
girl.
We just supposed to sit there, stay in shape, don't lose no body parts, eat lettuce, and
Yep.
shut the fuck up. That's what we supposed to do.
Yes, girl. I really wish Elon was still
Oh, me
here,
too. Me
and
too.
Izzy. Like it would be so good.
It really would be. Hey, Diana, how you doing, my love? Hey, you all. It is nice to see. Oh, Diana. Oh, you see her. Okay. All right. So let me play the video. Hold on. Should I? Well, she don't change the thing. All right, I'll just play it. Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, you saw? I'm not sharing it. I didn't think I was sharing it. Unapologetically, could you hear the little bit I played?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, let me stop.
Maybe because I'm listening through StreamYards though.
No, you should be able to hear it. I thought even through
Let me see.
Streamyard. I'm gonna play it again. Okay.
All right. Hold on. Let me try to.
Can y'all hear it?
Nope. I
No. All right.
can't.
Let me share the screen then. Maybe that's why. See, I don't like how Streamyard done switch things up. Um, hold on. Present. Uh, share screen. And this one and share. Okay. In today's video, I would like to
I
do
can hear it now.
some media trends around YouTube. This commentary is surrounding the topic of covert colorism. I want to point out some observations about older, light skinned women and gatekeeping. Let me start by saying that I personally do not acknowledge colorism outside of a social media and mass media space. In real life, everyone is doing what they have to do, hand over foot. On a micro level, the topic of colorism is nuanced, but on a macro level, a nigga is a nigga, whether you like it or not. So, the first thing I would like to talk about is gatekeeping. According to the media, light skinned Black women are a preference amongst Black men. In the past, I made a video challenging this assumption on the basis that light skinned women are actually more sexually aggressive and confident and tend to pursue men feverishly. Okay. um, we're aggressive now and like coming on to Black men feverishly. You know, get the word
Yeah.
out.
I've never. Oh, I can't say I feel like it's. Well, let me just say something about this particular content creator. Like she is very clever. Like I think that the intention I'm gonna say this. When I first came across her, she was saying that she was an ally, like she wanted all of us to get along.
Hmm.
Um, but I think that something changed, or maybe it was always there. And the intention behind this is to change the narrative from, like the dark skinned women are the aggressive ones, and no, it's the light
Mm,
skinned women. But it shouldn't be like that for either one. Like,
right.
so I don't, but I've never been thirsty and chasing a man feverishly, and I'm not even overly confident with, like, I don't go after men, so
Me
I
neither.
never have. So
Me
I don't
neither.
I don't know where she get that from. I mean, there are some light skinned women just like there's dark skinned women, white women. Like everybody has a like there's people who do things of all skin tones, but
Exactly. Like, cause some women are aggressive and some women are more submissive. You know, when it comes to like dealing with a man, like I never like hit on a man or anything like that. And I flirted with my man. You know what I mean? Flirt
mhm,
with them,
mhm.
or somebody you might be friends with, and it's like moving in that direction. You flirt with them, but you already have something getting ready to get started. You know what I mean? Hey, MLS, how you doing, love? Um, so I don't know where she gets that from. It's just like, I think I agree with what you just said. She's trying to like change the narrative because, oh, you saying this about dark skinned women, now we're gonna say this about you, even if it ain't necessarily true. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Yep.
that's dumb. That's stupid. Like this is why, like in a way, I'm like, how can we have these colorism conversations when nobody is like really trying to be honest? Like they're being so disingenuous. You know what I mean? We're not
Yeah.
going to be able to solve anything if people want to do a tit for tat thing. You know, it's dumb. But let's continue on. Fair use, by the way, it's fair use. Just
Most
criteria.
men, contrary to popular opinion, take what they can get. And so many dark skinned women are conditioned daily by the media to believe they are not.
Oh, let me just stop it there for a quick second. It's going back to her talking about aggressive, sexually aggressive light skinned women. That's playing into the whole thing about how we're whores. You know what I mean? Like I
Yes.
remember, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Light skin love back at you, show shot. How you doing, hon? Um, I remember what's his name? Minister Jack. Years ago. I don't know if you've seen that video. I think Anon and them shared it or talked about it, where he did a video and he was like, light skinned women that live in the hood is ran through because every man wants to get with them. Now, I have seen some ran through. I'm from the hood, right?
Me
I'm not
too.
ran through.
Me either.
So
Me
I don't
either.
know. I seen some ran through light skinned girls, some ran through Puerto Ricans, some ran through dark skinned girls. It's not a color thing. Like anybody could get ran through if they, if they don't have any discipline. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, all right. So let's continue on. Fair use. Look, I'm going. What's his name? I gotta stop listening to him because he pisses me off. I'm gonna mention his name, but he always says fair use, and it's annoying.
Not desired. Lack of representation in the media outside of certain roles is the number one culprit, as dark skinned women are often pictured as the asexual mammy caricature or the supporting role as best friend or handmaiden.
Angel
Commercial.
Soft toilet paper is
Hold on. Sorry. Give me 1 second. There.
Is a bridesmaid, but never a bride in theory. This will damage the self esteem of most women who are inside and not outside. Those of us who go outside and engage the real world can see its reality and not the nightmare painted on the media. In reality, many light skinned women pursue men. Many light skinned women are validated by the presence of a man in their lives, whether this man is a good man or not. Many light skinned women are not trusted by men. Many light
Okay. Mm. Uh, Go ahead. You gonna say anything?
Yeah, like I'm gonna have to calm down. Like I want to be I don't want to get, cuz like I think that's something that me and you do well and cynical.
Mm-hmm.
Like those of us who talk to each other, like, cuz we don't get disrespectful, And I
at
think that's
first.
why, yeah, I think, yeah, until somebody come for us.
Yeah.
But it's like that's why the other group, I ain't gonna say their name, but that was a failure of that because it started to get to like instead of having light skinned women on the screen, they would
Mhm.
have like dark skinned women who aged badly,
Oh
like a
yeah.
tit for tat. So I don't want to do that. So I'm trying not I don't want to get there and give because to me that makes the conversation it just damages it and nobody listens.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm gonna agree with her about dark skinned women, how they're portrayed in the media as like the mammy, the like there's always the fat dark skinned chick that laughing and got the bad wigs and she's
Hmm.
the butt of the brunt of the joke and what else did she say? Like they're the bridesmaid, never the
Never the
bride.
bride. And she said asexual to the asexual mammy, just like you mentioned. There was something else. The sidekick, I think she said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
So those things are true.
Hmm.
Up until recently, I think there's been a change, like a shift in the perception of dark skinned women. Now it's not perfect. I can say that there's the representation of black people in the media most of the time is a light skinned woman or a biracial woman.
Yeah.
So I can agree with her about that. And I don't want to do the oppression Olympics. It's like I'm trying to check because every time I watch videos that talk about light skinned women,
Hmm.
the colorism people who have these channels, the Chrissies and this lady, it's always like, well, y'all we'll talk about our issues and then y'all say, well, light skinned women are portrayed this way, like like the all lives matter type stuff.
Hmm.
But in
Yeah.
order for us to understand, we have to kind of debate because it's yeah, that is the dark skinned woman's portrayal in media, but there's also the light skinned woman as the deceptive one, the whore, the one that's gonna
Hmm.
take your man,
Hmm.
um, the one who is only successful because of her light skin and her light skin privilege.
Hmm. Or like
Um,
Vanessa Williams' character in Soul Food. Remember
yeah,
how
yep,
she had a bad attitude? She treated her man badly. She thought she was like all that. You know what I mean? Like that's how they like. She was like hoity toity. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. And wait, what else she said about we light? Oh, she said light skinned women pursue men. We're validated by having a man in our lives. And what else did she say towards like the little last part?
let me play it again. Hold on. Let's see. Those of us who go outside and engage the real world can see its reality and not the nightmare painted on the media. In reality, many light skinned women pursue men. Many light skinned women are validated by the presence of a man in their lives, whether this man is a good man or not. Many light skinned women are not trusted by men. Many light skinned women are objectified by men and have no special attention placed on their intrinsic value and are only acknowledged for their light skin. Hold on, let me play that again one more time. Not trusted by men. Many light skinned women are objectified by men and have no special attention placed on their intrinsic value and are only acknowledged for their light skin. They so like she's confusing me in a way because I'm going back again to the beginning where she was like, "Oh, we're aggressive" and so on and so forth and stuff. But you sit there and you say at the same time that black men want us, so black men should be coming on to us. You know what I mean? So how could it be both? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. And light
Yeah.
skinned women, like we don't appreciate like who we are as a person. Like we're just caught up in our physical, you know what I mean, our skin tone and maybe shape or whatever and stuff like that. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's a super like a view of us, and like I think that's intentional. I think it's to put the message to dark skinned women that oh that's all they worth. Only light men only want light skinned women because they're fetishized, their society's standard of beauty,
Hmm.
and I think that's what the intention behind that was, but I and then she said that we pursue men. I don't know a lot of women that pursue men. Like I don't unless they are
Mhm.
just like groupies. You know, if
Oh
maybe
yeah.
that's the stereotype she's going with. Validated by men. Girl, I'm sitting up here taking notes now. I think that's a black woman thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, you know what? I think it's a woman thing
Woman
because
thing.
when you see out on a job, you see white women, they're always talking about like my husband, like their identity is their husband.
Mm-hmm.
Black women do it a lot too in a different way. It's like I'm if you are a baby mama, I'm gonna talk bad about you if I have a husband because in our community seeing a black family united is rare.
Exactly.
So that is so but I don't feel like light skinned women are validated by any man if it's a thug, if it's a like she said,
The
no matter what
CEO. Mm-hmm.
it's like we just, validated by anybody. I don't know like that's just a generalization of
It is.
us. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, wait. She said, "In we're objectified by men. We are some by some men.
Yeah.
So
That's
in all
some.
women, like if some women with big booties are objectified,
Mm-hmm.
are very beautiful women, or even
Yep.
like you see the passport bros and all that stuff. Like they objectify those like the submissive woman. It's
Mm-hmm.
and we have no intrinsic value to men. Like to me, and this is harmful to dark skinned women because if I'm a dark skinned woman and I'm not, but if someone was to tell me that light skinned women don't have any intrinsic value, but I do, it's like so I'm just ugly, like
Yep.
so that's I have I'm only it's only my smarts that so you are kind of adding to it. You are adding to that perception to
Their
me.
low self esteem. It's making it
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah.
Like it's telling them just go cry in a pillow. No man wants you. No man will ever think you're attractive. And like most black people are like a brown to dark skin. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And most people, no matter what your race is, date within their own race. So where are all these women, these brown and dark skinned women, getting into these relationships? Who are they getting in relationships with? If it ain't
Right.
black men, you know what I mean? So why are you telling them nobody wants them?
Right.
It's crazy. Okay, let's play some more. They resent and therefore develop a seething hatred for men. But they don't internalize this hatred. Hold on. She's talking about dark skin, or I think she's talking about dark skin there. Let's see. On their intrinsic value and are only acknowledged for their light skin. They resent and therefore develop a seething hatred for men. But they don't internalize this hatred as a dark skinned woman would. They plot and they seek revenge. They are very similar to the white. So we're conniving. Okay. We play. White women fighting the patriarchy and are often found to be feminists. Light skinned. You a feminist?
Hell no.
Girl,
I
that's
can't
goes to me. I ain't a feminist either. I don't
at
even know any
all.
feminists. I
I
don't know any.
I don't either. Only ones I see is the ones on YouTube, and most of the time they some girl. Wait, I ain't gonna say that. I'll say
No.
they so white women with hair under their arms. Like that's the feminist that I see.
Exactly. The rough ones, them,
Yeah,
just like they want to be a man instead of be with a man. That's why they
yeah,
hate him.
yeah.
No, honey, we don't hate men over here. No, no, no.
No.
All right, so let's continue. You got anything else you want to say about that, or keep playing it?
Let's see. She said we resent men and develop a hatred, and men don't see us for our intrinsic values, and that's a lie. I mean, this is like my experience, but I know women who like light skinned women who've met men. My doctor, for example, is a light skinned woman
Mm-hmm.
with her husband, and they met while she's a doctor and her husband is an attorney.
Okay, Cosby's.
Yeah, they
The
met in
reverse.
they met in school.
Okay.
So I don't think that and the attraction to me, she said that their conversations were about life, and that's how they were attracted to each other. So it wasn't just she light skinned and she fine, or she
Mm-hmm.
light skinned and pretty or whatever, because that's another thing she's gonna bring up about our body types, and that's
Oh,
but you know what,
shit.
but when I've met my ex in relationships that I've had, I do not, if I see that a man is only interested in me because I'm light, or if they even say, "Well, we gonna have pretty babies," or "I don't like dark skinned
Mm-hmm.
chicks,"
You
I'm
gonna give me
going,
a red baby? Yeah, I
yeah,
need
I'm
the
gonna
red
shut that
baby.
down.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Me
yeah,
too.
that's
Me
all I
too.
have to say.
I can relate. Trust me, I understand. Shut it down. Even though I'm an older woman now, but I've been there. I've been around a little bit.
Yeah,
Got some
yeah,
experience.
yes.
All right, so let's play it. Women in activism automatically assume the role of trophy. They want the approval for being harsh and rebellious amongst the men while simultaneously expecting to be preferred because of their light skin. Remember, what? Sorry, y'all. I'm just with this woman. Feminists. Light skinned women in activism automatically assume the role of trophy. They want the approval for being harsh and rebellious amongst the men while simultaneously expecting to be preferred because of their light skin. So harsh and rebellious. So in other words, we act ghetto and ignorant and violent, possibly. Like,
Yeah.
how do you take that?
Like she did in part of the video. She did say some, not all. So
Okay.
I'm gonna give her that. But she was like she said, light skinned women in activism, we are harsh and want the approval because, and still want the approval. So it's like we want to be harsh and hard and feminist, but we still feel like we should be
Preferred.
preferred. Yeah, that was the
Mm-hmm.
word, because of
Mm-hmm.
our light skin. Um, so listen, this is like I'm trying to think about people who fit that stereotype. So I would say like, what's her name, Michi X. Now Michi is biracial, but they put us
Right.
all in the same box. But I'm gonna just say
Right.
Michi X. Um, what's her name, Zaza Ali. So you could say those are like activists that
Mm-hmm.
are, of our generation, that most people that watch us would know.
Right.
So I would say that Michi, she does have like that hard exterior. I don't think that she expects people to prefer her because of her light skin. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think
Yeah.
that,
That's what I was about to
like,
say.
yeah, like we get into activism because it's almost like like I have to overly prove my blackness.
Mm-hmm.
And when sometimes when you get into because a lot of us come from pro-black sectors,
Right.
and when we get into those spaces, it's like we try hard to show that I'm black, I'm proud of my blackness,
Yeah.
and we often downgrade ourselves. Like the perfect example of that was that girl who used to hang with oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind me mentioning names? I'm
No,
sorry.
you could mention
Okay.
names. Yeah, free. Say whatever name you want. It's good.
All right. Thank you. It's China something.
Oh, China Fox.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
her. And to me, it's almost like a self degradation that light skinned women go through when we get into activism, because it's, you don't want to, because you know that there's gonna be some men who are colorist. There's gonna be some men that just like you or just listen because you're a light skinned woman.
Right.
So there's that, they tend to adopt that masculine vibe, like Zaza has that, Michi has it, and in order to show that I'm not a threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and it's almost is we almost want to thwart that the attention from men is, most of the time we don't want to be preferred because we know that that's going to generate
Hate.
hate. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We both talk the same word. Hate.
Yes.
Like, don't no dudes look at me, please. Please don't talk to me.
Yes.
Don't, just let me be here alone by myself, please.
Yeah, and
I
we're
get it.
not saying like, oh, we're so pretty and everybody wants to look at us, but because that's the stereotype, because we know anytime we come around, it is the perception that, oh, she the light skinned one, the dude's gonna try to holler at her, and we don't want that because we just want to exist, for our intrinsic value. Okay.
Right. Thank you. Amen. That's the word. I was
Girl.
getting ready to name somebody else too. Oh, you know who else? Angela Rye is like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
Angela Rye. Yep, she's another one like that. All right.
And what's old girl name that used to date? Yeah, Angela Rye used to date Common, but it's that
Common.
other one that talked too much. The one who was on Insecure. You know who I'm talking about.
Insecure. Who was on?
The light girl. What is her name? She cool with Charlemagne.
She cool as
Somebody in the chat.
shit.
No, what's her name? Hold on. She was on Insecure.
You know, I never
Um,
even finished the, and I like Insecure. I never even finished the first season. I'm so bad with watching stuff now.
you ain't black. You ain't black.
I know. I see that. I was like, "Oh, this is a good show. This is a good show." Because I be watching shit on YouTube instead of just like watching the movies and all this. My watch list is crazy. You know how you set up your watch list, what to watch?
Yeah, yeah.
Got so much
They
stuff on there.
not Angela. Yeah, Will. That's it. Amanda Seals. Her. Yep.
Oh, I love Amanda Seals. Yeah, she another
Yeah.
one. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know she used to mess with Common.
No,
Oh,
Angela Rye was with Common. I get them confused sometimes. You know,
oh,
we all look
okay.
alike.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Amanda Seals was on Insecure. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's play on. Let's see.
Remember, this is some, not all.
Okay.
I
Better
have
me.
many light skinned and biracial friends and family members and have always been aware of their entitlements and their very competitive nature when it comes to other women. They will use men to set women up. If they find themselves jealous, they
Set women up how? How will we use men to set other women up?
Right.
What is
I'm
that?
girl,
Like,
I'm trying to laugh.
because the first thing that came to my mind when she said that, when you hear about a woman using a man to set up another woman, is like getting her raped or something. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So what?
Use men to set women up.
Hey, well, by the way, what does she mean by that? Let me keep playing.
will manipulate men so as to have the men play the puppet against other women. We're not
So men can play the puppet. I'm sorry, I keep stopping it. Men can play the puppet against other women. I don't know. Okay.
mixed light skinned women are not able to compete with biracial women.
Oh,
They try to establish a rank amongst Pookie and Ray Rays as the preference. The
wow.
problem here,
Wait a minute.
light skinned women are not able
Yes.
to find themselves
Wait.
jealous. They will manipulate men. So
Girl.
Wait. So look, that's why I wanted you to hit that part so bad because I know for a fact that she listens to like the Golden Sphere stuff. I had to sit in it.
Oh, she does.
So
That's a light skin
because
movie.
when that because I told you, like who she was cool, with him.
Mm.
And when he was talking about it, I would see her in the chat. And like one time I saw her, like right after there was this discussion about like right before the little fallout happened, she was like,
Mm-hmm.
light skinned women always think that black people are talking about them as if we ain't
Oh,
black. But yeah, so
I
I
hate when
think
we do that. Mm-hmm.
but see, I feel like these are like it's like I keep saying I feel like she's very intentional, and I
Mm-hmm.
feel like that is to change the perception, like to have men say, "Oh yeah, we don't trust like them light skinned chicks. They are like that, like they." And to me, it's
Oh, okay.
her catering to the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Like, and wait, what did she say? We're very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to compete with nobody.
Okay.
And
Amen.
it's it's not because I'm light skinned, because I got curly, looser texture hair, any of
Right.
that. It's because I know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And they forget that we have mothers, daughters, cousins, best friends who are dark skinned or
Mm-hmm.
brown skin. So
Mm-hmm.
why would I think I don't like, and it's like we live rent free in these people's minds, people who think like this. And it's not all dark skinned women we talking about before that becomes the thing here.
Right.
But it's like we can you imagine if me and you got on here and made this video about dark skinned women and
Oh, hell will break loose. Oh,
yes,
hell will break loose.
But it's okay for some a dark skinned woman to say these things about us. You don't know my experience just like I don't know yours. So you how do you like light skinned women are competitive. Every woman quite every woman is competitive. We all are competing on some level
Exactly.
for for men, for jobs, for like for life
Right.
basically.
Mhm.
So to say that we're competitive, it's like, and there's always that thing in groups of black women. The It's hard to be light skinned in the group because most of the time you're gonna be the only light skinned woman,
Mhm.
and everybody thinks that you want their man or they don't want you around because they feel like like they're gonna look
The
at
men
you
gonna be looking
more.
at you, yeah, something like that. I understand.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
it's
but
true.
you can't say it because it's like if you say it, they're like, oh, they just go around saying that they're so pretty and everybody wants them. No, that's what you're saying.
Hmm.
So
And you
it's a
could be there with your man,
yes,
and they some of them will still be hateful towards you because you got a man and they don't have a man, and he only with you
yep,
because you light skin.
yep, and that's
Back
and
to
that's
that
exact
bullshit again.
that's exactly what she said. That basically that's what she said is because of our we don't men don't value us for our intrinsic value. It's just we're only valued because we're light skinned. No, ma'am. Not
Hmm.
at all. I like even for one thing, growing up, I don't know if it's like that, but from my experience, um, like my grandmother would tell me and
Hmm.
my mom, you have to get your education, you have to do all this, because it beauty doesn't last, and she would tell this to all of us, whether we were light, dark, whatever.
Hmm.
So I was not raised to be like my beauty or my light
Within your
skin,
skin color, yeah.
yeah, would get me
Hmm.
anywhere. Like I didn't even think about that. And then to say that we are, and this is the part I felt like was about the golden sphere stuff when she said that light skinned women can't compete with biracials.
Hmm.
We're not trying to.
Right.
There's no competition. If anything, we and I maybe there's that perception because of what happened with the golden sphere. It's like when the light skinned black people went over there
Hmm.
and like there's that divide, the racial divide.
Right.
But it's not a competition for men. And then it's like, oh, she said we try to get with the Pookies. We try to
Right.
get with the Pookies and Ray Ray's girl.
So the biracial women get the CEOs and the
Hmm.
basketball players and whatnot. But see that right there just shows her internalized colorism
And
towards dark skinned people. You see what
girl,
I'm
you
saying?
better say
Because
it.
she's pedestalizing with the more white you got in you, the higher up on the hierarchy you are. So that's what
Hmm.
you basically said without saying it.
Hmm.
And they do that all the time. A lot of these women that dark skinned women that not all, but specifically the ones that have larger platforms that they go on talking about colorism all the time, they always give themselves away. That
Yeah.
they have
Yep.
internalized colorism and what they really subconsciously believe about light skins and biracials. It's the
Hmm.
truth.
Yep.
So that's why she said that. She thinks she's slick, but she's not. So, hey, Gen X. Hey, Abby girl, what's up? Who else said it? Oh, I said hi, Abby. I said Gen X. Is Glenn here? Did I see Glenn? No, I didn't see Glenn. Okay. Continue on. Was to have the men play the puppet against other women. Where non mixed light skinned women are not able to compete with biracial women, they try to establish a rank amongst Pookie and Ray Rays as the preference. The problem here, they are objectified, untrusted, and only viewed in light of the benefits they can bring to the man by way of work ethic all the way down to prostitution. Dark skinned women have not escaped this plight and are often used as a source of comfort, trust, and loyalty for men, falsely propping up the male ego for her own security and survival. I say this to say there is no point in being divided on the basis of skin tone within the Black community, as we all have a separate but equal plight when it comes to fighting white supremacy. When women fight amongst and tear each other down, the only person who benefits is the man. The man being white supremacy. Yes, I said it. You can blame black men until you are blue in the face, but as far as the consensus goes, black men are powerless. So, what is the reason for attacking the powerless and not the power source? That shade towards Sunji right there caught it. Considering the
Yep.
points just made, what happens when a light skinned woman hits the wall? When she begins to age like spoiled milk and the weave ain't weaving? When she's so tired of being preferred that she's dealt with more dark skinned black men than the law allows and has nothing to show for it? When her virtue has never been developed or considered. Did you know you weren't a virtuous woman?
Girl, I had to like pause, like, cause that look, Abby said, so what is she doing? I'm feeling torn down. Okay. Um,
Don't feel torn down, sis. She's terrible.
girl, so it's like I when see that whole shade thing when they begin to age like spoiled milk and the weave ain't weaving. Like if you, oh my God, let me take it down, cause I mean we girl, this gonna
I
sound
see.
real.
Go ahead, say
I'm
it.
not gonna say.
Those don't say it. Okay, don't say it. I'm gonna say this. I see a lot of women of all shades with torn up weaves. That's not a light skin thing.
Thank
I've
you,
seen dark. First of all, it's good black that don't crack. Everybody don't have good black, right?
thank you.
It don't matter what shade you are. I've seen a lot of dark skinned black people that cracked a long time ago, very long time ago. I see 19-year-olds looking like they 40. So stop it. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
dark skin don't age good. That's a lie. It's a lie.
It's
So
very much so a lie, and that's it. But she's saying that to like she just contradicted herself in like the sentence right before it, and it's saying that you don't want to. We shouldn't beef because it doesn't validate anybody or it doesn't help anybody but the man, the white man, and all that. But what are you doing right now?
tearing light
So
skinned women down.
yeah,
Older
so
light skinned women.
yeah, you like the and that's a constant stereotype is we age like spoiled milk. So how we're not, and that's the thing for they say about white women.
Right.
And I've seen some white women who age gracefully.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends on like genetics, lifestyle, whatever it is. Like it, you can. I mean, that's not true for everyone, and they probably like. I'm trying not to get pumped up because it's like, oh, that got them in their feelings. But it does get. I'm gonna be a woman enough to say that it does get me in my feelings because as that's something that you always have to deal with as a light skinned woman is somebody telling you that you are going to age, and if you're saying that all I have is my beauty, like you saying that we age like spoiled milk and when we hit the wall and all this stuff, then you're saying that I'm when I'm younger then I am the preference, so you're like putting more into that.
Right.
Because if when I hit the wall, it's all over for me, and then I have to try to hold my spot. Because I think that was the title before, something about holding your spot. It's light skinned women trying to hold their spot.
Mm.
Um, it's really unfortunate because I don't like the weave ain't weaving. Then she say something about varicose veins and things like that.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Yes, she said. And what did she say? She said, "Oh, and been through like a ton of dark skinned men and don't have nothing to
Yeah.
show for it, girl."
Hmm. And see, this is why I told when I was cool with Gigi and them, I
Mm-hmm.
told them that light skinned people need to stop getting on here, especially women, and stop
Mm-hmm.
trauma bonding with everybody. Because
Right.
this I remember specifically having a conversation and she was there and we were talking about it was with another content creator and we were talking about being single parents or going through divorce and all that,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the perception that they want us to have is that I don't have anything to show for it because men just objectify me because of my light skin. I'm
Man
not
throw basically. Mm-hmm. That
yeah
women throw
I'm
thing again.
and that's not true for every light skinned woman isn't out there, busting it wide open for every dark skinned dude that comes their way.
Thank you. But that's what they want us to be portrayed as whores, like,
Yep,
but then get like act like they get jealous about it and stuff. Like, okay, so why would you want to be portrayed as a whore then? You know what I mean? Like,
yep,
why would you have this issue? You should be thankful that you're
yes,
not portrayed as a whore. Like, you should be thankful about that. Like,
Yep.
but they don't talk about, they'll go as far as, oh, they're sluts, they're conniving, it is, they're that. And I really believe, now this is just an anecdotal thing, but I really believe, and I think a study should be done on it, when it comes to sexual assaults, who's getting the brunt of those sexual assaults?
Mhm.
That's what I want to
Mhm.
know. Like child molestation and sexual assaults, I want to know that. Like, what shade is the girl or the woman? I want to know that and stuff,
Mhm.
because I really think it's like lighter skinned people. I really do.
And here's another thing: if we talk about childhood and what, even when it comes to all women, but when it comes to somebody who may be promiscuous, do you
Mm-hmm.
like? There's nothing taken. Being the childhood is not taken into account. So what if that person is ran through and but in their childhood they were abused?
That's exactly.
Yeah.
Or their
So.
father abandoned them. A lot of girls sometimes they get daddy issues. That's
Mhm.
one thing they'll do, because they're looking for the love from a man, any man,
Yeah.
because they didn't get it from their father. And it doesn't matter what kind of love they get or they think they're getting, even though it's not a daddy daughter love and stuff like that. It's a romantic type of love or sexual.
Mhm.
It ain't even love when it's just sexual, but you know what I mean. But yeah, they don't take that because we're not human beings. That's why
Yeah.
they just like forget our humanity. Like, and some people have mental illness. Like a lot of
Mhm.
people that are bipolar, for example, are promiscuous.
Yeah.
So that's not
Yep.
taken into consideration either. No, it's because she light skinned. That's all.
Yeah, and they don't take that into consideration because some men do fetishize light-skinned women
Hmm.
and the risk that that will put light-skinned children under. Now, I'm not saying that no, don't nobody want to do. I mean, I don't think anybody should be fussing about who who got touched the most as a kid. Like
Hmm.
that's nothing to brag about. But
Right.
it's sometimes those things put you in danger when there are people who look at you as this little like they want to I don't like they want to get you because they want to get with you because you're a lighter skinned person
Hmm.
and they may try to manipulate you or groom you as a young girl. Those
Hmm.
things happen, but because it'll be taken as, oh, like they just want me because I'm light skinned. They
Light
just
skinned.
wanted my
No.
light skinned daughter. Like they it's not seen that way.
Mm-mm.
But is that in this whole conversation here, they talk about us having light skin privilege.
Mm.
What a privilege it is to be able to say whatever the hell you want to say about anybody. Is this
And
a
be outnumbered and
yeah,
outnumber the other group that you talking shit about.
yeah. So is this dark skin privilege? Because
It
she's a
is.
dark skinned woman and she's very beautiful. Is this like is this dark skin privilege?
It is dark skin privilege. It is because
Yeah.
like like they outnumber us. You know what I mean? And they
Mhm.
say whatever they want to say, and we can't say. Like if we turn the table on them and stuff, like we can't say the same type of things they say to us in dark skin perspective. You know what I mean? Like we can't talk about their skin color like they talk about our
Mhm.
skin color. Like, not saying I would want to do that, but you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's just crazy. But like going back to the sexual assaults, the reason why I brought that up, and I'm not just talking about girls and women, not females. I'm talking about males as well, like little boys, dudes when they go to prison and stuff, or
Mhm.
maybe something happens in some type of situation and they get raped while they drunk. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's
Yep.
something, but because we're looked at as weaker, when rape isn't like a sexual thing. It's not, oh, I'm so turned on by you. Oh, you so beautiful. You so sexy. I need you. No, it's a power thing. They want to
Mhm.
have the power over you. And so when you are already seen as weaker, whether you're
Mhm.
male or female and stuff, this is just me running thoughts in my mind. I could be wrong. It's just an opinion and stuff. I think that's what turns them on. You
Mhm.
know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
That's what they get off on, and they're like, oh,
Mhm.
okay, let me do this, or you think you are that, so
Yep.
let me tear you down a notch.
Yep. That's exactly. It's always that it's to humble. I have to humble a light skinned person, and most of the time, light skinned women,
Hmm.
because I am a light skinned woman.
Right.
Speaking from my experience, there's been many times I don't want to draw any type of attention to myself because
Hmm.
I don't want anybody to feel like I you would. do more to not be seen because you don't want to fall into that stereotype of like the like on School Days, you know how like the light skinned women were on there.
Yeah.
You don't want to be like that. But every negative attribute about light skinned women,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every negative attribute of a woman who happens to be light skinned is because she's light skinned. So if there's the Giselle Bryant's, she's a messy person. I don't like the lady at all, but
Mm-hmm.
they say she's messy because she's light skinned. Evelyn Lozada, she's his whatever Latino. I don't
Mixed
know what
race
they calling people.
Latina. Mm-hmm. Afro. She calls herself Afro Latina, but she's like mixed race Latina.
Yeah,
That's what she
yeah.
is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the end. But it's because she's light skinned. Is it? It's not. Is it not because she's just a horrible person?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it? Because so if that's the case, I'm gonna sound like what's his name, Tommy Sotomayor. So by that logic, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm a B or this way because of my light skin, then what parts of your personality are because you're dark skinned?
Oh. Whoo! Girl.
Yeah, girl. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta go to the bathroom. That was a good one. That was a good one. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me go on mute real quick. Should I play? Should I play it and then come back?
Oh
Like,
no, no.
or
No, I
you'll
want to
just
wait
talk
for
to the
you.
people? Okay, you wait
Yeah, I
for
want
me.
to. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because I do need to hear it too. Because I need to refresh. Hold on. What do I do? What do I do? I gotta mute myself. Uh, okay.
What's up, everybody? I'm gonna read the comments. Hold on. Wait, hold on, y'all. Let me get some water right quick, cause you know I'm thirsty and light skinned. All right, let's see. Evie say I'm stingy with mine. Exactly. I'm stingy. I haven't like I don't even want to get into my personal business, but it's just like I I was raised right, so I don't know. I mean, I've made mistakes here and there, but who hasn't? Oh, Diane, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that happened to you. I'm so sorry about that. All the images that challenges the truth makes some men aggressive. How dare we not all be whores? Right. Bingo. Yep, that's it. Abby, that's right. Like men feel like they can be abusive because of that, and then it makes men who are looking at these because social media has a direct influence on people. I know the lady in the video said that she thinks that colorism kind of exists online, but these are real people who are online that go out into the real world. So that's why you see the things happening with like incels doing stuff to women on the street and things like that. So these things have an influence, and you put stuff out there like that, you can have and I think that's the intended effect of the video personally, that it can sway the opinions about light-skinned women. And yeah, I think that yeah, it's unfortunate. That's the reason why a lot of slaves were yeah.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, and I just want to clarify too, because I have to say it because I'm like, she's saying that dark skinned girls and women and boys don't get raped and men. No,
Mhm.
dark skinned people get raped too. I understand it. They get
Mhm.
sexually assaulted. I understand it. I just want to know like what the proportion is, what the numbers are, because there's no studies done for light skinned people. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like there's no studies. If you want to keep talking about all this shade stuff, the only thing that's ever done like for it's always done for dark skinned people. Oh well, light skinned people get a shorter sentence. And how many prisons did they survey about that? Like how
Yeah.
often does that happen? And what
Yeah.
is light skin? Because people have different perceptions of what light skin is. You
Mhm.
know what I mean?
Yeah, cuz I think she mentioned like Tabitha Brown and Cynthia. To
Mm,
me, they're brown
brown
skin, but
skin.
you know,
Hmm.
some people may call them light skin.
Right, right.
So, you know, I don't know, and then that's the thing too. Like the you know how Chrissy calls them safe browns.
Hmm.
You know, like it's they have Like I think somebody else, yeah, Cynical said that some people call her light and some people call her brown.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's the thing that they have to deal with too is where do they fall in this? So
Right.
yeah,
Because I think I get the same thing probably like as Cynical, because like I just like somebody was like, oh no, you're not light skin, you're brown skin. I just recently got that. So I was
yeah,
just like, I'm not. I've been called light skin my whole life. Like, what is going on? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, okay. So, and then when I come on here and I see people say, like, oh, this is what light skin is, and this isn't. And then you'll have people, I notice too, like, to me, the people be like basically the same skin color, and they're like, oh, this one light, that one dark. What? It's
mhm,
confusing. It's so
yep,
confusing. But
yeah.
she called Sinji dark.
Oh,
Sinji ain't
she
dark
did.
skin. Yeah, she said she was dark skin. I'm pretty sure she said it. Let me play it. Hold on. Where am I at? Let me share my screen. How y'all liking the stream so far? Like, this is our first time, so I'm nervous. You nervous? Unapologetically.
Yeah, I'm better since like we didn't got going, but like a part of it's like I don't want to say things that it's like that's the nervous
Cause
part. Like
drama.
like I don't want to get us. I want people to listen to this and not be offended, but to listen and say I understand their perception, their conversation, their critique of the video. Like I'm not trying to attack her. I don't want that to come across as we're attacking her or anything, but um I'm not gonna sit here and just let somebody talk about me as if like all this. I'm gonna defend myself and people who look like me.
Thank you. That's how I feel too. Thank you, Will. He said we're doing fine.
Thank
Um,
you.
yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, and just going back to the sexual assault thing, I knew of a lady who was elderly. Either I think she had her second leg amputated, or she had a double. She went in for surgery for the double amputee. This was like in the 90s. And somebody went in the hospital while she was laying in the hospital bed and raped her. So again, it's
Oh
not about
Lord.
how attractive someone is. It's
Mhm.
not about that. So I just wanted to mention that. All right, so let me present again. See, uh, where is it at? The coldest perspective. Okay, right here. All right, play.
Because she was there to be quiet and or get money.
Let me back up. See what she's saying again. Okay.
Source. Considering the points just made, what happens when a light-skinned woman hits the wall? When she begins to age like spoiled milk and the weave ain't weaving? When she's so tired of being preferred that she's dealt with more dark-skinned black men than the law allows and has nothing to show for it? When her virtue has never been developed or considered because she was there to be quiet and or get money, in between being smart-mouthed and backslapped, that is.
Oh, so we get money off of men. Men just give us all their money.
Yeah, they just give us money and slap the crap out of us. Like we
Mm,
just get abused and get money.
girl.
I just and we just sit there and be quiet. But then, in the same token, she said previously, like at the beginning of the video, that light skinned women are like well, maybe she was just talking about the activist type that
Mm,
we were aggressive and
aggressive.
talking. I forgot what she said, but basically it was like we were aggressive and talking back and things like that, but still want to be the preference. Now we being quiet. So is it a certain type of light skinned woman? Is it the woman that hit the wall?
I think she don't know what she's talking about. She just talking junk. She just I don't know what. Girl, let me shut up. All right, let me quit playing.
Generation X say I'll give you my money and slap you if you want me to.
So silly.
I don't want
Look,
your look.
I don't want your money at all. Your
I
slap.
bruise easily. Oh my god.
After easily. Oh my god. So silly. All right, let me play. Okay, let's see.
When her influence holds no weight outside of being sneaky, what does she do? We all remember the story of Sparkle, right? When she can no longer scapegoat the dark-skinned women who aren't picking on her or bullying her, when dark-skinned women are done standing in the gap for light-skinned women as handmaidens, then what? Where does her value lie? And how is it best utilized? Well, at best, you might find a woman like Shira 7, an overweight, mixed looking woman who snagged a 90-year-old man and is now the poster child for gold diggers. I mean, anybody could have done that.
Hold on. Oh Lord, I forgot she had mentioned Shira's. I didn't know her husband was 90. Is that true?
Girl, no, that man is like well he is kind of he about 60.
He about
He ain't no
60.
90
Oh,
yet.
okay. I'm like, I didn't know her husband because I never seen him. So I knew he was
Yeah, I've
older than
seen
her,
him.
but I didn't know how much older than he was. Lord have mercy. Let me sprinkle. Let me stop. Sprinkle. It's like, oh, come on now. Oh, I gotta unmute. That's why. Hold on.
And use the same tactics
Back up.
if they had as little regard for sex and the enjoyment
Oh wait.
of Satan's, then what? Where does her value lie? And how is it best utilized? Well, at best, you might find a woman like Shira 7, an overweight, mixed looking woman who snagged a 90-year-old man and is now the poster child for gold diggers. I mean, anybody could have done that if they had as little regard for sex and the enjoyment of life as she did. What baffles me is that no one bothered to.
You're a whore that hates sex. What the hell is going on?
It's and what part? So she said that like once we get tired of, I forgot what she said, but with dark skinned women who bully us, then um
We stand, we let them be our handmaidens or stand. What did she say? Let me go back and play it again.
yeah.
Let's see if I can find it. Hold on.
Source. Considering the points just made, what happens when a light-skinned woman hits the wall?
Oh, I didn't
When
want to
she
go back.
begins to
Why am I hurting myself with that one? I don't want to hear that one again.
picking on her or bullying her.
Okay, this
When
is
dark-skinned women are done being
Sorry.
smart-mouthed and backslapped, that is. When her influence holds no weight outside of being sneaky, what does she do? We all remember the story of Sparkle, right? When she can no longer scapegoat the dark-skinned women who aren't picking on her or bullying her, when dark-skinned women are done standing in the gap for light-skinned women as handmaidens, then what? Where does her value lie?
You ever had a dark skinned handmaiden?
Never. And
Me
it's but
neither. I never
I
even
heard it
seen one.
wrong. I listened to she said the dark skinned women who aren't bullying her. So
Oh,
I
aren't.
mean
Oh,
she
I
so
thought
at
you
least she
are.
admits to like sometimes light skinned women get bullied by dark. So at least she admits to that part. But
Mm,
so either they bullying us or they our handmaidens. There's no genuine friendship.
nope.
My mama is is darker than me. So let me see. Did she get here yet? Is she? I want to ask her. Has she ever felt like my handmaiden?
Lord.
Maybe. I mean, maybe when she was wiping my behind when I was a baby. But
You was the
like,
boss baby.
yeah, yeah. Like, get over here.
Yeah, give me my bottle.
Come wipe these light skin tears. God damn it.
I'll wipe this light skin ass.
And you better not do it rough, cause I bruise you.
Ah,
Girl, like this
yeah.
is outrageous. So and that's the thing that she is perpetuating that because it's always my best friend. And I hate to say stuff like that because it sounds like I have like the white people when they say I have
Yeah,
black
black best
friends.
friends. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but my best friend is a dark skinned woman. Most of my family are dark skinned, the ones that I'm closer to.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always that thing that they think that we have dark skinned friends to be our sidekicks and all that. No, it's I genuinely love this person.
Mm-hmm.
There and how dare you reduce dark skinned women in relationship to light skinned women to only be handmaidens. That's not
Exactly.
and then she said the dark skinned women who stand in the gap. So being an ally for to want us to be united or whatever, so that would be that's wrong. And we
According
should
to her.
yeah, I'm just
According
it's
to
this
her.
is weird.
And that's the crazy thing I don't understand about that. Like they forget we black. Like most black people have their families black. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And most black people again are brown and dark skin. I mean, there might be
Yep.
pockets where like maybe their immediate family might be all light skin, or like my mother's siblings, all of them are light skin, and all her nieces and nephews are light skin, well, except for one and stuff. Everybody else is light skin and stuff, right? But
Yeah.
that's only on my mother's side. My father's side, everybody dark skin, and then there's other parts of my mother's side of the family, everybody dark skin. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
And
So
that's
it's
it. And
stupid.
who else would be our friends besides either a dark skin or a brown skin woman?
Mm-hmm.
Because we usually are the minority.
Yeah. I only had a group of light skinned friends once in high
Yeah.
school. You know what I mean? And that was like our senior year. We just like linked up. It was like
Mhm.
five of us. And I had never, and at the time, I didn't realize it until I started having these conversations and I was thinking
Yeah.
back on stuff. And I was like, oh, wow, we was a whole group of light skinned girls. Like, we wasn't like, oh, look at us. We all light skinned. We fine. And fuck them dark skinned girls. We wasn't even talking about them. Like, we were just, oh,
Yeah.
let's go here. Let's go shop there. You know what I mean? Just girly stuff.
Yeah, and that's it. We always gravitate towards each other
Mm-hmm.
because there's not that awkwardness that is there sometimes with dark skinned women and sometimes with like brown skinned women.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to send you this in your I'm gonna have to email it to you because
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to this person under my real name, but like I literally had this interaction with somebody on YouTube who I've been cool with for years,
Mm-hmm.
and she's a brown skinned woman. She probably the same shade as Cynthia G, and
Mm-hmm.
she told me, she was talking about another content creator, and she was like, "Yeah, that's why I don't like her because she's high yellow, and I don't
What?
mess with them type. I can't because they always trying to do something, and it's like, where does this come from? That we just are bred to be sneaky? Like, who do you think is raising us? Because most of the time, not most of the time, but sometimes our mothers are either dark skin, brown skin. Like
Mm-hmm.
most
My
of the
mother
time,
brown skin. My mother brown
yeah,
skin. Mm-hmm.
mine too. So we're not raised by light skinned women. So who is giving us this? Who's teaching us to be this way? Like, who is teaching us the light skin supremacy? Like,
Exactly.
you know, I don't get. I feel like that is a projection. That's the way that she sees herself, and the
Mm-hmm.
way that and that's it's because she thinks that light skinned women are this way because that's just the way that's her view of the world, and she's projecting that upon us. I'm not a sneaky person. I'm not because I'm light like I girl.
It
I
just
can't.
it's again, it's just like we keep saying it. We just getting like it's just about our skin color and that's it. You know what I mean? And I think maybe that perception comes from, and I have to watch that movie. What was that first racist movie they had? I think they were at the White House, or they showed it at the White House rather. Born, what is that? What was that movie called, y'all? With the Klan in it, black and white silent film.
Oh,
Um,
I don't know.
Born. Nat Turner had the same time. Not Nat Turner. The movie for Nat Turner had the same title. Born. Oh, what was it? Anyway, it was about
Will said
they
Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yes, Will's on point. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy, future.
Okay,
Um,
bye.
so Birth of a Nation, right? So I didn't notice the whole time until like I was reading an article, like this was years ago and stuff, and they were saying that the character, the main black character, well, quote unquote black character, was
Hmm.
actually not black. He was biracial. It was, it was of course a white man in blackface, right? But
Hmm.
his character was that of a biracial, and he was supposed to be sneaky and conniving, and so that's the traits that they gave biracial people. And a lot of times, there's they lump light skins and biracials in together. Some people do, some people don't, right?
Yeah.
So maybe, or at least they know somehow kind of way you related to somebody biracial. Even if your
Hmm.
mom and daddy ain't biracial, maybe your grandmama is, and you know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
just something, and it's carried on in the family. That's what I think that comes from.
Yeah, and that competition thing and I was reading the comments too and listening to you because um
Mm-hmm.
the competition with biracial people,
Mm-hmm.
in a way I think I can agree with her on in like there is like this underlying thing because but it comes from men who are a part of that group where it's like I want a biracial woman or a woman that's closer to white
Right.
because they think that these women are more submissive or whatever it is. But
Mm-hmm.
that's only that demographic of people. It's not, and there's no. I'm not going to. I don't enter anybody's area thinking that there's a competition there. And that's the thing. Most of this stuff is centered around men.
Yeah, it's always centered around men. They
Yeah.
never talk about until you like bust up that whole thing about the men thing and just destroy that whole thing they come at you with and stuff. Then that's when they go on to, oh well, light skinned people get shorter jail sentences. Oh,
Mhm.
light skinned women get married more than dark skinned women. But if you go to Google Images and you look
Mhm.
up African American weddings, you don't hardly see a light skinned woman in there.
Mhm.
I'm dead serious.
Yep.
I'm gonna show it later. You don't really see any light skinned women. Mostly all the women are brown and dark skin. So like it just doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
I guess that's because we all running through the dark skinned men and not
Mm.
having nothing to show for it.
Is that what it is?
I guess so.
I'm glad we can laugh about this because when I first heard this video, I was
Girl,
not laughing. I
me
was hot.
either. Me
I was
either. I let my friend listen to it, and she was like, "Turnish." She was like, "That is." She was like, "I don't even understand people like that."
it's ignorance. It really is ignorance, and she got it. She got it. She needs therapy. Let me play.
Yes.
And how is it best utilized? Well, at best, you might find a woman like Shira 7, an overweight, mixed looking woman who snagged a 90-year-old man and is now the poster child for gold diggers. I mean, anybody could have done that if they had as little regard for sex and the enjoyment of life as she did. What baffles me is that no one bothered to question why Shira didn't go after a man within her own peer group and use the same tactics and achieve the same results. But Shira has something working for her. She is preferential, with European features and soft hair. But what about the nappy head and big nose light skinned women who have chosen to sit on the arms of hood niggas?
Oh, that's
What
me.
do they do when the
Mm-mm. The nap did she call it nappy head and big nose light skinned
Yeah.
women?
Yes.
You see the self hatred. You see the self hatred. Like,
Yes. Oh
oh
Lord.
my god, like light skinned women cannot win. Like this the light skinned women with nappy hair and big noses and big lips and stuff is a waste of light skin. You're supposed to have these keen features and this wavy hair and be quiet. Don't be
Uh-huh.
aggressive, just and tiptoe. That's their light skin fantasies, light skin dreams, things that
Yep.
aren't true.
And she said, "Why don't we go to our own peer groups?" And I saw someone in her comments say that too.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we date people in our own peer groups?
Mm-hmm.
Well, have you seen comments about Aisha and Steph Curry? How they look like siblings. They
Oh
children
yeah,
too white. Y'all need to date
they
somebody who to get some color in y'all.
they trying to keep that light skin going in the family.
Yes. Yes. Oh, they
Wow.
colorists. They don't want, but y'all don't date dark skinned people.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
which
like
one is it?
exactly. The one that made me mad. I forget, and people can't stand this family. It's a biracial woman, young woman. I think they're in their 20s, maybe pushing 30. I don't know. A dark skinned dude. And last I looked, they had two sons. The chick got green eyes. Like I'm saying this so you could try this. I think they're green or hazel, something, right? Great big old eyes. So she had a little girl, right? And so, they showed her at the hospital or whatever, and then she was like, "Oh, she didn't get green eyes, right?"
Oh, I
You know
know
what I'm
who
talking
you're
about now?
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, then I don't know if she said it or if somebody else said it. They were like looking at her knuckles, the baby's
Mm.
knuckles, to see what color she's gonna be, and black people went off. I love my black people. I love us to death, right? But why are you raising hell about that girl looking at the knuckles to see what color the baby's gonna be in the future when she
Mhm.
got that shit from black people? She didn't get that
Mhm.
from her white side. White people
Mhm.
don't be checking their baby's ears and
Yeah.
fingers and whatnot to see what color the child gonna be when they get older. That's black
Mhm.
people stuff.
Yep.
So why are you banging on her for doing stuff that as a community, our people do.
Yep.
I had a pregnancy scare when I was 15, right?
Mhm.
Light skinned dude. And of course I was scared to death, right? It was just a scare. I wasn't pregnant. But I went to a family member and she's dark skinned. And I was telling her I think I might be pregnant, da 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 da, right? And the first, she's older than me, right? You know what she said? That's gonna be a yellow baby.
Yep. Mhm.
I'm
Yep.
15. I'm scared
Mhm.
I'm pregnant. I haven't finished high school. You
Yep.
more concerned about what color the baby gonna be?
Yep. Mhm.
Come on. And I didn't say anything about the color of this, if I was pregnant, what color I wasn't even thinking about that shit.
Mhm. Oh, look, Will, girl, we need to get Will up here.
Oh,
Have one of these conversations because Will. Oh, he said the Royals. That's the YouTubers you talking about.
oh yeah. Is it the
Yeah.
Royals? Is it them? They
Let me
got
see.
two boys. They be doing like they do a lot of pranks and stuff.
Yeah, that I think that is them. Let me
You looking
see.
it up? Let's see.
Uh, is that them? No, it the what's their name? The Middletons coming up.
The Middletons. Who's the
I
Middleton?
mean the what do you call these people? Like Kate Middleton and all those
Oh,
people.
oh, the real Royals.
Like but that happens, yeah, when we have, if we get with somebody who is light skinned, and just think of the probability of that, because most of the time the light skinned men, there's not a lot of us,
Go
like,
around.
I mean, when
Mm-hmm.
we were younger, but now there's more. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying, like, and then if we get together, it's always like light skinned men. If they date light skinned women,
Mm-hmm.
they're viewed as colorists. Look at what happens with Chris Brown.
Oh yeah.
So if they do that, then it's like, oh, they don't want to have dark skinned babies. They want to have babies that look like them.
Ain't
Like
that
it's
sick? That's sick. That's sick. So you can't like your own phenotype in the opposite sex. You know what I mean?
mhm.
You're not supposed to like that and stuff. Like I remember because I still think Seti fine, honey. I love me some Seti. You know who General Seti is?
Girl,
Ain't he
yes.
fine?
It's
He is
yeah,
so
with
fine.
his
My God.
crazy self.
Yes.
And that other one, but I think he married, so forgive me if his wife, the one who is like the Hebrew Israelite.
Which one? Who?
Girl, you
Cause that.
Tazaria.
Oh, I
Yeah.
was about to say his name. Oh, you like him too? Like them big old men.
Yes, girl, yes.
Teddy bear. Teddy bear.
Yes.
I like
So
a teddy bear too.
yes, I love, like, that's it. That's all I did. I can't deal with nobody small. No skinny man discrimination, but
It
but
depends for me. I've been with some skinny men in the past. Well, I've had a skinny man. I ain't not skinny men, but I had a skinny man. But
yeah.
yeah, so but yeah, Seti is fine. So right, I said I was talking about him or whatever, right? To some chick at the time I was cool with on YouTube, right? We eventually fell out. But that's the one that with that group of girls, it was like a colorist attack, the ones I said from YouTube. She
Oh
was part of
yeah,
that clique.
yeah,
So I was like talking about Seti and how fine he is and stuff. And then she was like, why? Because he light skinned.
yeah,
First thing
yeah,
out her mouth. I was
yep.
like, no. I was like, because he's fine. That's it.
That's
Like, what
it.
you talking about?
Yep, that's it. Let me tell you, I used to laugh at Sadie. Them crackers.
Seti be
I
going off, boy.
I used to get like my life on him, especially when him and Umar used to go at it.
Oh, child.
Those were the days, I'm telling you.
I
But
was
yeah,
through
he
with
is.
Umar after Umar called him an
Mhm.
albino and a midget, and I was like, okay, no more
Yeah.
Umar. And after that, like that's the unraveling of Umar. He lost his mind at that point.
Yep.
Somebody must have put a curse on him.
Uh-huh. One of them light skin women put that voodoo on
Yeah,
him.
one of them Creole light skinned ladies
Yeah,
bearing
it
his
wasn't me.
drawers. It wasn't me. She said that quick. It wasn't me. Bearing his drawers in the backyard or something. I don't know. She dressed as food. She got to him.
Girl, like that. Yeah, he is something. I was like, I used to think I was the only one who thought he was cute because people think he
No.
crazy. But yeah, he
Ooh.
is. But
Mm-mm.
when we see
I
him,
like how he be talking. I like that. I
yeah,
like
yeah. But when when we say that, it's just because he light skinned. Like, no, it's because he's a nice looking man. Just like, I mean, I think Umar is nice looking. He just looked dirty. Some like, oh my
Now
god, I
look
probably
dirty,
shouldn't have
yeah.
said that. Not because he dark skinned. I'm not saying he
Right.
looked dirty because he dark skinned. I'm just saying he doesn't
Groom
groom
yourself
himself.
properly. Yeah,
Yeah,
anymore. Yeah.
but I think Umar is very handsome. But it's I maybe shouldn't say that because I used to have he used to come out where I live at, and I would go see him, and that
Mm.
would be in my relationship. They thought that I had a little crush on Umar,
Ooh.
but it's just like like you cannot like MLS said it too. Like light skinned people are the only group of people that cannot date each other. It's
Mm-hmm.
always this thing like, oh y'all like it's almost this sibling thing, and then they say our she said our own peer group. Are we not black? Am I missing
It's,
something?
exactly. They throw us in and out of blackness. They,
Mhm.
like, and it's that's what really gets me annoyed. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yep.
I'm like, who are you? You know what I'm saying? To throw me out of blackness, like especially like MC Sham and all them type of people and stuff. Like, oh, if you black, you gotta look like this. I remember, I think Elon showed the video, or I might have seen it somewhere else, where they were like, the actual skin color of somebody that is a light skinned black person is somebody the color of Samuel L. Jackson. Any lighter than that, they're mixed. Samuel L.
Um.
Jackson is the actual light skinned black person. That's what a real light skinned black person looks like.
Uh huh.
Anybody lighter than that is mixed.
Mix. Yeah.
That sounds crazy as hell.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Like,
that's
mm,
and how does that work when you have siblings? Because I
mm-hmm,
have like one of my family members, they have the same parents, but
mm-hmm,
one is light and one is darker.
mm-hmm.
So the lighter one is mixed and the darker one is not.
They want to do
I,
that stuff that supposedly they do in Brazil, which is crazy to me. And they keep talking
mhm.
about how Brazil does things. You could, when you have admixed people, like, you could have all three. Like, I remember Dr. Henry Gates, he was like, was it Latin, black in Latin America or something like that? And he was like, oh, so all three of y'all are different races, and
Mhm.
they all had the same mother and father. My cousins, right? She's brown skinned, and her husband, well, now ex-husband, he's brown skinned too, just a little bit lighter than her. And they had, what do they have? They have a first baby was brown skin, second baby was light skin, third baby was dark skin.
Yeah,
You
yep.
know, and they all got the same mother and father. Like, my
Yep.
cousin wasn't dipping out on her husband. I know my cousin. If she was, I would
Mhm.
have known about it. But so, like, genetics is crazy, and like, it's my brother, but he's my half brother. My brother's dark skinned.
Mhm.
So, like, that's my brother. That's my sibling. So how
Mhm.
come, like, if I date a dark skinned dude, nobody says, "Oh, they look like siblings. Look at them, two black
Yeah.
people together. They look like brother and sister." Because I have a
Mhm.
dark skinned brother, so
Yeah.
it's possible for somebody light skinned to have dark skinned siblings.
Yeah, and that's like my brothers. One of them is darker, and they are mixed. They are half white and half black. So,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them is darker than me. So,
See,
is
mm-hmm.
it is like so I'm the mixed one because I know my mama black. So, like I don't understand like where they like who determines that, like who issues out the blackness. Who tells
Mm-hmm.
why is our blackness to be determined, but then when we hang in places with biracial people, or
Mm-hmm.
we talk to each other and we have these type of groups, it's like, oh, they banding together, well y'all put us
Mm-hmm.
together. you
Exactly.
know
They don't want to be black no more. You know what I mean?
Yep,
Like, I'm like,
yep.
okay, all right. And don't get me wrong, there are some black people that's like that. Like, I've called them out, like, oh, they just don't want to be black, because it's true. Like, some
Mhm.
people don't want to be black, but
Mhm.
it's like, we should be able to have these conversations. Like, I shouldn't feel like nervous
Mhm.
about, okay, I'm gonna come on here and I'm gonna discuss, like, my family, right? And since I'm in the light skin colorism sector, I'm going to discuss the lighter members of my family, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And be worried about, like, people I'm cool with in the pro black sector that may be dark skinned being like, getting mad at me. Like, I was worried. Like,
Mhm.
nobody said anything, but I was worried. I was like, I
Yeah.
wonder if somebody gonna get mad at me because I'm talking
Mhm.
about my light skinned family members. You see what I'm
Yep.
saying? Because
Yep.
they'll get mad, and my mixed family members also. So they get mad if like somebody would be like, "Oh, my grandfather was Irish." Oh, you just trying to say you ain't black?
Yep.
No,
Yep.
he's just.
That's yep.
I'm sorry,
That
I cut
is
you
it.
off.
No,
Hmm.
you wasn't. That's it. They is that happens. Or when you say that's why I've never like directly talk about the Creole thing because um they'll say, well, you ain't really black because your ancestors are this or you come from this, even though there's like a mixture with people who have white ancestry and
Hmm.
African ancestry, but you're not all the way black because you talk about your non-African ancestry and they think that you're bragging on it. No, that's the fact. That's
Just
exactly what
saying
it is.
family history, right? Just talking
Yeah.
about family history. Now there are some people that do that. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Where you could
Yeah.
like, I don't know, like I probably shouldn't say, oh, you could tell because to each person is subjective. But I had this friend. She kind of looked like a broke down Tony Childs, right? She wasn't pretty like Tony Childs from Girlfriend. You know
Oh
the
yeah,
the actress I'm
yeah.
talking about. She's a little bit darker than her, right? And she used to always tell me about her white grandfather, white somebody. I was just like, uh-huh. So, just like whatever. I didn't care, it didn't matter to me. So, like one day somebody pissed me off. I had dealt with racism or whatever, and I was mad. You see how I be on here, right? So I was going off, and then she gonna yell at me, talking about I'm white, darker than Tony
Girl.
Childs. Now that's somebody that
Girl.
don't want to be black.
Mhm.
And she used to make a point out of telling me, when I was little, I used to be light skinned. I was lighter than you.
Yeah. Oh my
And
God. Yes.
my mother sat me out on the porch, and this
Mhm.
how I got dark skin.
Yep.
Okay, girl.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's what. And most of the time, that doesn't come from light skinned people.
It
And
doesn't.
I guess it is rooted in like the white supremacy. That does play a part because I think that the colorism thing has it like I don't deny colorism.
Right.
I've seen it. You see it in the media. You see it
Mm-hmm.
in songs and whatever. Like you see in real life, you see people who will say they don't date this color and all that stuff.
Right.
But to be a person who is living as a light skinned person
Mm-hmm.
and not and doesn't want that like, I just like, if I could wake up tomorrow and like, I used to be like, "Man, I just wish I was darker because I don't wanna deal with all this."
Mm-hmm.
And it is like that. I don't want nobody to to be like, I'm like, "Oh, just
Hate your
feel
skin
sorry for
color.
me."
Right.
Yeah, I don't hate
Mm-hmm.
myself. I love my skin color, but then at
Mm-hmm.
the same time, I don't even like saying that because it's not that I love my skin tone because I'm light. I love my skin tone because
Because
I
it's your
love
skin.
me.
That's
Yes.
right. Mm-hmm.
And that's just is it's hard to have those conversations because of the stuff other people put on us. So it's like we have to deal with these women like this who talk about stuff like that, or men who be like, "Oh, y'all light skinned bitches think y'all all that and all
Mm-hmm.
that," and it's something that we did not create. Now there are some light skinned women who are who think that they are better than.
Yeah.
There's been that, I'm not gonna deny that every light skinned woman is just an ally and we just want kumbaya. No, it's not
Right.
like that.
Right.
But for the most part, the majority of light skinned women that I've come across, and even some biracial people, there is they don't want that to be the experience. Like we don't want to be the preference or
Right. Just want to
um
be seen like everybody else. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, don't want things thrown in your face. Like they throw, oh, he just like you because you light skin, or Beyonce only got as far as she got because she
yeah.
light skin and stuff, right? And you just like, well, damn, like, what could a light skin person do where their skin color isn't brought up? Like, what could we do? Why? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm wording it right, but
Yeah. But even when we have these conversations and say that that's not what we want,
mm-hmm.
then they say, well, oh, well, y'all ain't the preference. Everybody don't like light skin. Make up your mind.
Child.
What do you want? Because I've
Yep.
heard that this same person, I've heard Cynthia G say that. I've heard
Mm-hmm.
other people say that it's not like we don't well, light skinned women always get together and they talk about how they don't want to be the preference. It's the truth. And
Yeah.
who says it? You all say that. You have videos titled The Preference, or when light skinned women hit the wall, or when light skinned women age like milk. So the in contrast to that, it would be that when light skinned women are younger, they are prime. They're the preference. So you're saying that. So
Mhm.
I'm responding to what you're saying. So if you but you have a problem, so I can't win in any argument because it's always gonna be like the moving of the goalpost. Like I can't say this. And then she talked about Shira. And then
Mhm.
I watched Shira 7. I've watched her for years, and I
Mhm.
get a kick out of her. She crazy as hell. But
She
I
nutty. I
wa-
watch her every once in a while. Like she is.
yeah,
She's silly. Sprinkle,
she
sprinkle.
yes, she is crazy. Now I ain't gonna lie, some things she say it is a benefit. But I've
Mhm.
seen Shira's mama is dark.
Dark, right? I heard she's dark skinned. Her father's supposed to be Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah, her daddy Puerto Rican.
Mhm.
So and she will be like, there's been people in the chat that be like, well, I'm dark skinned, I can't do the things that y'all do. And she be like, go ahead with that. Because if you are like, it's about you as a person. Then find somebody who like you. She don't say, well, you're supposed to follow me because I'm the light skinned guy. So who would y'all rather the leader of the gold diggers be a dark skinned woman? And
Mm.
she don't is I don't and I get it in one point because some people do idolize light skinned women that they would think she would be the one to learn from because she's a light skinned woman that has
Mhm.
keen features.
I agree.
I
Mhm.
can get that.
Yeah.
I do understand that. And it's like, well, why y'all dark skinned women follow her? Like just like if we followed behind Jessica X or Pearly Things, whatever her dusty ass,
Mm.
I can't stand her.
Me
Like
neither.
like if we followed behind them, then they would be like, well, why y'all black women following behind this chick? Why not y'all don't find somebody who look like y'all? I get that.
Mhm. Mhm.
But to make it to want to put that out there as if Shira is somebody who is using this to manipulate, like, oh, I know because I'm light skinned, they gonna listen to me.
Mhm. She's not doing that. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
she's
She's not
not.
doing that.
She's
She's
not.
not. So she's not
And
she's not asking people to be her handmaidens. You know what I'm saying? So she must
hmm
feel this virtuous chick must feel that the dark skinned women in Shira's chat are the handmaidens. Like, oh, they're gonna
yeah.
learn from the almighty light skinned woman or
And
almighty biracial woman.
why can't it be that they just cool like that?
Exactly.
Like so like when we talk with Shorty or some like people who are darker than us,
Mm-hmm.
Shorty ain't nobody handmaiden. We just cool.
Yeah, we
You know
just
what I'm
cool.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like so it's not it's just the this kinship of like the sisterhood thing that black women have, but we can't have that because we're light skinned. There's some agenda. That's not it. So girl, I don't get it. I feel like I'm talking too much. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're doing fine. You're doing fine. You're better than
Like,
me. Like I'm relaxing. I'm just like chilling. I'm like listening because you're on point. I'm telling you, it's just like I, I got old brain and I be forgetting
girl,
stuff.
you are not old. Happy
I turned 50. I'm 50 now. Oh,
birthday.
thank you.
I mean,
But
wait.
oh,
I
um,
was gonna send you some in the back chat, but I'll tell you. I'll tell you later.
oh,
Yeah,
okay, all right.
but
Let me.
yeah.
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry.
I was
I
gonna say,
wanted
let me
to
play the
read
video.
some of the comments. Okay.
Oh no, read the comments. Read the comments.
Well, let's see. I was trying to look at who else. Truth Seeker came in
Jane,
here.
True
Oh,
Seeker.
hey, Jane. Hey. Oh my goodness, I missed
Yep,
you.
I ain't seen her in a minute. How you been, love? And the intelligent truth seeker is so smart. I'm telling you, you can learn a lot
Mhm.
from truth seeker. He is smart.
Yeah, I was reading his comments saying my family is a rainbow of color and complexions. My mother's side of the family is mostly light skin, and my father's side is dark skin and brown skin. Yep, that's when my
Mhm.
family is divided like that too. True Seeker is brown skin.
Truth
Oh,
seeker is brown skin in the summertime. Truth seeker, that's how he likes to identify. He's brown skin in the summertime and light skin in the wintertime. He loses his color in the wintertime. Did I say it right, Truth seeker? You know I got love for you. I messed with him on this. I was like, that means you light skinned then. He's like,
yeah,
no. He's like,
yeah.
no. I
You one
lose.
of us.
He's like,
You
the summertime color is my real color. I lose my color in the wintertime. No, no.
just accept that you a light skinned soldier. Just accept it, True Seeker. I'm just playing. Well,
You
let's
good.
see.
You certified in 97% black. You good.
Yeah.
I'm just like you. I'm brown right now. I'm brown in the summertime, baby.
Yeah, like
About
I do
anything.
get dark. See, Diana said she saw me. I'm gonna have to send you a picture of me, friend. She said, I think you're low 70% African. You are black, even
Where's
if
that?
you admitted to your Creole ancestry. That's what Diana was saying to me that she saw me. She saw me before.
Oh, okay.
So see, Diana can prove to y'all that I am a light. I'm just not somebody who infiltrating the space.
I seen your arm before, so I know
Oh,
you light skin. You ain't got to prove it to me anyway. Don't worry about it. It's good. What James say? Great happy belated birthday. Thank you, love. Thank you, girl. All right, so let me finish playing the video.
okay.
Here we go.
Ass ain't sitting, and the thick calves develop varicose veins. When they start to get fat and sloppy, and body dysmorphia won't let them acknowledge it, so they continue on as if they are still in the glory days of being a thick red bone.
So wait a minute. Dark skinned women don't get fat and they don't get well, you might not even see the varicose veins as easily as a light skinned woman's, but they still
Mhm.
get varicose veins. I just had to
Yeah.
say that.
Mhm.
And let's face it, surgery can only do so much. So what do? They steal virtue. A virtue they have never had the time nor courage to develop. Never had to, because they had other things working for themselves. They never had to be women of value because nobody would ever notice them for this anyways. This is the internal climate they are living in. So they strike. They launch covert attacks on dark-skinned women who
So we're not valuable to anybody. We hold no value.
Mm-mm. Oh, we just sit here and be pretty till we hit the wall, then we still virtue. Yep.
Mm-mm. Sorry, I keep stopping it, but I don't want
No,
us to get copyright strike. So I'm just like, I
no.
don't know
So
where to stop it.
so wait, she said that the thick calves. Now that's another stereotype that we all got. Like we
Bottom
no
heavy.
booty. Yeah, no
Mm-mm.
booty, just thick calves and big titties. Um, surgery surgery
Well,
can only do so much. Um, and see, she has Jasmine Guy as her thumbnail.
yeah, I seen that. Trying to
As
be
rich
funny.
as as rich as Jasmine Guy is, she could if she was really trying to fight for her spot. Because I don't know if she changed the title. Because I don't know why I feel like that was there, or maybe she had another video titled that. But if Jasmine Guy wanted to fight for her spot, don't you think she would have got her face peeled back like Gladys Knight did?
Mm-hmm.
So and Jasmine Guy is 60 years old.
And Patty LaBelle too is
Yeah,
older. She had her face done. They I seen them making fun of Vanessa Williams. Did you see
yes,
that picture? I'm like,
yep,
how when like so she can't age? Damn, like everybody get older. Like, what is the problem? What's the
yeah.
problem?
There's a lady named EJ Speaks. I want to watch her video. I'm gonna watch it probably
Ooh,
tomorrow.
why
But
didn't they something?
she did something like why so y'all got a problem with people aging, and she had Tisha Campbell and Vanessa Williams up there, and she
Let me see.
but that's the thing with these conversations, because it's always that little dig, like light skinned women, like we age like like white women. And I'm not saying that I don't know every white woman. So I don't even like to have to say stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like I can't come into this space. I can't come and make these have a channel about being light skinned and black, and
Mm-hmm.
then and be upset because people make these generalizations about me and people who look like me, and then I do the same thing to another
Somebody
group.
else. Yep,
Yeah.
that's right. I agree. I do agree. Oh, what she say about Jasmine? I think Jasmine Guy was diagnosed with lupus. Oh, she has lupus that
Oh
causes rapid
no.
aging. Oh, I didn't know that. ACBN
Okay.
movement is like that along. Oh, he's talking the same. Sorry. Okay, so let me play again. Let's see.
because of the beauty standard, are rarely acknowledged for their beauty unless they are exotic with European features. And
Wait, let me back it up a little bit. Hold on. Start again.
when they start to get fat and sloppy, and body dysmorphia won't let them acknowledge it, so they continue on as if they are still in the glory days of being a thick red bone. And let's face it, surgery can only do so much. So what do? They steal virtue. A virtue they have never had the time nor courage to develop. never had to because they had other things working for themselves. They never had to be women of value because nobody would ever notice them for this, anyways. This is the internal climate they are living in. So they strike. They launch covert attacks on dark skinned women who, because of the beauty standard, are rarely acknowledged for their beauty unless they are exotic with European features and soft hair. No, dark skinned women tend to be acknowledged for their strength, their ethics, activism, intelligence, and so on. Of course, in addition to being the media image of degeneracy and baby mamadom, but outside in the real world, most dark skinned women are noted for being smart, trustworthy, capable, and need I say, virtuous.
See all the good things she said about dark skinned women and nothing about light skinned women.
Yeah, and then but that so what does she want to put out here? Because she's saying that dark skinned women are known for all those things. So dark skinned women aren't beautiful.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know
that's true.
I know a lot of dark skinned women who are known just for their beauty, and I'm not trying to minimize their intelligence or anything, but
Right. But that's usually the first thing you notice somebody's looks.
yeah, it's
So,
like if there's a beautiful dark skinned woman, like if you see Normani, I don't know Normani. I don't know how intelligent she is. I know she's beautiful and she
mm-hmm.
can sing and dance.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's what we know, right?
every dark skin, and they may say that's because Normani doesn't have African features or whatever. Um, whoever I don't know whoever else they want to bring up, but that is a stereotype in itself to say that dark skin that we're only seen because we have this that we're a preference or whatever however she wants to word that, and then
Mm-hmm.
we're not known for anything besides our light skin, and dark skinned women are known for more. That's not true, and I think that sometimes like I said, I feel like this person is very intentional in that message
Mm-hmm.
because I think that there's an intent to have light skinned women like get mad about it or to say to defend it and then to come back and say, well, so you are saying you're the preference, like that's a,
Mm.
this
She slick
game.
like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I see what
that's
you're saying.
the YouTube game. So it's like I keep trying to be really careful with my words because I don't want it to be twisted, as we already been through that,
Okay.
in other spaces. But it's just like that is crazy to me to say things like that, and you perpetuate the stereotype when you say stuff about light skinned women, like how many, and then she said that we get stuck in when we get old and fat, we get stuck, we have body dysmorphia, so we continue to live as if we're in our glory days. Who?
Child.
Because like
Exactly.
Jasmine Guy, I don't see Jasmine Guy out here thotting and bopping. Felicia Rashad, Debbie Allen,
None of them.
I know those specifically. I'm a huge fan of Debbie Allen.
Mm-hmm.
She's to me is somebody who's virtuous. Judge Lynn Toller, this
Oh,
woman,
I love her.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So these people are not known for their intelligence. Yes, they're beautiful women, but I know Judge Lynn Toller more than her beauty. I know her for her honoring her husband and her
Mm-hmm.
intelligence.
May he rest in peace. Another
Yeah,
one that's good too is Judge Hatchett. I like Judge
yeah,
Hatchett too.
yep, yep.
Um, it's just crazy. She said that we launched covert attacks at dark
Yeah,
skinned women. Where's the evidence of that?
yeah. I need the
That's
proof.
evidenced by what? What makes you say that? You just
Mhm.
can't say things and just leave it at that. Because I don't remember her actually like elaborating on this little part. I remember her saying, "Oh, we launched covert attacks at dark skinned women," but how? Like, what did we do?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get that either. Maybe maybe we missed it, but
You know, and we
or
steal
maybe we're too
virtue. How
light
do you
skinned.
steal
Yeah,
virtue? The
yeah.
light
How do
skin
we?
count.
I don't like and what? Let me see. Let me look up the definition of virtue because I want to know how do you steal it?
I don't know.
Like how do you steal virtue? And but like when we get old, um. Oh yeah, I think she is gonna go into that, like how we do it.
Oh, I can't remember that. When I start hearing it, I'll remember. Yep, Jane. Lena Horne aged very well.
Yep, she did. And dang, I can't think of her name, but Lynn Whitfield. Well, I don't know if they'll consider her as light skin. She might be
Sometimes
considered
I
brown.
do it, sometimes I don't. It's funny. Like I'm like, oh, she look light here, and then she probably like me, like on the cusp. But you can't tell like a lot of times with the celebrities because you don't know if it's the lighting, if it's the season. You know what I'm saying? But
Yep,
yeah, I was gonna
Sade.
use her picture too.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Sade aged gracefully. Yeah, let me change
Oh
my.
yes, Sade. Oh
Mm,
my god.
yep. So we still virtue. So virtue is defined as behavior showing high moral standards. So we still that.
We have low moral standards and we steal
Hmm.
somebody else's high moral standards. How? How exactly does one go about that?
Yeah.
Especially since I'm old and fat and I hit the wall.
Yeah, like hey, so, and I think that's what she says. Like because we lose our beauty, we have no choice. So then we start acting virtuous.
Mm. Just it just doesn't stop. Like
Hmm.
when I had that piano the other day and stuff, I was like, oh, it's mostly the young people that got to worry about this colorism stuff. No, I guess not. It's older
Hmm.
people too. It's
Hmm.
older people too. Like I wonder how old she is. Like
She about 40. I think she like 42, 43. She around uh my age. I'm around that age too.
she still got that bitterness in her heart.
Mhm. Yep.
She need to let it go.
Mhm.
Let it go. Lasheen is here. Oh my god.
Lachine, hey
Oh,
boo.
Pete. We wanted you here. All right, so let me finish playing the video.
Her words are like honey to a man's soul. And from the
Let me back it up. Back it up.
exotic with European features and soft hair. No, dark skinned women tend to be acknowledged for their strength, their ethics, activism, intelligence, and so on. Of course, in addition to
Did you hear how she focused on intelligence? The way she said it.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Let me play it again. Let me
Mhm.
the way she like just. I didn't like it. Didn't like it.
who, because of the beauty standard, are rarely acknowledged for their beauty unless they are exotic with European features and soft hair. No, dark skinned women tend to be acknowledged for their strength, their ethics, activism, intelligence, and so on. Of course, in addition to being the media image of degeneracy and baby mamadom, but outside in the real world, most dark skinned women are noted for being smart, trustworthy, capable, and need I say, virtuous. Her words are like honey to a man's soul. And from the grandmother to the auntie to the baby mama, a man will rely on her and assume her loyalty, whether it is actually there or not. These benefits far outweigh the objectification of looks. And when those looks start to fade in these trophy women, what do? They try their hand at virtue. And step one is to dethrone the dark skinned woman's place as the image of virtue. The in my skin, loving my melanin, 4C rocking, powerfully voiced victim of a dark skinned woman. They need to remove her to make room for themselves at the table because younger, hotter women have taken their place in preference town. So they launch a campaign and join the old white man's tactic of mammifying the dark skinned black woman. If you look at all the content creators affixed on this mammy caricature, it has been light skinned or brown skinned women portraying dark skinned women as the mammy and mixed women as a preference.
Where? Where is that happening? You know what she talking about?
Wait, what was the last part where she said?
Let me play it again. Hold on.
And assume her loyalty, whether it is actually there or not. These benefits far outweigh the objectification of looks. And when those looks start to fade in these trophy women, what do? They try their hand at virtue. And step one is to dethrone the dark skinned woman's place as the image of virtue. The in my skin, loving my melanin, 4C rocking, powerfully voiced victim of a dark skinned woman. They need to remove her to make room for themselves at the table because younger, hotter women have taken their place in preference town. So they launch a campaign and join the old white man's tactic of mammifying the dark skinned black woman. If you look at all the content creators affixed on this mammy caricature, it has been light skinned or brown skinned women portraying dark skinned women as the mammy and mixed women as a preference. So my question to them is, well, where do you fit in at? What is your role or place in the matter? With
She's saying that content creators, is she saying, am I understanding that
Um,
right?
yeah, I think that's a to Cynthia G because she's gonna mention her name,
Mm,
but like she's saying, and she has another video like when it talks about this because she's into like that whole spiritual crystal types, stuff,
mm,
and she mentioned that too, like light skinned women kind of are taking like Erica Badu, I think that was an example, or taking the witchy image or whatever. Y'all can have it. I don't want that. But like I'm a Christian. I'm a
I'm a Christian.
Christian. But it's like well, I don't know to say Christian, but anyway,
I'm not a good Christian. I admit to that.
yeah.
I've been cussing up a storm. Last time I've been to church, but I believe in God. Yes, I
Right,
do.
right. And it's like I think she was saying that content creators, like light skinned content creators, once we hit the wall or whatever, we start to go into the spiritual thing. So we move from being like the vixens to we gotta knock the dark skinned women off of the whole holistic thing. And so we get into that. And I think she was talking about Cynthia G when she said that they put dark skinned women as the mammy and light and biracials as the preference. And I think that's where she's going to Cynthia G because they have some type of beef. They used to be cool.
Oh, okay. See, I haven't watched Cynthia G in a long time. But so
Yeah.
how is Cynthia making the dark skinned woman a mammy? I don't understand. She said light skinned woman too. What light skinned content creator is she talking about? Who's that chick Cynthia G's cool with? Starts with an N. What's her name?
Oh, Nyla?
Yeah.
They not cool no more, I don't think. But
Oh,
yeah, that's
oh. Some
probably
people consider her light skinned and some people don't. So I don't know what color she
yeah.
is. But I don't understand. I'm confused. All right, let me keep playing.
with the dark skinned woman mammified, not only is she asexualized in the mind of men, she is made the object of disgust by other women. But instead of bringing focus to her phenotype, they drag her characteristics. But this is only long enough to brainwash you and rock you to sleep so that you are not picking up on the fact that they are dragging your image.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me back up a little bit.
Friends. So my question to them is, well, where do you fit in at? What is your role or place in the matter? With the dark skinned woman mammified, not only is she asexualized in the mind of men, she is made the object of disgust by other women. But instead of
Why is she telling dark skinned women that other women are making them the object of disgust? Who's doing that?
I think she's talking about Cynthia G.
Oh, he's still talking
Um
about Cynthia G. Oh, okay.
I think I'm not sure.
Let me keep playing. Maybe I'll learn if I stop stopping it so much. Hold on. There you go.
bringing focus to her phenotype, they drag her characteristics. But this is only long enough to brainwash you and rock you to sleep so that you are not picking up on the fact that they are dragging your image and not theirs and creating a media narrative around your phenotype. But they play on your innocence and ignorance and your deep desire to be accepted by light skinned women, popular women, and they use that to gag your mouth. If I can recall, Beyonce's mother was the only light skinned woman called out as a mammy. And well, does she really count? She's an over the hill old rich lady tied to Beyonce. That call out has clout written all over it. Dark skinned black women have actually joined light skinned women in mammifying their own image because of their desire to be validated and accepted by women who they have been conditioned to believe are better than them, without ever having been close enough to a light skinned woman to realize they are nothing you need to want to be more than you want to be yourself. They have a plight that they cannot admit because that would make them like you or less than. And well, she has to keep her public elevation over dark skinned women.
When the stakes are high at work,
So,
your tone matters.
light skinned women been on here talking about our plight all the time. So who we trying to hide our plight from?
But when we talk about our plight, if we talk about our experience with being fetishized, or even if it's not that experience, if we talk about just if some of us are single parents, or if we've experienced heartbreak or whatever in relationships, then it's, oh well, they ran through. So do
Mm-hmm.
you want us to talk about our plight? And I agree. We light skinned women are nothing for dark skinned women to aspire to be to. Like
Right.
you, like
Be yourself.
and she said that yeah, they are nothing that dark skinned women should be looking up to. They have a plight, and like we fight to maintain our own image. I feel like that's a human thing, because
Mm-hmm.
who wants to make themselves look like, why is it that when a light skinned person, if I'm up here and I'm saying I'm defending myself, and if I talk about education, or I talk about anything, if I say I'm virtuous, if I talk about that I'm a woman who is good to my husband or something like that, if I talk about being a Christian or anything, that's
Mm-hmm.
me trying to preserve my image.
Right.
That's not, it's there's no ill intent. It's
It's
always
just you
this.
talking about your life.
Yeah, there's always
Mm-hmm.
this misconception that we have this underlying agenda to
All the
take
time.
over. Like to preserve this our preferential status. The only status that I'm concerned about is the status of what my man thinks about me and my family, my
Amen.
children. I don't care
Mm-hmm.
about the outside world, and I'm not trying to hold up this image. Like, as a black woman, yes, I
Mm-hmm.
don't want the black woman's image to be tainted. That's the only
Facts.
image I'm trying to, but not as me being a light skinned black. I'm black first. I'm not light skinned first. I'm
Right.
black first.
Right.
So
Right.
that's it's not me trying to preserve a light skin um preferential status, or however she worded that. That is not the intent for any light skinned person. I don't see that. But
Mm-hmm.
every time it's us doing something, it everything we do has to be attributed to our skin tone. And that I do not walk around with my skin tone. I do not think with my skin tone. I
Mm-hmm.
really wish people like her and Chrissy and all these other people understood, because I saw people in the comments that was epic. They read about the varicose veins. To me, that shows just how much of an insecure, immature fool you are, because you
Mm-hmm.
have to take cheap shots at me. People
Gotta
who look
tear
like me.
somebody down. Gotta
Yeah,
tear somebody down. And nobody should do that. You shouldn't have to tear somebody down to build yourself up. You know what I
yeah,
mean? It
yeah,
just doesn't make sense. And these are grown people. And you
yeah.
would figure out you would think by now they would have that figured out.
Mhm,
You know what I mean? And then when
mhm.
you try to have these conversations with them, first thing they say is, "Oh, well, dark skinned women got it worse." Listen, I'm not trying to compete with you. This is not a
Mhm.
competition. I'm just saying what light skinned people go through. You know what I'm saying? We got something we go through too. It's not one sided. It's
Yeah,
not
and
one
then
sided.
yeah, and we've had those conversations. I remember that was you. I think it was you talking to somebody who was dark skinned, who had came into and was trying to see what we were about. Like, I think that was around the time when A9 and them were up here. And
Mm-hmm.
that was like, I I don't feel like you or me or even some other people who were with, the other group.
Mm-hmm.
Some people,
Mm-hmm.
but like most of us in here, that's not the intention, to be like, oh, I'm gonna own you, like, because that's the YouTube culture, is I'm gonna look for everything you say and try to debate what you say. If there's something,
Mm-hmm.
there's been times where I felt like, yeah, I had to be checked, and it was things that I did not realize about a dark skinned woman's experience.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I'm willing to say that, like, I don't know everything about that. And there's times I've said some messed up stuff and I've been wrong. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to accept that. So it's not about trying to have an oppression Olympics. It's about trying to gain an understanding. But unfortunately, you cross the line when you start talking about I age like milk and I got varicose veins. Like, like this woman is like in her 40s. Do she think that she's still gonna be fine and as beautiful as she is? Because she's a gorgeous woman.
Hmm.
Do she think she's still gonna look like that in 20 more years?
No,
If
she's
she
not.
do,
I hope she
God
don't
bless
think
her.
that. Yeah,
And that's
God bless her for real.
and that age shaming, like what I hate when you get these chicks, the Paris Milans and all them stuff. They talk about what like they'll say, like they didn't date old and they hit the wall and they do this every day. We are aging. I can remember being in my 20s.
Like it
So
was
why?
yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, we are all aging unless you about to die. Like
Exactly.
like
That's
so
what I
what?
said to Ant Report the other day because he was, age shaming and stuff. And I was like, wait a minute. I said, would you rather, what I said, you rather live and get old or die young? Which
Mhm.
one would you rather do?
And
And
being young ain't a flex.
it really ain't because you're going to lose it.
Yeah, you
Everybody
gonna
loses their youth. Everybody loses their youth
yes,
unless you die. That's the
it's
only way to maintain it.
inevitable. It
Aaliyah, people that die young like Aaliyah, they
mhm.
stay forever young.
Yeah,
You don't want
yeah.
to stay forever young.
Yeah. Like getting older is a blessing. And if we do, like
Amen.
you talking about this aging thing and people aging like spoiled milk, and I guess, they probably like, oh, they really mad about that. Yes, I am mad about it because
Hmm.
I can't say nothing about how you age. I can't say nothing about anything. Any of your physical attributes, but you can read mine or my perceived aging process. You can
Hmm.
say anything you want about me, but then when I talk to you, when I say this, when I defend myself or people who look like me, then I don't want to be black or I'm coming against
Or
dark
your
skinned women.
colorist.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
what is that? What is this called? This is not colorism. So we just supposed to take it. I don't.
They kill me when they gaslight you with that shit. They
Mhm.
talk all kind of shit about you, do all kind of physical shit to you, and you be like, well, no, this is colorism. No, it's not. And when as far as to change the fucking definition, we need to
Mhm.
work on that. We need to
Mhm.
work on that. We changing that shit right back
Mhm.
to what it was. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, the colorism affect dark skinned people. No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't just affect dark skinned people. It affects
Mhm.
everybody. Like,
It
stop it.
does.
Stop it right now. And I'm not gonna sit there and say, I'm sorry who don't like to hear this. I said it years ago. I said, I'm not gonna I used to say, oh, dark skinned women have it harder. I'm not gonna say that anymore because when you get your ass beat, when you get
Mhm.
jumped, when you get physically assaulted, I think you got it harder.
Mhm.
Sorry.
And
Not
this
sorry.
thing, yeah, that it is hard. And even I can tell you, and if you go in the hood, like my niece goes to a school that is predominantly black.
Mm,
The the Hispanic people in that school,
mm-hmm,
they getting they behind with the Asians in that
mm-hmm,
school. And I'm not trying to all lives matter the situation, but when you are a minority,
mm-hmm.
you will get picked on because of that.
Yeah, because you got a
So
small population. Mm-hmm,
yeah, so and most of the time, light skinned people are a minority, and
mm-hmm,
they people don't want to say that. They want, oh, they just picking on me because my light skin. It's like, well, and oh, how do you know it's because you dark skin? Well, how do you know that somebody don't like you because you dark skin? Maybe they
mm-hmm.
just don't like you because you trash. Maybe
Exactly.
that's it. But you think that everything I do is because of my light skin, but everything you do is just because what? I'm trying to like make this make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense. We black people in general, we need to and even people of African descent, biracial too. I'm gonna add them to. We need some kind of therapy. Well, as
Mhm.
far as when it comes to blackness and having African ancestry, because we were programmed to hate ourselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people have that anti-blackness in different amounts. Some have it more than others. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
it's just like crazy. And even like I said that a long time ago. I was like a light skinned woman doesn't even have the right to be an asshole
Mhm.
without that being
Mhm.
said. Oh, that's because she light skinned. No, how about she just an asshole?
Yep. Yep. That's what I
You
say
know?
about Giselle Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Evelyn, the Ashley Darby's, like the messy chicks on like
Hey,
Real House.
psycho. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Hey, like Real Housewives of Potomac are
Mm-hmm.
it's like a gold mine for these conversations because you if I don't know if people in the chat watch that, but there's Candace who's like a a brown skin color. I mean, she might be like a Cynthia G color, or maybe a little bit darker. Then there's
Mm-hmm.
like there's biracial people. There's Giselle, who is from Louisiana, and
Mm-hmm.
she's light skinned. She's not mixed. She's light skinned.
Mm-hmm. I know
So
some of the characters because I used to watch reality TV a long time ago. I caught the first season of that and stuff, but I haven't watched it in a long time, so I don't know some of the newer girls.
yeah, so it's but every time Giselle does something, and because she's messy, like I think she trash, but let me not say she trash. I don't. She's unlikable and she's
Okay, she's
messy.
unlikable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they say it's because she light skinned. But Candace then picked up knives, bottles, and everything. Is that because she dark skinned?
They would
Like
never
so,
say that.
yeah. Are we gonna attribute? And I'm not saying that because I can tell you if you come up run up on me, baby, I'm gonna go at it with you, and
Okay.
I'm pick up everything I can find. And
Amen.
it's not because I'm black. It's because I
I'm trying to
like
protect myself.
yes, it is not attributed to anything else but that.
Hmm.
So why is it when it's us? Is because of our skin tone. And one more, I know you gotta play it, but she said still in virtue. Like when we get older, we still virtue.
Still virtue.
How
That's crazy.
how about is we getting older? When you get older,
You
that's it.
mature and you
Yes.
learn things. You constantly learning in life, and everybody makes mistakes when at different points of time in their life. Nobody's perfect. So
Mhm.
okay, maybe you was a hellraiser when you was young, but you start calming down when you got older because like, listen, that's not the life for me. I made some bad choices in my life, and no, you can't
Mhm.
make no. You light skin. So you're
Yeah.
gonna steal virtue. It's not because you learned to be virtuous. You
It's
stole
you
it from
stole it.
somebody dark skin. You
Girl,
trash ass heifer.
we are appropriating the virtue.
Oh Lord have mercy. Let me stop playing it again. But oh wait, here it goes. Oops.
And Zant.
Let me get back up.
Enough to a light-skinned woman to realize they are nothing you need to want to be more than you want to be yourself. They have a plight that they cannot admit because that would make them like you or less than. And well, she has to keep her public elevation over dark-skinned women. This is the motivation behind a lot of the attacks on Iyanla Vanzant. It is not that she's a hypocrite. Many women can be deemed as hypocritical if they marked and viewed over the course of a 30-year career. Who would Iyanla be if she held the same views today as she did 5, 10, or 20 years ago?
Now, what were we just saying? What were we just saying?
Girl,
That you
yes.
grow and you develop, right?
Yeah.
So people in Yana's color, they could do that, but when you light skin, no, you stay one way and you still
You
when you
you
get old,
yeah,
still
you
virtue.
you stay that way. You ain't virtue. You just a thought. You just a light skinned thought that steals virtue, ages like milk, got varicose veins, and been ran through by every dark skinned dude on the block. That's what you is. Mhm.
Child.
Do we not have YouTubers today referring to themselves as former black male worshipers? And when called on their hypocrisy, do they not lean on their quote unquote evolution? So when these call outs and points are made about Iyanla Vanzant, what exactly is the reason? It is power and influence. It is colorism and jealousy that virtue outlasted looks and sexual objectification. It is that for all of Ebony K. Williams being a quote unquote preference, she hasn't found anyone, not even a bus driver, to want her. It is the assumption.
How does she know who wants Ebony K. Williams and who don't
Yeah,
want her? She don't know that.
and from my understanding, she said it was a choice that she chooses not to date bus drivers or whatever. So I don't think that is a matter of her not finding someone. Is maybe she just doesn't want to be there. Like sometimes people want to be single.
Yeah, that too. That too. She might have a man though. Like I don't know
Yeah.
if she has a man or not. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? But it's like it's just crazy. They're always concerned about light skinned women's vaginas and what we using them.
Mhm.
It's crazy.
That because of the way she looks, that she is more affluent than Iyanla. And so they should have different standards. Well, let's be clear. They are both attorneys and authors. Iyanla, however, managed to accomplish these things while being a single mother and losing a child to cancer and surviving domestically abusive relationships, as well as reaching back to help others and obtaining a higher net worth than Ebony K. Williams. Ayanla is sitting on $5 million to Ebony K. Williams $3 million.
I grifting people because life coaches, there's no such thing as that. That shit is fake. This not
And
a
what
psychiatrist or a psychologist. Stop it.
and why take away Iyanla's vulnerability? So it's admirable that she was a single mother that had to grieve the death of her child by herself. So that's something that you are celebrating because she's supposed to be like that because she dark skinned. That's what you putting out there. That
Because
because she's a dark skinned woman, she's supposed to be strong.
it's struggling.
Yeah.
Struggling. Like black people as a whole, we think that about ourselves. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I even catch myself in it like, oh, you grew up in the suburbs, like you ain't, really black. I used to think like that.
Mhm.
And stuff. I'm
Mhm.
like, who am I to say what's black and what's not black as far as like where you live and what your life experience is? Like, that was stupid to me. But like a lot of
Mhm.
black people think like that. You know what I'm saying? We think blackness is struggle. Like if you ain't struggle, then you ain't really black.
Yeah, and the comparison to Iyanla and Ebony
Mm-hmm.
is like Ebony is worth this much and Iyanla is worth this much. But in the example she gave previously, well, Ebony is an attorney
Mm-hmm.
and she's qualified. So we know Ebony right now, not from her man,
Right.
not from her beauty, because I don't even know what Ebony stacked like. I just see her face. So I know her, she's a pretty woman, but I know her from being an attorney and a correspondent. But
Mm-hmm.
previously, she said light skinned women wasn't nothing but a trophy. So which one is it? We don't have intrinsic value, but based on what she just said, Ebony's intrinsic value lies in her career, even though
Mm-hmm.
it's less than Iyanla. So but she, like
And
which
she's
one
younger
is
than
it?
Iyanla too. So you
Yeah.
can't, you know what I'm saying? Like she still got a long ways left for, to build up her stuff like Iyanla has it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
it's crazy. Let me play it.
Million. But somehow, in the eyes of black women, Ebony K. Williams has been deemed as more valuable. Visually, this is where you see where caramel skinned fence sitters will lay their hats. They will follow the crowd favorite because they have no skin in this colorism game. Ayanla, as well as many other brown skinned successful black women like Tabitha Brown, have maintained truth, honesty, and virtue, and all have outlasted the likes of women who behave like Jezebels until they finally came to accept that their time is up. Next step is to dethrone the dark skinned woman by tearing down her image, motivation, and intention amongst women and trauma bonding through this effort while simultaneously.
We're not in charge of y'all image though. So
At
how can we
all.
tear it down?
At all. And we're not trying to dethrone anybody.
Thank
That's
you.
it. That's so unfortunate. And it's like the caramel thing. Um, so she just compared Tabitha Brown, who maintained her virtue. Um, but Ebony and Tabitha to me are like the same skin tone. I guess I don't know. But I agree what she said about, virtue outlasts beauty and youth. It does. Like that I
Mm-hmm.
would rather be virtuous than cuz that something that to fall back on cuz you're not always going to be beautiful.
That's
So
right.
I agree with her on that. But to say that because like that's a light skinned woman thing. I think that is an individual thing that there are some women who feel like and she sound like the manosphere because
Mm.
it's like they feel oh she didn't hit the wall so now she can't do it. There's everybody and that's just life. When you're in your 20s, you are at like the fertile periods of your life. But
Right.
when you start to get to 40s and down, like, some of us, still might be going at it, but you start to slow down. That is the
Mm-hmm.
natural progression of life. It is
Right.
not a light skin thing. It's so everybody can fall into that category.
Had developed health issues at some point in
Yeah.
time, and
Yeah.
no, but you got fat not because you were in an accident and you can't
Mhm.
really move anymore. Your arthritis is fucking you up. You can't really move that much anymore. You got fat because you're just a greedy pig and
Mhm.
your body dysmorphia won't let you admit it. Like
Mhm.
it's just crazy. Let me play it.
Simultaneously creating a pack mentality.
Wait a minute. Commercial. Hold on. The stress of not. She monetized this bad boy. She getting paid off of ripping us down.
Will follow the
Hmm.
crowd favorite because they have no skin in this colorism game. Ayanla, as well as many other brown skinned successful Black women like Tabitha Brown, have maintained truth, honesty, and virtue, and all have outlasted the likes of women who behave like Jezebels until they finally came to accept that their time is up. Next step is to dethrone the dark skinned woman by tearing down her image, motivation, and intention amongst women and trauma bonding through this effort while simultaneously creating a pack mentality. With the gang lined up, they move to turn men against women like Ayanla, who have earned their stripes, as well as all of our other elders and grandfathers and grandmothers. A lot of the sacrifices they made and abuse they took was so you didn't have to. They served their role in breaking the chains for you, and you wouldn't have a chance without the work they did, despite your impulsive desire to tear down your own elders. It is truly a disgrace. But pay
Wait a minute. Ain't she tearing down her elders too? Because she talking about older women that hit the wall, even though she's in that category now. But this woman that's older than her, ain't she tearing down her elders too?
Yeah, isn't I mean, she's younger than Jasmine Guy, so
There you go. And then
and I
she
think
act.
she's
Oh,
younger than Shira too.
Lord have mercy. Then she gonna say, what did she just say that I want? Oh, what was it? Well, oh, she's saying it. Is she saying it like all our elders are dark skinned? Like
Yeah,
all the.
I
So wait a
think
minute. There wasn't some light skinned elders that like biracial elders as well. Like there's none of them. None of them existed.
yeah,
So
and then the tearing down of the elders by who? Like I think that
light skinned
like
people, we tearing down the elders.
yeah, I think that was specifically for Cynthia, because of that video she made when Iyanla
Oh.
and Ebony had that exchange. That wasn't Ebony saying, "Listen, I'm light skinned, so I have to maintain my public image and let you know that I ain't dating no bus driver." That was just a woman who values herself
Mm-hmm.
and has money and feels like she cannot date in quotations down. Like I don't have any views on it. I date I'm
Right.
with who I want to be with,
Right.
and I don't care what anybody else do. But some people look at dating a bus driver if you're an attorney dating down. And
Mm-hmm.
I've heard women who are well off that it's hard to date a man who has less than you because the man wants to be the provider.
Yeah.
So I feel like that it was just a conversation, but she's wording it as if that Cynthia and her crowd, if I'm right, she's talking about Cynthia, that
Mm-hmm.
they want to tear down the older Black woman, um, to uphold their own image,
Oh,
like
okay. I thought she was
for
talking about
comfort.
light skinned people wanting to tear down older women. Oh,
Well, I
okay.
think it's us too. I think she's
Oh,
speaking about us too. I think she's putting Cynthia in it because she's in her words, brown skin like a fence
Face Brown.
rider. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. Let me play it again. Let's see. Oops. Oh, I hit it on mute. Wait a minute. Damn it.
Lisa Ray. They finally came to accept that their time is up. Next step is to dethrone the dark skinned woman by tearing down her image, motivation, and intention amongst women and trauma bonding through this effort while simultaneously creating a pack mentality. With the gang lined up, they move to turn men against women like Ayanla, who have earned their stripes, as well as all of our other elders and grandfathers and grandmothers. A lot of the sacrifices they made and abuse they took was so you didn't have to. They served their role in breaking the chains for you, and you wouldn't have a chance without the work they did, despite your impulsive desire to tear down your own elders. It is truly a disgrace. But pay attention and ask yourself if they will go out of their way to confront problematic light skinned women like Lisa Ray. They won't because they are smart enough to gatekeep their aesthetic and have very little regard for yours because that's your job as a dark skinned woman. They attempt to change the minds of men because they are still searching for male validation, not for their looks, because remember, those have faded, but of their intrinsic value, like trust, loyalty, worthiness, and intelligence. That's why you find a series of overweight preferences and or light-skinned women talking about how they are not concerned with money and that men with money don't care about them and that they just want to spend time. These are lies and her last ditch effort at maintaining her rank amongst men. They want to be counted, and due to their competitive nature, only have an instinct to tear someone else down and stand in their spot because
Wow.
God knows they can't hold up side by side. Before I wrap this up, I also want to remark on the attack on Azalea Banks. It seems that Black women have once again rallied up to protect a preference, the same one they established mockingly against Black men. Azalea Banks states that DC Young Fly hates himself because he is dark skinned, a narrative that many Black female content creators like Cynthia G has pushed throughout her YouTube career. Azalea called him out for humiliating her and calling her ugly on national television in favor of a preference. Now, let's be clear. Cynthia G's life mission on YouTube has seemingly been to point out this very thing to Black women. She has brainwashed through the repetition and subconscious programming that Black men don't like you. Black men don't like you, only for Azalea Banks to acknowledge this and have no pity on the preference as a casualty of war, but have the same women like Cynthia G who have conditioned this very point of view into Black women to come out and attack Azalea Banks in defense of a dead preference. The same one that she has been.
Now, see, that's disrespectful. That was ugly. A
Very.
dead preference.
Very. Mm-hmm.
And Azalea, like, I forget what she said, but like she attacked that man while he was mourning. Like
Mm-hmm.
his woman just died. The mother of his 3 kids just died. Like she wasn't
Mm-hmm.
even around yet.
And
And
it, yeah.
you and they just concerned about her being biracial.
And if she's talking about Cynthia G, does she not see the many videos that Cynthia G have titled literally "Preference Meets Her Maker"?
Mm,
So is she really uplifting the preference? I'm not taking up for Cynthia G at all, but
right.
that's dishonest because
Yeah.
Cynthia doesn't uplift preferences, and the reason people came against Azalea is because of what she said. Like that was recompense or whatever for that little boy DC, whatever his name is,
DC Young
saying she was
Fly. When
ugly.
she's on Wild Now, yeah, she left and she cried. It was like a
Yeah,
few years ago or something like that. I remember that incident. But I forget what she said when his kid's mother just died.
yeah. She said that it was that girl died on her 30 something birthday. You know, like she kind of mentioned it like with numbers, and she said that it
Mhm.
was like the universe. You know, I don't know what they call it. Was something like that. It was karma basically that this girl died because DC Young Fly hates himself and Black women. So
That's
that's why.
nasty. That's
Yeah.
just
So
nasty.
and that's why people cancel. But see, like women like Azalea Banks, Tasha K, all
Mm,
these women who do things that are wrong to preferences, Black women are supposed to uphold it because they Black, they dark skin, and that it's just supposed to be looked over. To me, that was not Cynthia's people rallying against Azalea to
mm,
uplift the preference.
mm.
Because I even think Cynthia was kind of like, like had the same view as Azalea. Like not really,
That's
but
nasty. Hmm.
I think well no, I think Cynthia did say it was wrong,
No, okay.
but I think she said it like she didn't really go into detail, but people were saying in the comments like that was evil. It was evil. It is what it is. No
Hmm.
matter what way you look at it, it's not right because that's a preference. This is like if someone is a preference, it's okay to laugh at their
At the
death.
demise, yeah.
So,
Because they don't want us alive. That's like
yeah.
this. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit there, but you know what I'm saying. It's just like I just don't a dead preference.
Mhm.
She let that come out of her mouth. You supposed to be a woman,
Yeah, and
a
that's
virtuous
horrible.
woman at
Yeah.
that. A
Yes.
virtuous woman.
That's horrible, and it's but it will be said that we're just saying that because we're light skinned and identifying with the preference. If it was the other way around, it's still wrong.
It's still wrong. Exactly. Like you just don't talk about the dad like that. You don't do that. It's trash ass behavior. It don't
Mhm.
matter the person's race, skin color, none of that. I mean, I could see if like they were a child murderer or a rapist. Yeah, hip hip hooray. Yeah, I'm a clap all day for that. I don't care. That probably does sound evil, but I don't like child rapists. I want,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah, me either.
So okay, so but like that, she didn't do anything wrong. Like everybody's caught up in this society with this Instagram stuff and these BBLs and these mommy makeovers. And she shouldn't even been under the knife. There wasn't nothing wrong with that girl. She had just had a baby. She didn't even
Mhm.
give her a chance for her body to snap back normally and naturally. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? But let me
Yeah.
finish playing. It's almost done.
Quoted as being toe tagged by a naker in any other
Wait,
instance
let me back that up. Hold on.
on national television in favor of a preference. Now, let's be clear. Cynthia G's life mission on YouTube has seemingly been to point out this very thing to Black women. She has brainwashed through the repetition and subconscious programming that Black men don't like you. Black men don't like you. Only for Azalea Banks to acknowledge this and have no pity on the preference as a casualty of war, but have the same women like Cynthia G who have conditioned this very point of view into Black women to come out and attack Azalea Banks in defense of a dead preference. The same one that she has been quoted as being toe tagged by a naker in any other instance. So that can only make you wonder who really is the target of these social media campaigns that are seemingly against Black men. It is not the men. They still fucking them, remember? It is the dark skinned women. These women's dark skinned mothers, these women's dark skinned sisters, and these women's dark skinned daughters. They only attack men to feign camaraderie, but make no mistake about it. You are their target, and this is your coldest perspective.
It's a
YouTube
bullshit
Music Premium is an
perspective.
experience that gives you
A bullshit ass perspective. Sorry.
Is
Not sorry.
delusional. Is
Mm-hmm.
delusional. Hold on, I need to go to the. I'll be right back.
I was gonna say I gotta go to the restroom too. All right, so I'll talk to the audience. Let's read the comments. Hold on. Why did this go here? Oh, okay. So, not according to her rallying cry. I know that's right. Dead preference, evil. It is evil. They're basking in it. They really are. These YouTubers are just tapping into demographics. That's Lashid and Abby have saying other stuff. Abby says they hate beauty and wish death on her. They know it. Yeah, I agree with that. Lashid says these people are fake up in here, y'all. I remember when Synergy was playing down darkism, and even went as far as saying dark skinned people are the biggest I can't talk perpetuators, yes, of colorism. Cynical says, bingo abs. Let's see. Cynical says, what is Fantasia or Stevie? What it Fantasia or Stevie do to her? Oh, you're talking about True Seeker. Talking True Seeker. Oh, when what she say about Fantasia? I know Lashee said that I think she called Stevie Wonder a coon. I like Fantasia. Cynthia's in denial about her reflection in the mirror. She is a preference. Cynthia G called Fantasia ugly, which is lie. That's a damn lie. Fantasia's cute. My cousin got the biggest crush on Fantasia. Um, Cynthia G, True Seeker says Cynthia G is disappointing. In the beginning, she wasn't like this. I agree. Later, she went overboard by wanting black boy babies to be extinct and calling Stevie Wonder a slur. She's crazy. That was disgusting. Then I had heard her in another video when somebody had called her out on what she said, you know, to have done to little black boys. She was laughing. She was like, "They're not gonna do it." First of all, when you go out into the airwaves like that, you don't know who's gonna do what, who's gonna take your word for it. Could have been some young girl listening that actually went and did that. A lot of those women in those circles need counseling. Like, I really think, I don't know their stories, but like it's like I wonder, like, did something traumatic happen to you to make you like that? I think some of them went through some severe trauma and they haven't dealt with it properly. That's what I
Okay.
think. And you tell them something like that, that's not good because they'll do it. You back?
I mean, that
Okay,
was
let me go to the ladies' room. I'm gonna go to look the ladies' room. I'm in my house. Oh, what happened here? Wait a minute. Oh, stop sharing and mute.
preference. I'm reading y'all comments. Preference cracks me up. Yeah, that's a weird. I don't know. She dated Elon. Oh yeah. Azalea. Was it Azalea that dated Elon? That's a weird couple. It's weird. Um, preference. See, I don't get that. I don't like that term. I don't want to be called no preference, but I don't know. Maybe because I'm a nappy head light skin that I guess you would. I don't know. Maybe because I'm unambiguous. I wouldn't be a preference. I don't know. I'm confused about it. And she was in Elon's house bragging about doing some eyes wide stuff with Elon. Ooh, no sympathy. It's an ugly spirit. It very much so. It's an ugly spirit, no matter who does it. I'm not about to celebrate. I wasn't even when what's his name, Kevin Samuels passed away. I wasn't celebrating that either. And I don't find any joy in somebody's demise, no matter how it came. Like, oh, I can't. Her Twitter account where she was promoting her skin bleaching products. Yeah, I remember that too. She has some type of skin bleaching thing, but I think that girl is mentally ill, but I'm not qualified. Cynthia G is a karmic train wreck for us all to see in the future. Yeah, Cynthia is interesting. She really is. But I think my opinion on a lot of these YouTubers like Cynthia, Angry Man, like all these people who show their face and they talk like that, Tommy Sotomayor and all them, I think that they're unemployable, so they continue to grift. Banks can rap her tail. She can. But she's a victim. She's obviously a victim of abuse and has self-hating issues. She doesn't have to. I think Azalea Banks is pretty. But it doesn't matter what I think. I don't people that think, oh, she think because she light skinned, she can say anything. I think she's a pretty girl. Cynthia G is disappointing. In the beginning, she wasn't like this. Later, she went overboard by wanting black boy babies to be extinct and calling Stevie Wonder a slur. Oh, she did. She called Stevie Wonder. Yeah, she in the beginning, I used to watch her, and she would. I've been watching Cynthia since she was with what's his name, Phil Advise and stuff. Yeah, Cynthia wasn't always like that, but she's extreme either way though. Because I remember she was like
Mm-hmm.
the evil Albanoids, and now it's like black men are the worst thing in the world, which is not true either.
It sure ain't true. She don't mean. I don't think she mean that. She like
Hmm.
somebody says she just like basically being a shock jock. You know what I
Yep.
mean? And she doesn't
Yep.
care about what she says, how hateful it is, as long as she can get the views and the money off of the views. You can't be
Hmm.
like that. You
Yep.
can't tear down people.
That's what I said. I feel like most of them are unemployable. Like I said that with
No, she
Tommy
is.
Sotomayor. Like, I don't think he feels that way. Like at one point we saw when he had a dark skinned girlfriend and he said the
With a
lady
weave
stole.
too, or a
Yeah,
wig on her head. I'm like, wait a minute, that's everything you're supposed to be against. What are you talking
yeah,
about?
yes.
Shock
I
jocks.
don't. Yeah, they don't believe that stuff they say.
Mm-hmm.
And Cynthia's in denial about her reflection in the mirror. She is a preference. Uh,
Yeah, she got
yeah.
those keen features.
Yeah, Cynthia is pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like.
Not, well, she's not pretty because she got keen features. You got to
Yeah.
clarify that. That's
Oh
what I don't
yeah.
jump on that. Just she's pretty, but she got a robotic look too at the same
Yeah.
time, like
Like
an
she.
android.
Yeah, she does. She
Not
need to learn how
human.
to do her makeup. Like I think.
Yeah, that's what you
Uh,
want in it.
but I
Mm-hmm.
have a theory about that. I think that Cynthia. I think. I think that's a disguise. I think that when she go out, that she don't
Mm-hmm.
look like that. But I don't
You
know.
never know. Yeah, she might not. Like, who knows? Like, because I would imagine as popular as she is on YouTube, like people should be running into her. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like, you don't never see anybody. Oh, look at a picture of me and Cynthia, or somebody saying, "Yeah, I saw that bitch Cynthia at
Mhm.
the mall." Like, I don't know how she keep that baby quiet either. If she got one, you would knock her
Yeah.
down in my last.
Oh my goodness.
uh,
Like,
uh, Atlantic, I'll get twisted between saying Atlantic and Azure. He says, not a disguise. Yep, a disguise, honey.
I think so. I'm telling you, and if she do have a baby, like she must got the best insulated walls and the best babysitter because I don't never hear anything. So
I
I
know.
don't know.
I haven't listened to her in a long time, but I listened to her long enough after they said she had supposedly had that baby.
Mhm.
And I was like, I don't think she had a baby. I don't know. Maybe she miscarried or something, or I
Yeah.
don't know. Because she
I
did
don't.
have that picture of the ultrasound,
Yeah, she did. She did.
where she got an abortion.
Mhm.
Something. Shut her up real quick. Shut up. So stupid.
Oh, she said these people are fake up in here, y'all. I remember when Synergy was playing down darkism, and even when as far as saying dark skinned people are the biggest perpetuators of colorism. Yeah, I remember that. I remember when cause she was like, "I'm not affected by colorism." I think it's somebody has a clip of her saying that. Let's see. Cynthia is entertainment. I wouldn't hire Sotomayor either. Now I'd be. I ain't gonna say that. I just,
Oh,
but yeah, Tommy is unhinged at sometimes. Now I can say some of them, some points.
Tynesha.
Yeah, they have. Sometimes people do have good points, even though they are toxic and problematic. But it's some things that both of them have said that made sense to me. But
Right.
I don't follow them like I'm just a cult follower of these people.
Like, what's that saying? Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So,
Yeah, yeah.
I understand what you're saying. And let's not mention Sambo Mayor. Sambo
Oh
Mayor.
Lord. Cynthia
Let's,
G got that Seattle accent for years of being involved in low key. Oh, I ain't saying that.
what? I ain't. Oh, you must be up above. Where are you at? Let me
Yeah.
see.
I read Truth Seeker comments allegedly.
what?
Because
What?
Cynthia ain't suing me for my little light skin coin.
Not my gold coins.
Yes.
Not my precious. What was that creature from Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
I was like, my precious. All my yellow coins.
Let's see. Oh, she did a video on they clone Tyrone.
Yeah, I saw. I didn't see the video because
Mm,
I didn't see the movie yet. Because I think she put spoiler alert on there. I was like, I ain't watching that until after I see they clone Tyrone first.
yeah.
I'm gonna watch that. Oh, but let me play this video and get you guys Gollum. Yep, that's who it
Mhm.
is. See what you guys think about this. Let me see. Did I put it up there yet? No, I sure didn't. Hold on. Wait a minute. Damn it. What am I doing wrong? Excuse my language. I gotta try to not cuss as much. I cuss like a sailor. Let's see. So 1 second. Got a commercial. Okay, let's go here. And
Oh, you see that message in the private chat?
oh wait, let me look. Hold on. How do I get oh wait, let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, of course. Let's see. Chugga chugga boom. I'm so slow. Let's see. And copy. And go here. Oh, no, where'd I go? Right here. Okay. And there you go. Wait a minute. Here is the linkage for anyone that wants to come up. Let me see. All right, so here I was here. Gotta go here. I gotta talk my way through this. I feel so retarded every time I do that. Talking my way through
Right.
it.
Me too.
Let's see. Okay, share my screen. Okay, here we go. Is it playing? Yeah.
Welcome to Maya's world. You all, I am so annoyed. I literally just filmed this entire video that was 10 minutes. Come to find out that I filmed it in time lapse. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna try and film it again before the sun completely sets. Um, so today's video is going to be different than any of my other videos because I'm going to be talking about colorism from just a personal point of view. Normally when I talk about colorism, I talk about it from a systemic point of view and like I use things in pop culture and media culture. But today I want to talk about something that I observed yesterday that really disappointed me. So for those who don't know, I attended a historically black university my freshman year. My dad taught at a historically black university.
Wait a minute, you guys can hear it okay?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, let me check the backstage because I dropped the link. Hold on. Okay, so here is Lashid. Add to the stream. Okay, you're at it, Lashid. How are you, my love?
Oh, hey, how you doing? How y'all
Oh,
doing?
listen to that voice.
How
Oh,
you doing?
Hey,
honey, I'm
boo.
sorry. I didn't mean to. Your dad ain't talked to you in about a year. I'm like, oh, listen to your voice.
Oh, I know. I'm sounding like Dr. Claw right now.
No, you don't sound ugly.
No,
Just a
you
little
don't,
hoarse.
girl.
And I know you always get concerned about that. You get a little hoarse. Drink some tea and some honey.
Yeah. You know, I'm one of them. I'm a loud, one of those loud, ignorant video game players. So my
Oh,
voice
you
goes
are.
out. Yeah.
You be cussing the game out, girl.
Yes. Especially if I'm not winning. If I feel that the game is against me.
The game is against me. They don't want me to win. All right, let me finish playing this video. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Where was I? Right here. Okay.
I went to daycare at a historically black university. Like I have a lot of roots in historically black universities, and something that I'm kind of like reflecting on is the ways that colorism shows up so severely at historically black universities, but just not historically black universities, but just black communities in general. Like I think there's a parallel in my mind that I'm still piecing together about like the kind of the severeness of colorism I experienced when I went to a historically black university, and also the level of colorism I experienced when I lived in Nigeria. Something about being in predominantly black spaces like creates so much harm when it comes to colorism. And you know, I had certain experiences my freshman year of college that really traumatized me, and also kind of gave me a lot of experience, like depth to why I talk about colorism the way that I do. When I attended at HBCU, some of the things I had experienced in terms of colorism is like I've literally been to events where that was ran by a fraternity. I will not say the fraternity because y'all know how y'all get. But the fraternity divided us by like a paper bag test. Like literally at the door, there was a paper bag test, and like the people who failed the paper bag test sat on one side, and people who passed the paper bag test sat on the other side, and then they essentially just try to talk to the girls who passed paper bag test. Another thing that I experienced while I went to HBCU.
Okay. What are you guys' thoughts on that? How old do you think this girl is?
Girl, I would say she's about 26. Maybe like, not over 30. She doesn't look over 30.
I agree. Wait a minute. Let me see. Let me go to my StreamYard thing. Hold on.
I don't think
How
that
do I
she's
do?
like a millennial. I think she seemed to be in her like, well, I don't know, maybe like a late millennial, like,
You think
or
she
maybe
might be
like,
in her
well,
30s?
she might be, yeah,
Oh,
definitely. She looked like she may be in her early 30s.
okay. How did she experience colorism in Nigeria? She'll talk about that in a second. But I wanted to talk about this because her age, right? So she's like probably maybe late 20s, early 30s, right? Around the same age, right? And she's saying that a fraternity, literally, that's what she said, literally put up a paper bag and had people do the paper bag test. I try not to dismiss people, but I'm going to dismiss it today. I don't believe her.
I don't
Mm.
know. I'm not gonna say because I've seen videos up in here, with the in the light skin sector not that long ago, where they were saying that like in Florida they were still having like paper bag parties, and so I don't know. I can't say.
Well, in Florida, you talking about that nightclub that was on Bossy's
Yeah,
channel where that dude
yeah, he was Florida.
said they were only letting light skinned people in or something like that.
Oh, wow.
And if you still have incidents of hazing, I don't know.
The reason why I don't believe it is again, most black people are brown or dark skinned. This happened at a HBCU where mostly everybody there is black, right? So with them being mostly brown or dark skinned and stuff, and there's probably more women in there than there are men because there's usually more women in college than there are men. You don't think all hell would broke loose if they literally put up a paper bag and like put it in their face were that overt with it? I don't think that happened.
Yeah, and there's like no social media record of this, and like that would have caught wind fast.
Lawsuit like crazy. Hey, fair minded, how you doing? Let's see. Seeker says she could get a lawyer and sue if the allegation is true. Yeah, I don't think it's
Mhm.
true. Abby says me either, but it's a historically black college doing historical things, so you're open to the possibility, like
Mhm.
Rashid is. Um, it's too many checks and balances on the campus. They will shut the fraternity down for overt racism, especially with camera phones. Yep, thank
Mm,
you.
okay.
Mhm.
I don't know. I can't even relate to that.
Jane says Greek culture is very different. MLS says if it's true, it was probably dark skinned men paper bagging women.
But aren't there still all these incidents, reports of hazing still going on? And
But that's
yeah,
not
I don't
hazing.
know.
That
Yeah,
that
I
was a
know, but if
fraternity.
they're
That was a fraternity letting women
okay.
in.
Oh, they were saying. Oh, she said this was a fraternity.
Yeah, it was a fraternity letting women in. And they separated the dark skinned girls and the light skinned girls.
Oh, so we're talking about men now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fraternity is men. Yeah, fraternity is a
Yeah.
men thing.
So
And so they let women in. And like, I guess maybe they were having some kind of event. And I'll play
Mhm.
it again. I'll play it again.
mm,
Let me see. Where am I at? Right? Nope. This one right here.
yeah. Now I don't believe women would do that, but
To why I talk about colorism the way that I do. When I attended at HBCU, some of the things I had experienced in terms of colorism is like I've literally been to events where that was ran by a fraternity. I will not say the fraternity because
mm,
y'all know how y'all get. But the fraternity divided us by like a paper bag test.
The reason why I think she won't say fraternity is because shit ain't true. Sorry.
It's like
Go ahead.
literally at the door, there was a paper bag test, and like the people who failed the paper bag test sat on one side, and people who passed the paper bag test sat on the other side, and then they essentially just
Gotta stop it right there. So the paper bag test, right? The infamous paper bag test. If they had the paper bag by the door, then those are the people that get in. People that are what the color of the paper bag and lighter. If you darker than the paper bag, then you can't get in. So why would they let them in and sit them in another room? That doesn't make sense. Sit them on opposite sides. Okay, you sit on this side and you sit on that side. Why not let the ones who failed the paper bag test just don't let them in?
mm.
Thoughts on that?
Mhm. Yeah, that seem. I mean, I get what Jane says is like Greek culture. So yeah, you do hear about instances where like those fraternities where they may get away with stuff like that. So I mean, to me, it's unlikely that in this day and age, like something like that would happen without no record of it, no lawsuit, no fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is. But I will say, she could be telling the truth, maybe. And I don't want to like just say that this put it on men, like, well, men probably would do it, like I don't want to say that because then it'll come off as like we're bashing men, like
Yeah.
they do that. But um, I
See,
Did
I
you did
agree.
you
I
hear
agree with.
about? Did y'all
Uh,
know about what happened? I've heard some more information about with the making of the movie School Days, Spike Lee. And when he had now I remember Jasmine Guy years ago talking about in an interview how when they were working on the movie, all the females who were involved in the movie, like Tisha Campbell, and it was the dark skinned sisters and everything, and she was saying how they were all cool with each other, like they were getting along really good. And but I guess it was like after certain scenes, like the good and bad hair and all of that, how it just, like after it just wasn't the same, the vibe. And then I later heard, was it Tisha Campbell herself? Well, yeah, I think it was Tisha Campbell. I think I talked about this too, not that long ago, talking about how Spike Lee, or yeah, like he had it set up where the wannabes, the ones who were referred to as the wannabes, who mostly consisted of light-skinned females, how he had them in the hotels. It was a minute ago because I think I did a stream on it not that long ago. Like he actually kind of set it up, Spike Lee, because he wanted tension, and he wanted that tension to, you know what I'm saying? He wanted that tension in the film.
Right.
You know,
Directors do that. They do dirty stuff like
yeah,
that so that the
yeah.
actor
And
could
so I'm
really
not
get
trying to
into it. They
say,
can really
oh,
get
this
into the
is what
scene.
men do, but yeah. And I remember, because I remember years ago when we first heard Jasmine Guy talking about that, like they were saying how the females were getting along really cool and everything, but then after certain scenes that they in the movie, it was like, it's just like she was saying, it just wasn't the same, as if. And see now, and with Tisha Campbell going further and elaborating, you know what I'm saying, explaining how they had it set up with the quote unquote jigaboos put here, and the wannabes put there in the better hotel or whatever, or with the guys and all of that. Yeah, that kind of explains
Cause
a little
tension.
more. Yeah, it's obvious that he did want to set up some tension. Maybe he felt it would make it better for the film. Maybe he was calling himself doing a lit test himself. But yeah, it's interesting. This is interesting. I'd like to hear a little more on that.
Yeah. It's
So I don't
I would
know.
like to see him elaborate on that as well, like just
Yeah,
so
yeah. I
he
would like
could
to hear him
talk
say it
about
himself,
why
though,
exactly that
because
happened and
that's bogus. Yeah, if that's true. If that's
yeah.
all true. And for Jasmine Guy and Tisha, Jasmine Guy, she just didn't go into detail and talking about, what exactly led to, because she was like, at first they was all cool, all the sisters, they was all cool with each other. But if it I believe Tisha Campbell. I believe,
Yeah. That's interesting. All right, let me finish playing this here. Let's see.
um try to talk to the girls who passed pair back test. Another thing that I experienced while I went to HBCU was like there was a group of like 9 or 10, all like light skin biracial, racially ambiguous girls that went to my school, and they called themselves like the light bright tens, or they had like some wild name, and they refused to, like, they told people that dark skinned people couldn't sit near them, dark skinned women can't sit near them, they would never speak to dark skinned girls, like they were like only with each other, and like said really atrocious things. So like that was my first time ever kind of experiencing colorism to that degree, and like just how systemic it is, and it is embedded into historically black universities, especially when you start to like learn things about W.E.B. Du Bois and like other scholars and other people who are foundational to historically black schools, and how they have perpetuated colorism. So HBCUs have a
So, what anybody's thoughts on that about 10 light skinned girls calling themselves light bright tens and child and
I don't
saying
even
really
know.
hateful and atrocious things to dark skinned women and telling them they couldn't sit with them and
And then get their ass whipped.
thank you.
Girl, I'm
Yeah,
telling
yeah, that's
you.
what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe I don't know, 'cause this is a different generation.
This child is a liar. This
I
child right
lived in,
here is
like
a
I said,
liar. She a
I lived in
liar.
group homes. I
The
don't want
truth
to,
ain't in her.
Like
I
he's
don't
trying to
know.
say that's cap.
I don't
That's
know, but
cap.
I don't know, considering what I be witnessing up in YouTube. But see, that's the thing. That's just social media. But
Yeah.
if I were to go by what I witnessed in YouTube, but in
Yeah.
real life, and understand, I lived in group homes and stuff, but I do know, I understand I'm of a different generation. Not that distant though. Okay,
Mhm.
but I don't know. In real life, I can't really picture, being that bold, and I ain't saying it. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to.
Haru,
If
honey. you doing, love? Sorry. I get excited when I see my crew, y'all. I love y'all to death. The room in the
Hey,
chat.
I've
if
listened to this thing. I've listened to like one or two of her videos. I don't really see, I ain't really got no issue with her. I've listened to like two of her videos. She's spoken on colorism and stuff, and
Yeah, her whole channel is basically about colorism,
yeah,
basically,
I've
and
just discovered
locks. She talks
I've
about
just
freeform locks,
yeah, I've just
texturism too.
discovered her more recently. I don't really have a problem, even though I've heard her in the one or two videos I've listened to. I have heard her sound inclusive, kind of the trans, and you know how I feel on that. But I'm not gonna
Hmm.
bring that to your channel, so
mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
I
So
think
it's
she's she might be
yeah.
non-binary.
I
I
can't
think I did
see
see a
myself
video where she was
following
saying
her
she's
channel.
non-binary or something,
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, I can see
Mhm.
that
I
she's
think I know
one
what
of
you're talking
those,
about.
Girl, what does
you
a
know how they
non-binary?
using the term woke now, how they've taken the term
Taking it away
woke.
from us.
Right, right, exactly,
Uh-huh.
exactly. So I can see she kind of on it. So I can't really see myself, following her channel, but I have listened to, I think, like one or two of her videos. I think
Hmm.
I even shared something on the community tab. I ain't really got no issue. She doesn't come off as somebody with a, what I'm saying, like with an agenda necessarily, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've been familiar with her channel for a while now. I
Okay,
forgot
she
how
been
I
here
even
for a minute.
found it. Yeah, she
Oh,
been here for a
she
minute.
been really?
Yeah, it ain't.
Wow.
She ain't been here no short period of time, like a matter of months. No, she been here for a minute.
Like that
Um,
person you just shared. Okay, I came in here late. I came in here late. You just
mm,
sharing a virtual. Now that name looked familiar, but I
yeah,
have not. Has that person ever shown themselves? I just want to ask that. That last person.
Not well, she's shown pictures, different pictures of herself, but
Picture. Huh?
not live, but she's shown like videos of her bottom half. So you can see like her arms and stuff like that, like her exercising and stuff, but I've only seen pictures of her face. And people who
Mm.
like she's been she used to be with Cynthia and them and what's that girl name? I can't think of her name. The one,
Nyla.
yeah, Nyla and the Woman's Fair. She used to be with them, and
Really?
they've seen.
Okay.
I believe they've seen each other. So I believe that the picture she's shown is her.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting. Okay.
yeah.
all right, let me finish playing the video. Let's see.
A strong foundation within like colorism. But I think I maybe was hoping that in time when things as things progress, it will get better for younger people. Like one of the reasons I do the work that I do is because I want things to be better for younger people. I don't want dark skinned people to experience what I experienced growing up. So I try to create language because there wasn't language for me when I was growing up. So yesterday I went to go see I went to visit a historically black university, and when I walked into a classroom, there was a boy. He was light skinned. He's 18 years old, and he was essentially talking like out loud about how he makes his girlfriend like how his girlfriend can't wear makeup and can't reveal her wear any clothing that reveal her body. How he makes her wear like long skirts and cover up completely. So on top of that, it just being wild and like him just expressing it out loud, he then added and said, she showed us a picture of his girlfriend and she was like, deep dark skin. Like I'd say somebody around like Lupita's complexion. She had like twists. And he said he was like, yeah, this is my girlfriend, but she can't get any darker than she is. Like she has time limits of how much she spends in the sun. Like she can't get darker than she already is. I told her that she can't get too dark skin. And that was like what really blew my mind because on top of the fact that like there's an 18-year-old boy who is like literally being abusive and being violent to a woman and just being incredibly patriarchal and misogynistic. That's the word. The icing on top is like the colorism that usually goes hand in hand with patriarchy, usually goes hand in hand with misogyny, where he has limits on how dark his girlfriend can get because he said he would not find her attractive anymore, and he has told her these things. And I just couldn't help but wonder like how this dark skin.
Now, I could believe that anybody of African descent, no matter what their shade is, tell somebody, stay out the sun. You in the sun too long. Don't be in the sun too long. Like I've heard people say stuff like that. But to give that person actual time limits, like, oh, no more than 15 minutes. Like I don't
Mhm.
believe that part. Like I don't
And to
believe this
see
girl.
somebody like Lupita's complexion, if you don't want somebody dark, then
That's true. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you
why?
off.
Like no, you didn't. Like if you didn't want somebody, if you didn't want somebody dark, then Lupita's complexion would you would pick somebody I think on a lighter scale because they would have more of a range to get darker. I'm trying to like choose my words carefully, but it's like look Lupita dark. So I mean how dark you think she gonna get?
Exactly.
you
And
know?
another thing, she's Nilotic, if I'm not mistaken, right? She's Nilo or whatever. Like Black Americans typically don't get that dark. I mean, we do have a
Yeah.
few like Kevin Hart, like he's around that range or whatever and stuff. But most of them are get as dark as this girl that's on the screen right now. Like
Yeah,
you
I
know
mean
what I
I
mean? Or
wouldn't
maybe a little bit darker, like a typical Black American.
I wouldn't I just to me that it does it's not like logical to think that somebody would be attracted to Lupita and think that she like her skin tone would change that much.
And be a colorist. You know
Yeah,
what I
like
mean?
that's weird to me. And then she said this was an 18-year-old.
Mm.
And so if so just picture this. Just let's visualize an 18-year-old. I don't know who's one of these little babies or whatever, these children. I don't or let's just say well, Chris Brown is old.
Yeah, he's
Um
in his 30s now.
I don't know. Like so who's a young light skinned dude? I don't know.
Oh
But
Lord, I don't know. I
let's
don't know
just
none
picture
of
one of
these
them
people.
saying girl, I don't know. Let's just picture a young 18-year-old light skinned boy in a classroom showing dark skinned women his dark skinned girlfriend
Mm,
and telling dark skinned American women
mm.
that you make your woman dress modestly to cover up and you limit the time that she can be outside.
And he didn't catch how. You're right. Yeah, I don't.
Well,
Why is this
I'm not
child
going.
lying? She
Well,
lying.
well, I'm not gonna say she lied. I don't
She
know. You
lying,
gotta.
yo.
I gotta see a history. Now I know people thinking, "Oh, here's the she playing life skin savior," and they don't realize when they doing that they're also stereotyping
yeah.
light skin because it's saying that yeah, it's like basically saying it's playing into that whole um uh what they claim with light skinned people trying to fit in and anything. Why would we be trying to fit in first of
There's
all?
two kind of light skin
Yeah, that's
saviors, so I don't care what nobody says. It's two different kinds.
you say there's two different kinds.
It's two different kinds. Yes, there's some that's
But
light skin
doesn't
supremacists.
that also play
Mhm.
doesn't that play into a stereotype, the idea of see, the thing is, okay, I can't say that, like I said, I can't say that I've had this light skinned woman experience that, like I said, that we're said that we're supposed to have. So it's not like there's an accumulation of assaults that you know what I'm saying, that there's no buildup or anything, like, you know what I'm saying? So I can't, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to get as offended because I can't say that I've had this experience that,
Mhm.
let's say, another sister who may happen to be of my complexion have had. And again, I'm speaking for lighter skinned Black women. I can't say that I'm speaking for people who are mixed or biracial. I'm just
Mhm.
speaking for myself.
Right.
Now,
Well,
whether that,
then let's see.
uh huh, go
According
ahead.
to the virtuous woman, then you would be that light skinned woman who caters to Pookie and Ray Ray because you love black men. So,
Yeah,
according to
I
her
even
and
jumping over
people,
that.
and according to her, because you missed the part of that video, but she said that black women,
Yeah,
because
I think it was.
I'm like unambiguous. I look black. Like I don't have keen features. I just have
Right.
like
You can see
looser
that with me
texture hair.
clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So according to her, we don't fit the like we can't compete with the biracials because we have black features. So because we can't get the the men like the higher value men, I guess, then we cater to Pookies and Ray Rays. So I think that that's the category of light skin you would be put in. With me is like
And me.
yeah, like we would just be them and then all three of us are considered old, so like they,
Mm-hmm.
so we would be the ones that didn't hit the wall and then compete. We cater to the Pookies and the Ray Rays because we can't get nobody else. So that would be, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but that would be
Yeah.
the perception. Like that's how we're classified because it's always like no matter what what level of light skin you are, it's always about your light skin. So even if you not, if as pro black as you are, the only reason why you
Mhm.
pro black according to people like that lady is because you don't fit into the exotical space. You know what I'm saying?
Well, then what's the case with my niece who talks and
Because
it says a
that's
lot of the same shit I do, and she don't have my features, and she actually is biracial.
then she just
Could
trying to
it be
take the
our
place of.
upbringing? Could it be we just had a different experience? I'm not even tripping over it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I looked at the title, and I know y'all probably thinking I shouldn't chuckle when I clicked in here. I'm looking like, what?
I,
Overweight.
You
I said,
laugh
I,
when you can't even hear. You so
okay.
bad. You
I'm
so bad.
overweight. I'm aging. Now I don't consider myself a red bone, but
You are.
I couldn't help the first thing that came.
Or a
Even though
yellow bone. You actually a yellow bone.
I know you get mad at me, Fran, if I chuckle at such things. I just can't, now maybe if I did have an accumulation of these like kind of attacks, then maybe I would be a little more. And I can understand, but that's what I'm saying. Being that I've never had like this light skinned black woman experience. That's why I even did a stream
hmm
saying I'm not a light skinned black woman because I've never had what they say, what I've been told in YouTube is the light skinned black woman experience. Now, could
hmm
that be because of my features? Maybe. I don't know. But I just didn't have that, and if I did, I don't, like I said, I don't know. I don't know if let's say this person was effing with me and
Somebody
deep
hmm
was
down,
effing with you
and if it,
online on
oh God,
YouTube. I keep
don't go
telling you
there,
that, and you keep
friend,
denying
don't
it. And
go
I keep
there.
telling you. I keep telling you. I'm gonna keep saying
Friend,
it every time you say. I
friend,
never had the light
friend.
skinned woman experience.
Friend, if
Yes,
you're
the
talking
fuck
about
you
those
have.
hold on. Hold up. Me and friend, we gonna forever be arguing over this. If you talking about those women were problematic, period. Okay,
You don't believe
weren't
me,
they effing with Shorty Want too? Hmm?
huh?
And they
Yeah,
weren't really
she
messing
lighter.
with
She's
me.
lighter than all of them. She ain't light skinned, no, but she's lighter than all of them.
And
hmm
wasn't one of them mixed, happened to be like
Yes,
black
and she
and,
was brown
East
skinned.
Indian or something?
She was brown skinned. She wasn't light skinned. So what? She was biracial.
And they
That's why I
weren't
said
really
it
messing
ain't
with
got
me
nothing to
like
do
that.
with
They don't
that.
hold
It's
up.
the skin color.
They
they
were
could be
only
biracial.
time they
I know
came at
biracial's
me,
darker than
only
me.
time they really came at me, they just didn't like me associating with certain people that they were wanting to attack. That
No,
was,
even no. Even before
now it
that,
may have been some stuff behind my back. I don't know.
the
But I
brown skin
cut that shit
biracial
off.
one was coming at you, and I was like, what is the problem?
No,
Like
we should hold on.
she had a deep
Ooh,
hatred for
see,
you.
we going there. We finna get into it unapologetically.
I sure do got a memory like a hawk.
You
You
had to
snitch.
go
I be
there.
straight snitching. Fuck dry snitching.
I'm laughing because I love y'all. Y'all like sisters. I be laughing
She
because
had
y'all
to go
relationship is
there.
so
She
cute.
had to go there. Because you
I
remember they were harassing Shorty Womp Womp. Do you remember that?
know
Come
they
on
were
now.
harassing her. What I say.
They were just
What
problematic,
I say.
period. I did not see the
You think brown
colorism.
skin people
What
don't
was
catch
said that was,
hell? You think the safe browns don't catch some hell sometimes?
huh?
You don't think the safe browns? I know we call them safe browns. You don't think
Why
they
would
ever
you think
catch
it
any
was
hell?
colorism? I know you gonna get pissed at me, but why would you think? And I'm not.
I already
Why do
explained
you
this
think it was
to
colorism?
you. You think I just pulled this out my behind? I already explained this
Now
to
you
you.
usually do
First
be
of all,
right on things like when you were trying to tell people. Well, I already knew with smiles now, but I'm just saying. In this case,
when I made up with one of them,
these were just
actually
the troublemakers.
the darkest one, that's the one who I didn't feel was colorist, right?
Who's that?
The one day of the week, the one with the day of the week name. No
Okay,
Sunday,
I'll
Monday,
figure it out.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, Saturday, no Sunday,
Okay,
Monday.
okay,
Okay.
okay, okay.
So
I know you're talking
her, right? So she apologized to me or whatever because, she did her shit and threatened to kill herself online because we were
Yeah,
arguing.
she
She
was
came at
right.
me over psycho and stuff, right? And she gonna put up it's been years now, but she gonna put up something. I forgot what she said, but and it had a gun next to her. I said, "Are you saying you're gonna kill
Oh
yourself?"
my gosh,
And then
she
she
got
ignored me,
bad.
and I was like, I'm taking this like you're threatening to kill yourself. Please answer me. If you don't answer me right
Oh my
now, I'm calling the
goodness.
authorities, right? So then I hit her up in the back chat. This was out in the comment section under a video, right? So then I hit her up in the back chat, and I was calling and calling and calling. She wouldn't pick up the phone, and I kept telling her, "Listen, I'm gonna call the cops if you don't if you gonna pick up this phone, because I'm getting worried about you and stuff, right? So sure
Damn,
enough,
wow,
I
I don't
ended
even
up
want to talk about him now. Now
I
that
ended
I
up
didn't know it
calling.
got that serious.
Yeah, it got real serious. They were planning on swatting my house. I found that out. They were planning on buying bitcoins and going to, was it the deep web, the dark web, whatever they call it, and stuff.
Good.
Getting
I mean, I don't
getting
mean to laugh.
listen,
I'm
no,
just saying,
let's
my
check it.
God.
Getting a hacker to hack into all of our devices. Okay,
Damn.
that's how deep the shit got.
I know how bad it got with the other sister. I'm not gonna mention
Yeah,
what
she met
the other.
she met
'Cause
one
it
of them
was,
mailed her dog shit, mailed her dog
yeah,
shit,
so you know
and
about that.
supposedly had a hidden
You
camera
know
in the
about that.
box,
Yeah,
and was
I
like,
learned about that.
oh my, look, it's shit, ma. Like, I don't know how she got this little camera in the box, but she put the camera in the box with the dog shit. And this is why people, I don't think people need to be
Oh
showing
my
their
God.
faces, and
Yeah,
you
I
know what
knew
I'm
about it,
saying.
but
Just
damn,
keep your
Jesus Christ.
distance from some people, because you don't know how people could turn on you.
Yeah, thank goodness I didn't share my number with. See, that's why I had to do a straight filter. See, I didn't really know. I do know with the dog, because I was in association with that sister for a while.
Mm-hmm.
The one we're talking about, who was mailed shit literally in the
Yeah.
mail, which is
Mm-hmm.
crazy. Yeah, yeah, and you know what she was already going through at that time, which was
Yeah.
really, really fucked up. Excuse me,
Mm-hmm.
curse. I'm sorry,
No,
but
it's all,
I
I
get
curse like a
mad
sailor girl,
sometimes.
please.
I'm
I know
just
what,
saying,
it's
I
all
just
right.
felt that these were just some problematic, because I remember I used to just notice they was, yeah, the only time I did catch the one, she was talking in another person's stream, and I never had no issue with it. I just saw a post where she with Angel Ramirez Jordan.
You talking about the biracial one?
Yeah, she's like mixed with East Indian, I believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's with Angel Ramirez Jordan, and he's not even black, and I'm like, so that's what I had
But
did a
see, she
stream.
thought she could
Yeah,
say
so I
stuff like,
addressed her in
listen,
the
wait a
stream,
minute,
like, what
not to cut you off, but I gotta say this.
yeah.
So she was talking about Angel Ramirez Jordan's blackness, right? Angel, I seen his father. He has a light skinned father. His father is a light skinned Jamaican, and his mother is a mixed race Puerto Rican. I seen his
Yeah,
DNA
he had
results.
like a dark skinned sister.
I consider her brown skin. She looked just like Angel though, but she's darker than him. So he just got his father's complexion. The girl got her mother's complexion. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what
But
that
let me
was
finish
about.
this. She had the nerve to come for Angel's blackness, right? But she only 50% black. She probably less than 50% black because her father's ADOS. So, but you're gonna sit there and talk about him because he light skinned. That's the same thing she did with Sunny Day. When Sunny Day had a debate with Rashida on Sarnet's channel, she was calling her all kind of fucking Navajos. I'm like, why are you calling her Navajos? Like, she's
Wow.
not saying she mixed with Native
But
American.
don't
This
you see
girl
that
said
these are just agents of chaos? That's what I'm saying.
she
I
was
didn't
a
necessarily see it
colorist, and
as
she was
colorism. They were
she was
just
the
shit
ringleader. You keep cutting me
starters.
off because you don't want to hear this answer. She was the ringleader in the colorism. I'm telling you, this is how I know this. Plus, the day of the week girl told me. She told me, and I said I had that feeling because I went at the half Indian one, right? Me and her had an argument over that, and I was like, "Oh, this is lightism, right?" Because I started cracking jokes about it, whatever. Like sometimes I just laugh stuff off, just like I laugh it off too. I don't always get angry, right? I was laughing off this virtuous woman with me and unapologetically was listening to it, but when I first heard it, I was pissed. I ain't even gonna lie. But what was I gonna say? So yeah, I was like, oh, this is lightism. You know how Rashida said, oh, darkisms, that's the form of colorism against dark skinned people. So I said, oh, this is lightism. Like, you colors against light skinned people and stuff. It's just colorist.
But okay, what if it was just a thing? Because some could say maybe it was an anti. I'm not with this FBA versus non-FBA, but maybe some could say, oh, it was because we're American, or in this person. Because remember, she did have like an accent. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of
Yeah.
because some could say that. I'm just saying I didn't
How?
see anything. I saw it as you
What
just
does that
had
have to do with
people.
what does that uh
But why?
Angel is West Indian. Puerto Rico's in West Indies, and so is Jamaica.
Okay, but no,
So
just using that as an excuse to.
no,
And when I
she's
confronted her
colorist.
about it, she was like, "Oh, I ain't got no issue with you, Lashid." So I did a whole stream. What you talking about? That's what I titled it. What you talking about? And I put the
I think
image
I
of
remember
ours.
seeing
But
that.
like I saw your post. Now, what this shit about?
Mm-hmm.
Because I used to always notice when I would be doing streams, like I said, we would be talking about cookies, anything, and it was
Mm-hmm.
the same people be in the chat room
Me
fighting and
too. I
starting
was in
stuff.
there. I was in
And
there
I'm
because I
like,
didn't get along with
okay,
one of them.
wait, and I'd have to stop it. And that's back when I used to have the panels with a lot of people on. You remember?
Right. Right. Mm-hmm.
We was the ones got it popping with the live streams before a lot of these other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
and
true.
I'm like, I'd have to stop the stream, and like, okay, what are we arguing about now? Like, what's going? So I realized that you just had certain people in YouTube who were just starting shit, like they don't want to see black people, whether black Americans, whatever,
Now
ADOS,
it's a
whatever
black
you want to call
American
it.
thing. She was half ADOS. She was half ADOS.
Yeah, but and I don't want to go along with that whole Tariq with the tether thing. But so I thought that this was just a case of certain people planted that. You know me, I'm gonna go on a conspiracy tip. Like they were just starting shit in different people circles where they see black people getting along. Because you saw we were getting
Some
along really
people
cool. You
just
saw
start
how
shit because they
people,
colorist. Some people just start shit because they colorist. What about that conspiracy?
but I'd have to have what was the remark that was colorist though, Fran?
You know how she operated. She was slick with it.
I
Just like
never
when you
saw
said,
no
"Oh, what was you
slur.
talking about?" She was like, "Oh, I wasn't talking about you, Lishy." She always would do stuff like that. Now this has been years. I'm years removed from this stuff now, so I don't remember everything exactly. I just remember the stuff I mainly keep repeating to you. The main things I keep repeating over and over and
I
over
gotta
again.
have proof. Now, if she would have said all that light skinned bitch or something like that, then it could be said. But I just saw it
All
as a
right. So do you need a white person to call you a nigga to know they racist?
okay.
I don't need a white person to call me a nigga to know they racist. You could tell. And just like I don't need a dark skinned person to call me a light bright bitch to know they colorist. Like I know. Like, girl, I ain't boo boo the fool. Cut it out. Cut it out, girl.
It just happened to be that me, you, Kimberly Fraser, it just happened to be we are of a certain complexion. That just happened to be. But I think if I was, regardless of, because wasn't there shit
It
going
just
on in
happened to.
Psychopathia, stream, and
That's because
you got
the nut, the day of the week girl, had a crush on him. And everybody felt sorry for her. That's why.
But I ain't even gonna
How
mention
she look.
her.
You see how that girl
Suicidal,
look.
like you said. I'm gonna leave that alone there. Because damn, we dealing. Oh goodness! Now you see why I just be doing panels while by myself.
You dirty. You wrong for that. You saying I'm too much to deal with. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I try to be nice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you remember, like I said, they was going at messing with Shorty Womp Womp, and that was just about association. So they wasn't. I mean, I'm not saying that she. I
Nope.
know
From
Shorty
the
Womp
day of the
Womp's
week
not
girl.
dark
From
skin,
the
but
day of the week girl, that was over Psycho. Because Shorty spoke to Psycho. That's and that
I don't even know.
anybody spoke to Psycho was a problem. You say hi to Psycho, oh, you must want to fuck her. No. You know,
Does
as
he
far as
even
this
show
little girl is
himself?
concerned. No, he don't show himself.
Right.
He
I'm
never.
too old
None of us
for
know what he looks like.
Yeah, I
None of,
guess
it.
girl,
she got
she
a
in
crush.
love with the voice.
She got a crush on a man over his voice that's old enough to be her father. Girl was like 21 at the time.
But she was like the doc. She
Oh
had
my
a
God.
kind of. I'm not gonna go there because didn't she share that she had like a hard knock, being adopted and all that. So yeah. I'm not saying now. I'm not saying that you ain't responsible when It's,
let me go back to playing the video.
Yeah, why did we go there? Oh goodness, why did we go there?
Let me play the video. Let me finish.
Girl
Go on
feels
mute.
and how it must feel to date somebody who controls every element of your body, and how young she must be to believe these things about herself. I just couldn't help but wonder, like, those things. And it just like was wild to me because he also felt the courage to say in front of like a room of pretty predominantly dark-skinned women, and how I've just noticed that a lot of times when people say colorist things, like they're so comfortable to say out loud. Like, you're attending a historically Black university and you are comfortable to say out loud that you don't want your girlfriend to get too dark, even though she's already dark skinned. And unpacking why he's saying that, like, the reason that he's doing that is because it's a control element, right? So if you've ever been in any kind of like abusive dynamics, you know that a lot of these things don't have any basis of like truth. It's just there to make you feel small and make you feel like you're always unattractive and make you have to chase and run towards chase the person you like, to like making you chase them to find you attractive. That's what I'm trying to say. Like and the truth is that I feel like a lot of people date dark skinned women and dark skinned people who are socialized as girls or socialized as daughters. Like I feel like they date them with the expectation that they're just placeholders for when they really get the kind of girls that they want. Like you clearly don't want a dark skinned woman, right? Because you've said that you don't want your girlfriend who is already dark skinned to become darker. So you don't want a dark skinned woman. So you're using this person as a placeholder for you to take out, your violence, take out your colorism, take out your anti-blackness onto another person. So that when you're ready and you've leveled up and you have your career and you have all these things, you can now then go and find who you really desire and leave
Now I could admit that there's people that do that. I do admit that. Okay, let me
with this
finish.
and leave with this person. And just being older than, I'm older than this guy by a lot. And I'm able to like see how these things work and just like also have a lot of empathy for the amount of dark skinned women that were in the room that heard that violence. And like even though I spoke up and other people spoke up, he did not feel shame, he did not feel embarrassed for saying those things. And it was only dark skinned women who did speak up. It was only not even women, I'm even using the wrong word, girls, 18-year-olds, teenagers, and me. We were the only ones who spoke up and were trying to, let him know this is like really violent. And I just, I feel like when I saw that, it made me feel really sad because it made me realize that colorism is like, I just, you just kind of hope that it's going to get better. And it's just like, sometimes when you see these things and it's like not, it's just not getting better. Like I experienced colorism at that same HBCU 10 years ago because I will never forget. But when I went to go see a teacher and I came into the classroom and the teacher was like, "Oh, you look so pretty today." Like I had on a dress and he was like, "Oh, this dress is so pretty. Like you look so nice today." And then there was a boy in his class. I'm gonna say his name because his name was Tariq. And a boy in the class, he was like, "Oh, Tariq, doesn't she look so nice today?" And he goes, "I don't like dark skinned girls." And he said it in front of the whole class, and like he's
I believe that.
like, "I don't like dark skinned girls. They're not cute to me. Like I
Mhm.
don't like their complexion." And it really made me feel like so like the I can't even explain like the level of embarrassment and like sadness and like I'll never forget that. Like I'll never forget that. If I ever see him, like I'll never like all of that. I'll never forget it. And just like seeing that I experienced that and like the pain I felt, and then just seeing that here we are 10 years, like over 10 years later, he's saying this that this guy is spewing the same thing at the same university, like looks even similar to the boy that told me he didn't think I was pretty, like light skinned men just like openly saying that they don't find us attractive and like openly saying that they don't think dark skinned women are like cute.
Dark skinned men say that too, though. It's not a light skin thing. She's trying to put it all on light skinned people. Black people of all shades can get colorists now. That's wrong.
And like viable people to date, and like everyone is just allowing them to say that, like no one. And it just kind of brings me to like the feeling or the truth that colorism is never a serious enough offense for someone to consider it canceled or like accountable for. Like trying to
What?
hold accountability within colorism is damn near impossible.
What are you about to say unapologetically?
What you say
In
now?
what world? In what world is colorism not a cancelable offense? That I mean, that's the world we're in now. Like, if you say
Mm-hmm.
anything, that's why we don't show our faces on here because there's the fear of being canceled by saying anything towards a darker skinned person. So that I mean, that's dishonest to me. Now I do believe I've heard men say that like, "Oh, I don't like dark skinned chicks." Like,
Yeah,
I
I heard
don't like
that.
that. I've heard that before. Like, I have my
Mm-hmm.
goddaughter is dark skinned, and
Mm-hmm.
she is having that issue at school where she's
Mm-hmm.
like people tell her that she oh, you your black ass and all that stuff. So I know
Mm-hmm.
that
That
exists.
hurts. Yeah.
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 So I mean, I empathize with her. I believe her in that instant that somebody will be like, oh, I don't, like I don't like, I just don't like dark skinned chicks, and I
And say
can't.
it in front of the whole classroom
Yeah,
and
I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna tell
humiliate
you.
her.
I
Yeah,
told
I
you
believe that.
when I went back also, and I'm not. Forgive me if it seems like I'm separating generations, but I do. I'm telling you, when I went back to college with the millennials, uh, and what what led to my first video in 2008. Remember, I was telling you, it was this dude, and he was like light skinned though, but he used to just, I don't know, just purposely just be trying to antagonize a lot of the females. Like I said, they had referred to me as granny because I was older than a lot of them, but they didn't know my age. They thought that I was around their age because how I looked at that time. Yeah, and it was this dude, like I was telling you, he was. Let me see, what class was this? It was one of the business related classes, and I had like this weave in my hair that was, I got these stories about me and my weaves that I had, but I had like this kind of a short haired weave in my hair that looked like, it was the closest to black texture they had. It was like a kind of 3C or 4A, just a short curly texture kind of, but it was weave. My hair underneath was actually longer. But at that time I was putting all type of weaves in my hair and stuff. So it looked like, and I could do hair good, so it looked like it came out of my head. But it was this dark skin sister. I remember him using me as example. You see, you need to wear your hair like this woman here. And so I was like this sister here. And so I looked at dude, I'm like, how you know this is my hair?
How was the other girl wearing her hair? What was wrong with the other? She had a bad weave, or what was wrong with her hair?
No, she just had some like extensions. It didn't even look tacky or anything like that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But he was just, it was dude. He just, I was witnessing stuff when I went back to college. It wasn't the same when I initially went to college with those of my generation in the mid 90s when I initially went to college around 94, 95. But when I went back to college with the millennials in the 2000s, shortly, around the time I came into YouTube, where I met my husband. I'm telling you, it was a whole different. It was like, I don't know what was going on, but I hate to say this, but you had a lot of brothers. It's like they was purposely just trying to provoke. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what is gender? That's what got me up in YouTube. I'm like, what was with this gender? What is going on with this generation? Yeah, but he was like, and he was one of them, and he would just find this shit. Not necessarily just on colorism, but yeah, he would just find this shit. Like you need to, and all of a sudden, all this hoopla over wearing weaves. You need to wear your hair more natural like this sister here. So he assumed that it was my hair. I guess he was looking at my complexion, so he was assuming that.
I see.
You get what I'm saying, right? So I'm like, dude, how you know this is my hair though? And then he even with this Puerto Rican chick, and she was like, I dye my hair, like that ain't our natural hair color. And so he was feeling salty. And I had noticed that after that, he was trying to like target me with this shit. Yeah, but I was seeing how they was like, I'm telling you, this younger generation, I was seeing like how they would just purposely, like this same guy I had talked about years ago in videos, and I don't change up my story. I talked about how this same guy, he pulled over his female. She was like ethnic. She may have been like Italian, she was Caucasian, but she might have been Italian or something, something like that. Saying, you see, this is the example. They don't even know this female, and I can see how the Caucasian people, she was looking so uncomfortable. Like, dude, why are you putting me on the spot? But just doing this shit to make the black females at this college, we were in the student lounge, to make them jealous, like pulling females, random females, making these comparisons. And I was witnessing shit. And that's how I discovered these videos on YouTube, because these same guys that they used to like me, like see me as big sister figure. But that's how I got to know of Sergeant Willie Pete. And I realized that there's something going on in social media. So whether they're going to use complexion, hair texture, weight, whatever, and I'm not trying to set up any sort of male versus female, but I'm telling you, that's why I don't know what she's talking about, considering her generation. The sad thing is a lot of these guys have a lot of times from my generation, but considering her generation, I don't know now, especially what I've considered like when I went back to college and coming in social media, what I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like talk to my nephews too much about, I had two nephews, like their life. Well, one of them's almost 30 years old, the other one's 19 and stuff. I just like, hi, tap in or whatever, like how y'all doing at work, blah blah blah, and stuff like that. But as far as their social lives, like I don't really talk too much about that, so I don't know what's going on with them.
You go back to college. Well, when I did, what was this, mid 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
You go, and that's that's why my husband happened to be a millennial. I mean, shit just happens. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was a different vibe. It was very different from when I went to college, and I don't know what this animosity, it's just like, I mean, but I know what it is. It has to have something to do with the internet. It has to. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I believe it has something to do with the internet too, because it pulls you into a vacuum. You know what I mean? And it's just
Right.
like you gotta open yourself up to like other views so you don't get pulled into a vacuum. Like even with the colorism stuff, like I have to back up sometimes. I'm like, okay, let me just back up off of this and stuff and talk about other things and or listen to other things and stuff just to diversify.
I never knew or was reminded that I was, let's say, a light-skinned Black woman until more recent years in social media, and that's just the truth. That not in my real life, but I can't speak for everybody. So
yeah, well, let me finish playing this video. Let's see.
Because people don't find it to be a serious enough offense. When you are colorist, people think, oh, it's just a phase that they went through in middle school, or like, oh, it's just something that they did in their past. And like, when I think about this 18-year-old boy who was colorist, like, is when, I'm sure he has some tweets out, I'm sure he has some evidence out of his colorism. So when he becomes 30 something years old and people find them tweets, is he just gonna say like, oh, it was in my past, I've grown? Because it's like when you say you've grown and it's in your past, you know how many people, how many bodies, how many dark-skinned people that you've hurt along the way for your growth, for your change, for your new progression.
Yeah, going back to that, she said that they don't get canceled. What was that chef? He said something about dark skinned women. I think it was a chef, and they went like they found some old tweets of his and ruined his business. Or I think he was an attorney too.
Attorney, yeah, he was an attorney too. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And so he got canceled. So that somebody got canceled. At least one person.
And like, what happens to them? Who picks up the pieces for the dark skinned girls that you've hurt? Who picks up the pieces for them? Where's their growth? Where's the dark skinned girl who I know you're gonna break up with this girl? So the dark skinned girl who's too dark, who's gonna be too dark for you as soon as summer hits, who's gonna care about her growth? We're always having so much empathy for people who are colorists, and it's because we find attacking dark skinned women as like super acceptable, and the only people who stand up for us are usually gonna be us. And it makes me really angry. And like, I don't talk about these topics like specifically like how I'm discussing this like now. Like, I don't think I'm gonna post this. Like, I don't know, because people always say like, oh, this is chronically online. Like, colorism is an online take. Like, somebody say, oh, I never even heard colorism until I went online. It's very much so not an online take.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
wouldn't
much
say
so
that.
happening all around us. It's very much so real. Like, it has real life effects, but I try to talk about it systemically because that seems to be the only arena. Like, when I talk like this, people are gonna be like, oh, it's because you hurt, it's because you're bitter, it's because you got hurt. Like, it's also the only thing that when you're hurt by, people feel like you're staying a victim by experiencing it. Like, it is the biggest mind and biggest gaslight ever.
If I may say,
like, it really
the
is.
thing is, what is wrong if you are hurt? What's wrong with expressing that? That's the thing. So okay, because I will tell people, yeah, I am hurt. This shit is hurtful. You know what I'm saying? See, that's why I'm not really mad at her. If a person is expressing that, I
don't have a problem with her expressing it. I just have a problem with the lies. Like, I believe the rest of the stuff, like some of the stuff she's saying around this part, but that other stuff, everything I called out, I didn't believe that at all.
I'm not going to say you got to have a history of lying, but I do. It's a lot of these people up in here who are questionable, and I do realize that you got some demographic pimps up in here, and they tap into a demographic, whether you know what I'm saying. So I am kind of weary, raise a brow, especially if these are people I'm not familiar with in YouTube, and they just pop up, and all of a sudden they're really big and popular. Not to sound like a hater, but being that I don't really know this woman, and I can't say that what she's saying, I don't see it in any way. I'm not taking any offense to what she's talking about right now, and so I can't say. But I'm gonna tell you because I have witnessed, like I said, and going back to college. So it's that's why I'm not gonna totally discredit her, because I'm not gonna lie, there were things that had me like,
I'm not totally discrediting her. I just discredited her about stuff that just doesn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. Like in today's day and age, especially if she's a activist, like with colorism, then why wouldn't she fight for all the dark skinned girls? Then, if that actually happened to her, they put up a paper bag and said, "Okay, everybody like darker than the paper bag over here. Everybody else go over here and
Yeah.
stuff." And first of all, like I said, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, why even let them in the door?
But you know,
That,
when I first came in social media, well, I've been in social media since like 2001, but YouTube since like 2008. But I will say this, and even considering my activism going back to the 90s and stuff, I will say this: whenever there was the subject of colorism, okay, or what Rashida Strober would refer to as darkism, I will say this is was something that I had witnessed. It usually would not be the darker skinned women addressing it or talking about it. It would be usually sisters such as myself. Now, whether people want to believe that's about kissing ass or if that's what they want to believe, oh well. Anyways, it would be I would notice that uh now yeah, it wouldn't be the darker skinned women, almost as if they were afraid. And I'm just assuming, okay, correct me if I'm wrong or whatever, but this is just what I'm assuming. Like they were, it's almost like they were afraid to be seen as jealous or as a hater or, you know what I'm saying?
a
So,
colorist.
right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It wasn't until like the whole because you if you remember the whole thing with Rashida Strobe, I've talked about this many times. I remember how people had initially reacted. Now I don't agree with her on everything, but in talking, and what she had initially said with the whole Kendrick Lamar thing, I remember how everybody and I witnessed, including dark-skinned women, coming at her. You know what I'm saying? You're causing divisions, this and that. And at that time, that's before she said a lot of the stuff you may hear now, calling Chrissy Crispy and all the stuff that she, dark skinned men shouldn't be with light skin. That's before all of that. She
Mm-hmm.
hadn't even said anything against Kendrick Lamar's fiance. She was just talking about him, and I saw how they were coming at her. And it is kind of like her, but it took people like Amara La Negra, because then people can't say, and I'm not saying that Rashida Strobe is not attractive, but being that, Marlon Negus is seen as like this sex pot or whatever, they can't use, or Lupita Nyong'o, they can't use that. Oh, well, it's about her being a hater. They can't use that shit with them. You understand what I'm saying? They definitely can't, try to use that shit with them, but then it was like, and then I started seeing the reaction after dark skinned women start becoming more comfortable speaking for themselves. Because I know people are like, oh, well, they've always been able to speak for themselves. I don't think so, because at least not publicly, because you didn't really have these conversations on colorism. It was always something, and like I said, it was this biracial female now who used to be in the message forums, and I really looked up to her, Miss G. I talk about her all the time. Garwin may know who I'm talking about. Juicy Fruity definitely know who I'm talking about. But whenever we would get, and she was so pro-black on everything, and I learned a lot from that. She was biracial actually, and back then we were still seeing biracial as part
Black.
of the black family, right?
Mm-hmm.
We weren't tripping over that. Yeah, but I remember when we got on colorism, that's where she would always be like, respond like, well, you're causing this is just divisive. We ain't got time for this as black people. And I had so much respect for her that I would shut up. I would drop the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I would just, because it wasn't about, I was afraid of her or me looking up to her being biracial and she's an authority. It's just, that's how cool, you know what I'm saying? How much I respected her because she had this knowledge. It was obvious, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think it was a front. I don't think it was a thing of her trying to kiss ass or anything like that. It was just about how she was raised in the generation. She was raised like by a black grandmother, you know what I'm saying? Or something like that. And but it's just been in more recent years. You have sisters like this, her, Chrissy, and Rashida Strober before that. So I'm just saying. So, but I can't help but wonder, like with social media. But I will tell you, I'm telling you, it's a different generation. So what we may think is ridiculous, yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I witnessed some shit with it. Yeah, but anyways.
Oh, sorry. It's like I thought you were getting ready to say something else, like anyways, and then switch the subject. Okay, you just like anyways, play the video.
It is a different generation, though. So
yeah, it's a different world nowadays. It's definitely a different
and I'm
world.
also trying to understand: is it a regional thing? Like, is it different? Let's say in Chicago, maybe it is different with those down south. That's I'm trying to get an understanding of.
No,
I'm not down south, so I'm up north.
And
Right,
the
right.
girl was from the West. The lady we played before, she's from I think like California or somewhere.
Oh yeah, I heard they got it bad in Cali. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I heard about stuff in
Really?
Cali. So okay, let me finish playing. Just a little bit left.
Is um and I don't really have a fun or smooth way to end this. Like it disappoints me. It makes me feel very sad. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Dark skinned people get the short end of the stick. And I also just want to speak to, the fact that I understand that people who have more marginalized identities on top of being dark skinned are going to have the brunt and the worst experience. If you're fat and dark skinned, if you're deep dark skin, darker than me, these are people who are really going to experience the brunt of it. But I just can also acknowledge that with the body I'm in, I am experiencing a lot. And like these moments of seeing things in real life, dealing with stuff online, like it gets really overwhelming because it just feels like I'm inundated with seeing these things and like seeing a world that somehow people don't see with me. Like that's why it's frustrating. So I just feel really sad and I think about that girl that's dating that atrocious, terrible 18-year-old who's a tyrant. I my heart goes to her and for everybody who was in that class who heard those things. And even to myself, because even with being older, like it doesn't get
Just
easier.
a little bit left. I thought she was gonna go into Nigeria. She didn't talk about Nigeria. She's Nigerian, by the way. And I what was I gonna say?
Mm.
What?
Girl.
Why it seemed like most of them,
Let me I'm just
most of them ain't American. Like
yeah,
most
that
of them are not American, and it's
it's a
causing
lot.
problems.
Yeah. I mean, I know people don't fool with Tyreek and I don't do the whole tether and
Yeah, I
I
hate
think
that
that's
too.
disrespectful. But it's a lot like this young lady, Jovi Beauty. It's a few of them who are like Nigerian
Oh,
or
Jovi Panamanian. I
Mm.
can't stand her. I mean her.
yeah, me either. Yeah, we got into before because she did something like to a family member that was of mine on YouTube. But
Oh,
yeah, it was real deep. But
oh boy.
um her it's like a lot of them the Caribbean people like that
Mm.
like they bring that here.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying it's just them, but I think isn't Chrissy some
I knew
Chrissy's
something funny.
half West Indian,
see?
supposedly. If
See?
that picture is her, she look
Oh.
full blown West Indian to me. She like everybody we got our same our different our look. You know what I'm saying? Like Black
Mhm.
Americans have a look, Africans have a look, Jamaicans have a look. Like everybody got a look. I mean, some of us sometimes you can't tell, but a lot of times you can tell. Okay, that's somebody. If you can't exactly say, okay, well that's a Jamaican, that's a West Indian. Like you could tell.
But it's
And
interesting y'all mentioned that because what I was just talking about with the person who was causing chaos, and
Hmm.
you said that you believe it was because of colorism. Maybe it's and I really don't want to feed into this because I'm so upset with Tariq Nasheed and what he's done with this whole FBA versus I get so sick of seeing this. But what if it that's what I was saying, Fran Brown, with that maybe it's more of a ethnicity thing, or maybe it's more of a
You see, when it's an ethnicity thing, I call it out, right? So if it
mhm.
was an ethnicity thing, I would have definitely called it out with her. You
Yeah.
just don't want to believe it was a colorism thing. You have to
Yeah,
admit
cuz
that to
like
yourself. You don't want to
well,
believe it.
she didn't hear Virtuous Woman. I really wish she was here for that
I'm
because
afraid to listen to all that because what I
she's
came in on.
ADOS. She's like her. She's an American. So that
So
like
cute.
I think that I think that sometimes when people I don't want to call it I don't want to sound xenophobic, but like I don't have another word for it. So for lack of a better term, foreigners when they come here, um I all right. So somebody else who's done that, OG from Basketball Wives, that was a big thing, and she said the same thing. She's Nigerian. She said the same thing that she went to a HB. I don't know if it. No, she said elementary school, and her teacher told her that she wasn't gonna be nothing because she was dark. This woman, OG, I don't even think she's 30 yet. So you mean to tell me, and as dignified as African people are, that her African parents allowed that there was no lawsuit, there was no, I just I can't believe that. But to me, it's something like I just I feel like
Mm.
sometimes is something that said the lady Wendy Osefo from uh the Housewives, the same thing. And I'm not saying that these people don't experience colorism, but is they come here and they bring that, and then but then I don't want to say that it's an African thing or a Caribbean thing, because we just see like American women, we have the colorism thing, like, so I don't want to just put it on them and like say, oh, it's just the Africans are bringing it here. I
Yeah.
think that it
No, I'm not
is,
saying that either. Yeah.
yeah. So I
They're
But
don't
you
throwing
know.
gotta
fuel
think,
on the
but you gotta
fire,
think
though.
about it.
They're putting fuel on the fire. That's
The
how I
Mhm.
always word
colorism
it.
issue, I do believe, is a bigger thing in these Caribbean, these countries in the West Indies, and like we and maybe that's why also when you think of those, when we talk about the South, when
But
we
they're
talk
not
about
talking about their people in the West
like for
Indies.
those
They're
who,
they're
let's
coming
say,
here to black. They're coming to America, and they're talking about Black Americans, and they're putting fuel on the fire between dark skinned and light skinned Black Americans. But they don't talk
Yeah.
about what they doing in Nigeria. They don't talk about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like with it also being a regional thing, perhaps, and also remember those of the South. Many of the South, they're in, okay. Like for instance, we think Louisiana Creole French. There's a difference between uh how the French, how things, you understand, those who are under the illusion of inclusion, like those from the West Indies who come from these countries where supposedly, oh, we're all one. There are no, like I had this friend in high school, oh, in Colombia, we're just all Colombians. And, we don't look at this, but colorism is real. I had a Puerto Rican friend who also was telling me how they have the darker skinned people here, and you just don't really see that in America. They don't bring that. You know what I'm saying? It seems as if
mhm.
they're all one when they come over to this country.
That's what they say,
Mhm.
but they're lying because they slip out their mouth when they say certain things. If they were all one in places like Brazil and all these different places and stuff, why do they hide their Black people?
Mhm.
Right, right,
They're
exactly.
not
So
all one. So they're racist over there and they just don't like to admit it. Like some of them will admit it. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. So that's why I don't even listen to like people that be saying stuff like that. When they're like, oh no, it's no problem in my country, you a liar. You're a liar.
Mhm.
It's a big problem in your country.
oh yeah.
Mhm.
Try to act
That
like it's just an American thing.
yeah, but it is and it is an American thing too. Like as like we see with the lady, and I don't want to pick on her, but we see it with in American conversations too, that the colorism is perpetuated on both sides. And but I think that when it comes to a light skinned person's experience, for some reason it's like you cannot talk about it because you have this so-called privilege, that you can't talk about it because your privilege is supposed to outweigh that experience. So you're just supposed to
Mm-hmm.
get over it. And that's the thing that I wanted to bring when we first came on here, is
Mm-hmm.
like I'm not, and it's almost like we people think that we live in another world, um that we just live in a light skinned world, and we don't see anything beyond the scope of being light skinned. My
Mm-hmm.
experience, I'm light skinned, but I also have the Black experience. So in the Virtuous Woman's video, she spoke about um the light skinned woman who doesn't fit in, well, she said that doesn't compete with the biracials. So just because she said that, that's a validation of my point, that we go in, if we when we were around the biracials in this space, it
Mm-hmm.
was, oh, like that's them aggressive hood red ass unambiguous
Black
um
bitches.
black,
Them
yeah,
big
Fran the
evil black
man.
bitches. Yeah,
Yeah,
praying
Fran
the
the man,
man
and
and
lil shit and all that,
the single mother.
yeah, so we all single mothers and all that. So we
Yeah, that was my
that's
first time. Well, besides that one Yo Mama Black person, that
yeah.
was my first
And
time ever even being acknowledge that I was a light skin.
And what's the name of it? What's the
and
name
I've been
on the
here how
picture?
many years?
A long time. What's the name of it? What's that dude's name? The stutterer. What's his name?
Oh, hybrid.
No, the stutterer.
Big
The
J
liar.
Tourette.
What you call him? The one that pulled the gun out on the video talking shit to me.
The angry biracial.
Yeah, angry biracial. He gonna
Oh.
say, when I was spazzing out on that time on your live stream, like I was like, let me take a break after that. I took a
Yeah,
break.
I knew. That's why.
I
Yeah.
spazzed out. I lost it. I was on there a couple of times. Like, you know what? Let me
Why you
I
let
need
that
to.
get you?
Huh? What'd you say?
But you know what? Nah.
What? Oh, but let me
I
just
knew
finish. He was
that.
like, look at her
Yeah.
acting all black. He said something to that effect. He was like, look at her just acting like a black woman. Well, motherfucker, I'm a black woman. The fuck I'm supposed to act like? I ain't supposed to cuss you out though, huh? Like they weaponize your blackness against you. I'm just supposed to let you call me a nigger and be cool with it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we get that from both sides, but
Mm-hmm.
but because we have this what do they say, the whatever to whiteness, adjacent to whiteness,
Yeah, proximity
proximity,
to
yeah.
whiteness.
So
Mm-hmm.
but that's supposed to take away that type of hurt, but we get it from each side of the spectrum when we're around some, not all dark skinned people.
Mm-hmm.
It's we're viewed as, just like old girl labeled us as, the whores, the manipulators, the sneaky people.
Conniving.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all
And
say y'all felt that? I mean, I just
Didn't feel
want to
that.
know.
She said that.
she
She
said
said that.
it.
She
Okay.
said that's what we were.
Mhm.
Have y'all been? But have y'all? Despite what she said, like now, unapologetically, can I ask? Are you a millennial or? And
Yeah,
I'm asking. I'm just asking for a reason. Just analyzing everything. And
yeah, I am a millennial. Yep.
okay,
I'm
okay.
an
Can I
older
ask like
millennial.
what region?
I'm
Like
from Louisiana.
Louisiana. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
my
So
city
that
is
you
crib.
probably yeah, because I never really knew. Like your experience or because I'm saying is I have not experienced what you know what I'm saying. So what is it that I'm not understanding or
You didn't
um
never. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Go
go
Oh
ahead.
no,
ahead. I'm
I was
sorry.
just laughing. I was just laughing because it's
Yeah,
like, well, you be like, I love you. I really don't want you to take it
please
like
be
no
honest
other
with me.
way.
Please be
But I
honest.
feel like you be like, I feel like you like, I don't know. Maybe it's where you from, and I don't know. But I don't even think
It's not
it's.
what you from.
I don't even think it's
What?
that. I think that you are such a good person, and you are,
Thank
I
you.
don't know if you call yourself Christian or, I know you believe in God, like you're strong in
Yes,
that,
I do.
and you are a pro-black person. I believe that you don't want to see it, but I think that you're willfully ignorant of light-skinned people's
How
experience.
could I be? I was in group homes with, especially if we're talking amongst females, since it seemed colorism seemed to be talked about more with the
Mm,
females. I lived with black female. Remember when I told you? Okay, my roommate that was biracial, and we'd always end our asses back up in the group home, and
mm-hmm,
we talk
Yeah.
we somehow get the staff to put us in the same room because we were such good friends.
mm-hmm.
And the girls I used to F them, like I told you, the main one I used to F with my friend was about, now she was pretty. And that's just because she was pretty. It ain't about her features. She was just beautiful. It ain't just about her being biracial. She was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah. But the main girl, yeah, she's had some damn haters. Also, her family had money, so she had the nice clothes and stuff. Yeah. Uh, but the main girl, it used to be another girl who I believe, I don't know if she was biracial. I guess
You
what
know
you
she wasn't
call,
biracial because she was coming at that girl for being biracial. She's like, you bald headed mixed
yeah,
bitch.
she would say, yeah, because my friend, and
And
you
that
gotta
means
understand,
she
it
wasn't
was the
mixed.
late
She was
80s,
black.
early 90s. Girls was
She was
not
black.
cutting their
A
hair short.
biracial girl wouldn't call another biracial girl. She wouldn't throw
Yeah,
mixed in
she said
there. She
you
was
like
black. It was a
you
black girl
strong,
who
you
was light skinned with
know.
hazel eyes. Called her a bald headed mixed bitch.
Oh.
Yeah. She
That's
used
what
to
she
cut her
did.
hair like really short, like the woman you
Yeah,
got in the
Pixie's cuts
picture
was in.
here.
I
Yeah,
know.
and back then you didn't cut your hair in the late 80s, early 90s,
I
we
had a
were
Pixie cut in the
teenagers.
late 80s.
Yeah,
Sure
but
did.
the only person who was doing that really was like what, Anita Baker,
My door knockers and my shortcut.
right, right.
Looking
So
too
she,
cute.
well, she revealed to me she cut her hair like that. Now that we're older and we talk about it, she said it was a rebellion thing because her father was Jamaican and she didn't like her stepfather, and she said that they don't like women cutting their hair. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, so that's why you used to wear her. But she was that beautiful that she could cut her hair short. You know what I'm saying? She had a nice shaped face
Mm-hmm.
that she could rock it. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
back, so it was this one. Her name was Tawana, and she was. I never knew if she. I'm assuming that she had black. I don't. I don't. She don't sound like somebody who had one white parent, but she had to be. I do believe she was mixed because she had like the color of her skin. It was like this kind of honey brown kind of, and she had like light eyes and kind of light hair and a certain hair texture. But she was busted. You know, she had a smushed it. She was skinny as hell, no shape, and she used to, and she would get other black girl. You know what I'm saying? She was like the main antagonizer. I used to have to always. I would come home from
Light skinned girls fight though. Light skinned girls fight.
she was the
Just like
main
dark
one.
skinned girls fight. It doesn't mean like I don't understand why you always bring this story up.
No,
I love
that's
you,
the best
but I
example
don't
I can
understand why
give
you
you.
always bring it up.
What I'm
Because
saying is, I've seen girls, all type of girls,
all girls
boys,
fight, exactly, but
right?
for all different kind of reasons. And
My
sometimes
God.
some of those reasons are because of colorism.
Mm-hmm. Because it's easy,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's easy for people to see that colorism, that dark skinned people are affected by colorism, that there's some dark skinned people that may be teased, bullied, and that's the truth. But it's hard for people to see that the same thing happens for light skinned people. It's like, oh well, she just thinks she all that. Like it comes from like
yeah.
it's not seen as truth, it's seen as we just feel this way because we're light skinned, but that's not what it is.
Oh, miss
So
me with your light skin tears. That's what
yeah,
they.
that's yeah, and it comes off like, oh, we're trying to be like the oppression Olympics. I'm not trying to say, oh, my experience is deeper than yours, but I'm letting you
Yeah,
know that
There's an
because
experience.
yeah,
it's
there's an
deeply
experience
infernal.
there because I'm light skinned. I've had people assume that I was trying to take their man, or I was promiscuous, or I'm into like I can't be trusted, just like old girl said in her video that that's what light skinned women are. And Alicia, you cool, you
Yeah,
knew
I'm not
about
saying I
Sergeant Willie
agree
Pete,
with, huh?
but you remember Sergeant Willie Pete had hated
Hmm.
light skinned women, and it wasn't just
Really?
on.
I never
Yes,
knew
He
that.
linked up with
yes,
Chrissy. Him and Chrissy was flirting back and forth, and
Yeah,
yes.
I did learn about Chrissy. She was, a lot of people wouldn't believe this, but yeah, I remember when Chrissy was being called Mammy Mules and all of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mm-hmm,
okay, but
I
that
learned about her through him initially.
mm-hmm.
yeah, that's it. I don't
Ooh,
understand. Like I don't understand how people can't get that it happens. That's an experience of that's the light skin experience because when you're around your darker skin friends sometimes are in a space with darker skin people, it can be taken, it just depends on the person. Not everybody feels like that, but sometimes it's not just social media, it's not just imaginary. And if it was social media, these are real. Social media is composed of real people expressing themselves. So
Mm-hmm.
they may feel comfortable expressing it in social media, but
hmm,
just because they're not saying it publicly, that they still carry those ideas. And if you look in the comments of these videos, you see, yeah, like them, because them light skinned people, like if we bring up a video about Beyonce mama divorcing Richard
Mm.
Lawson,
Did you?
it's gonna
Oh,
be, oh, she
girl.
thought because she was light skinned, she could keep a man. She can't keep no man.
That's what
And
Tasha K basically said.
yeah.
Tasha K. And did you see how she came out to Blue Ivy?
Mm-hmm.
She
Yep.
talking about Blue Ivy all stiff. Excuse me, that girl's on the world stage. She's
what she
11
said?
Mm-hmm.
years old, and she's dancing in front of a stadium full of people. Let's see you do it and see how uncomfortable you
Wait,
get.
what she say about Blue Ivy?
She's calling her stiff and she can't dance and da 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 da. All this type of stuff. I'm like, this little girl's dancing on a world stage. Like, you know how nerve wracking that must be? I'd
And
be
she's
stiff
a child.
too. She's a
Like
child.
she ain't supposed to be like dipping it like her mama.
Exactly.
But
Just
y'all think that's
started.
about colorism? Because black folks gonna talk.
You gotta watch Tasha K. You gotta be familiar
Oh
with
hell
Tasha
no! I ain't
K.
trying to watch that. I'm not even trying to watch
Why? Why not? Why not? Why not?
because that ain't me. I'm not with the T channels. If I
Okay.
So,
want
but
to watch
she, what,
it,
how do
I don't
you,
know.
why do you think that
Those
Tommy
types I can't
Sotomayor
stand.
talks about dark skinned women so much? Like, why? What do you think? Why does
Oh,
he
that's
do that?
obvious. That's about his own. That's how he feel about himself. Also, he's making money, and he knows there's a crowd that will support him. Um, Usually busted non-black women who see it as a compliment hearing other women get put down, and yeah, but that's also about how he feels about himself. That's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Okay.
funny thing is, though, usually when Tommy is like with a female, even though he was with like that Lana or something, you'll see him with.
Uh,
But a lot of these people, they're paid agents up in here. A
mm-hmm.
lot of these people, they're shit starters. They're agents of division and chaos. They tap into a demographic, like with that thing we discovered with the crystal swirls, And yeah, with her now, she's getting the brown skin. I mean, pretty soon they're going to be gathering short black women. If you're black and you're under,
Yeah, see that, but
come
like
on.
I was just trying to see. I mean, I don't think that Tommy, and I agree. I think that is just the shock jock thing, like her
Mm-hmm.
Cynthia G, because I've heard Tommy say I remember him specifically talking about his light skinned friend named Tony, and he was like, because you know how them light skinned niggas be, and he talked about this girl, I think the lady who was twerking in the grocery stores, and she was a light skinned woman, and he said, he had these generalizations about light skinned women. So, and that he had the girlfriend who was a dark skinned woman with a weave. So I don't believe that he thinks that, but I think that that is profitable for him.
Yeah, I think it's
So I
Yeah,
don't
profitable
think
for
that he
yeah.
you.
really feels that. But I just want to know, like, why you can't like I I don't. It's not just you, but it's like people are more willing to believe that a dark skinned woman is bullied or talked about or discriminated against because of her dark skin, but it can't be that for a light skinned person. And I don't understand
Oh,
why.
I'm not saying it can't be. No, I would not say that. I'm just okay. I'm not. Some things I'm not stupid. Okay, another reason I'm reacting the way I am because I had not seen some of these people. Like I know what's going on with some of these light skin sectors. I'm not with
Yeah.
some of them. I'm not saying that was necessarily the
Not
case
this.
with
This is
like
the light skin
is it
sector. The
is
others is
it
golden sphere. Let's be clear now.
yeah
Wait a minute. Clear
yeah.
that up. There's a
I
difference between
can't
the light
say
skin
that was the
sector
case with
and the golden
Isadora.
sphere. There's a
Yeah,
difference.
now what I first saw with the light skin, because I've been seeing like there were some light skin sectors going well. I initially remember with Isadora Storm, because she used to actually be subscribed to my channel and stuff, and she, yeah, she changed her name. She was first Izzy's World. She established
Mhm.
her channel. I couldn't really rock with her because she was on that
Swirling stuff.
divester tip. Yeah,
Mhm.
she was before we were using that term really divester. She was on that tip. Even though I used to, she used to support my channel and everything, but then I saw the direction she was going in. That's the only reason that I unsubscribed from Chrissy and stopped following her because I didn't have no issue with Chrissy. But it's when she started getting on that swirl the tip. I still don't see why people are, there are light skinned women who are so upset. I can understand them not feeling like they're a part of Chrissy's circle. Hey, yo, I'm not tripping. But I never did understand what did Chrissy say that was so bad towards light skinned women? Because a lot of times these people say they addressing her. I'm like, okay, I'm the type when I address people, I'm gonna take exactly what you said. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to respond to what I heard you say more specifically. I
Well,
never
it's been a
did.
long time since I listened to Chrissy, but like
Yeah.
at first I was a supporter of hers, honestly. And then over time, I started noticing the vitriol come out. Like you can hear it in her
Mhm.
tone of voice, and then like she said something, and I know I told you, but now I can't remember what it was. But I know because you said
Yeah,
that
you did tell me
before.
something I can't remember.
I can't remember what it was, but I did have. If I remember, I hope I can. Usually my memory's on point, but I'm getting old brain now, so I can't remember nothing. But what was I gonna say? Oh, and back to Tasha K though too. Did you hear how when she was talking about how Tina Knowles or Tina Lawson is divorcing her and her husband getting divorced or whatever? And no, she was bringing up she brought Matthew Knowles' son outside the marriage, right?
Mhm.
And then she brought up his daughter too, the little one. And she was like, "Yeah, Beyonce don't want nothing to do with her dark skinned sister."
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah, I heard her say that.
what skin color got to do with it? That
Oh
man had
God.
kids on her mother outside the marriage. She don't want to hurt her mother. That's what that's
Mhm.
about.
That's what that's about. And then to bring that up to
That's the
negate
crazy.
everything Beyonce has done. Do you see how much Beyonce intentionally does this overly pro-black thing
Yeah.
where and dark girls and all that, but she can't win. So that's why I'd be like, stop pandering, stop doing it because it makes no sense because you will still be seen as the the light skinned chick who don't like dark skins, no
Mm-hmm.
Well,
matter what you do.
That's true.
well, why you think it's pandering though? What if this is just I have never sensed any. I've been in YouTube or in social media defending Beyonce for years. I don't defend her now because of her dancing with Marina Abramovic and all the satanic ish.
Yeah,
So
that's
I no
crazy.
longer defend her. But I was for years defending Beyonce on social media. Now I didn't necessarily hear all the colors jazz, but people just it was, I mean, for years, her or Ashanti, people really coming at into message forms and stuff. Every
Mm-hmm.
little thing. If her elbows was ashy, people were making a problem. And
Mm-hmm.
it didn't make no
Oh,
damn
look at her!
Yeah.
sense.
Look at her! Look at her! She ain't really
Yeah,
pregnant.
yeah.
She
So I'm
lying
like,
about being
oh
pregnant. I'm like,
God.
this because this
Yeah,
woman
I
light
ain't even
skin. They
know
need to cut the
something
shit.
bad like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I ain't even no fan like that. And she's always came off as very supportive of Kelly, and I could tell by the way her mom talked. Why do
Mm.
people see? This is
Mhm.
another thing too. We want to talk about the stereotyping against light skin. Since we want to talk about that, this idea, if you do speak in support of black women who just are darker than you, or just who happen to make up the majority, because when I speak in support of black women, dark skin, I just see it as speaking in support of black women or black people.
Mhm.
I don't see it. And I have also defended black women, like when the whole thing was Zaza Ali, because I used
Mhm.
to see her as a sister. I acknowledge that she
Mhm.
was biracial, but I did see her as a sister. And like I felt like maybe with the money mishap, it may have been a thing of just bad business. I don't think
Yeah.
she was purposely trying to scam people. I did a video on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I saw things I won't do this now. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know because people have changed my mind on certain things. But yeah, whoever I saw as a sister or a brother, it's just like when they think you're pandering to black men. If you what
Mhm.
if and see, I think that's a still when people
Yeah,
and to
that's
hear
right.
this from other people who happen to be light skinned. Oh, you're kissing ass. You're
You
trying to
know,
be a savior. To me, isn't that going along with this idea that they mention of light skinned people being seen as weak, that we got to do
Mhm.
all this shit for? I don't got to kiss nobody ass. I'm
you
gonna
know what
speak
I
my
think it's
mind. I'm
rooted
gonna
in.
tell my experience. I ain't never had to do that.
You know
Oh,
what I think
That's
that's
a good
rooted in. And we touched on that earlier, right? And I think I had touched on that on this subject. What I'm about to say right now with you and this light skinned dude. I wish I knew who he was. I would like him on his channel when we were on Black Skin is Amazing panel. And I was
mhm.
like, when I was younger, I got so sick and tired of, like, meeting people for the first time. And it will always be females. Most of the time, I got it from a couple of dudes and stuff. Most of the time, it's always females. Hit me in the head with, when I first met you, I ain't like you. And I would think, like, the first time they saw me, like, damn, you just see me walking to the class, or you just saw me walk up, to the store or whatever. You just see me walk. I ain't say nothing to you. I might have just said hi or whatever, sat down next to you. You didn't know me not to dislike me. So what reason did you have to dislike me? So then I started feeling like self-conscious. And then I was just like, oh, okay, well, maybe because they were like, oh, I thought you was stuck up. I'm like, why? Why would you think I was stuck up? Like, why? So I was just like, oh, okay, so they think I'm stuck up. Let me put myself down. And over time,
Mhm.
like, it became a habit.
Oh
And it
wow,
actually affected my self-esteem. I actually developed low
Mhm.
self-esteem because I would put
wow.
myself down on purpose just to let them know, listen, I'm not stuck up. I'm not a stuck up light skinned girl. I'm not like that. I don't think I'm better than you. I wouldn't say those words, but that's what I would be thinking because I didn't want them to feel bad.
Well,
You know what I
maybe
mean?
I was seen
Yeah.
as no threat. Not saying that I'm unattractive. But
Yeah,
then
'cause she
it's
real
like
pretty.
hard to say because I do think my niece is attractive. Well, she's actually biracial, not light skinned black.
Mm,
And then her sister, who is in the caramel category, you know what I'm saying?
mm,
Some may still see that, and her sister's not mixed with, anything.
mm.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. Yeah, it's not to put myself down or anything like that. I'm just, I don't know,
No,
but
but
but but
it's
it's interesting.
touching on
But
that.
I
You
think
understand
it's,
what I'm
and
saying?
then when it's
It's
and this is
rooted in
another
that.
thing that bothers me when there are those who are light skinned and mixing and saying, "Well, see, I used to support you, but now I'm not." And see, I feel like this: if you are sincere, like in me speaking in defense of black people, that's because understand I was raised by a pro black mama. I was
So
raised
was
by a
I.
mother who is right. So I was raised by a mother who exactly. So you understand this is what was embedded in us. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? To
Mm-hmm.
see right, and then I also understand my mama was a darker skinned black woman. That's the woman I was breastfed. I laid on her arm for many years. Many of the women I've shown people in my family who are very dark. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. So I just see it as, and I was never reminded that I look different. I just never wasn't. I wasn't.
I don't think none of us like really like
Yeah, I
were
was
in a way
never in
like
my
most
real
of
life
your existence. You just
reminded, oh, you look different from your cousin. Yeah, I would look different I got these dark skin cousins that had this really long hair.
mm-hmm.
They had much longer hair than my sister and I.
I
But I
think you just see
wasn't
your family as your family. You really don't know the skin
exactly.
color unless you hear something like my great grandmother, one of them I talked about her, she didn't like dark skinned people, right? And she wouldn't allow my grandfather to marry my grandmother because my grandmother was dark skinned. My mother's mother was dark skinned. So he couldn't marry her. But the crazy thing about her also though is that the only people she hated more than dark skinned people was white people, right? So like, and she was
Wow.
biracial. Like I didn't know for the longest time my great grandmother was biracial until I was like in my 30s. She died when I was in my late 20s. I think I was like 33 or 35, somewhere
She
like
was
that.
directly biracial, huh?
Yeah, she's directly biracial. I
Oh,
knew she had some white in her, right? I knew we had white in the family, but I thought she was like black and then followed by Native American and then a pinch of white. And that's why the light skin was in there. You know what I mean? I didn't realize she was half
okay.
white, but she was the product of rape. And when
Oh,
she got
wow.
older, um, a white man tried to rape her and she killed him. Either he did rape her or she
Whoa.
tried to rape her. It's one of those two things. I can't remember. My mother had told me the story. And she killed him. And then they came up north and she never went back down to Georgia again. She never went back down south. She was from down south. She never went back home.
Wow,
Never.
that'll mess you up. That's messed
So,
up.
like to be a product of rape yourself and be half white, white man raped your mother, and then you grow up and a white man tries to rape you.
Damn.
So, you know what I mean? That's why it bothers me when people like get
And you said
get their
she
panties in a bunch talking about everybody wasn't a product of rape. Well, that's your family. That's great for your family, but don't sit there and try to dismiss others and make us try to seem like we're crazy. Like, I mean, that wasn't just happening. They act like that was just happening during chattel slavery. That was happening during Jim Crow. Okay,
yeah, some of the
my
worst things
great
happened
grandmother
at
wasn't no
some
slave.
of the
She's
worst
Jim
stuff
Crow.
happened post-slavery. That's the thing. That's what people gotta
Mm-hmm.
realize. Some of the worst shit happened post-slavery.
And my other great grandmother, also on my mother's side, my grandmother, that's my grandfather's mother. My grandmother, my grandmother's mother was also a product of rape. But I always knew that about her because she died way before I was born. So I knew that about her.
I
But
would
the
have
other
really
one, I didn't
liked
know
to have
nothing.
known what Malcolm X's mom was like. Like,
She hated white people.
yeah, that would have been really interesting to hear some like if we could like if there were some memoirs or what it was for her growing up. Because wasn't she also from like of Caribbean descent? I think I heard.
Grenadian, I think. I think she's from
Yeah,
Yeah,
Grenada.
she was Canadian.
they
Yep.
were like some Garveyites. So you
Mm.
can't tell that is part of the black experience, even if it is also even if she's also that's part of my racial history that is of the black experience. The
Mm.
such stories like what you're talking about. Sad to
Yeah.
say, you know what I'm saying? This or at least the Black American or the you know Black North American experience.
People of African descent experience in America. You know what I mean? Like,
Right,
it's
right.
just because it
Was it
wasn't just
NDOS
happening to
experience?
dark skinned black women. It was happening to all shades of black women. It was happening to biracials. I'm sure it was happening to quadroons. It was happening to all them women of African descent, all of them.
Right. And see, if we understand black by race and ethnicity, there's a difference. Race and then there's ethnicity. You know what I'm saying? Ethnicity, culture, you know what I'm saying? Experiences. And this is what people got to understand. And we got to understand different people's experiences, the times that they lived in, you know. Because if a lot of people were alive, they would not approve of a lot of the rhetoric that they're hearing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people, if they were still alive, you know, they
Yeah, they
definitely
definitely wouldn't approve. They definitely, I don't think they would approve. I think black, just speaking on our culture, being a black American or whatever, I think our culture is slipping as the years go on and on. Like, I didn't see our people going out looking like they just rolled out of bed, bonnets on their head, walking out there in pajamas. I'm like, what type of, like, who raised you? Like that, black people wasn't like that. Like, you know, like they people always want to bring up, oh, people's mothers coming to household that to school in a household, the robe
That's
or
what
whatever.
one or
That was
two
an
we even
emergency.
call ourselves black. And I'm not saying this for reasons anti-melanin. Hell no. But you know, with my Bible beliefs, you know, it's like when we begin to embrace black. And you know, I like black. I like saying I'm black. I
I
love
like black too.
yeah, it sounds so cool. It's one syllable. Black, you
It's
know,
unsyllable.
it's a defiance to it. But then with me learning more about the Bible, I'm wondering, see, because when we were labeled as black, it wasn't just about our complexion. I'm realizing, learning more, looking at history, it was something more symbolic, like to represent death and gloom, and you know what I'm saying.
But
And it
they talk
seems
out
like,
of both sides of their mouth when
you
they talk
know,
about black. Like black means black male, black means death, black means gloom and doom. But then, like for
that's what
instance,
they're
Dr.
really
Francis
thinking.
Cress Wilson said, "Yeah, but when a judge, like to show power, a judge, what color is the judge's robe? It's black. If you want to look sexy as a woman, what you gonna
Black
wear?
belt,
Your little
right?
black dress. If you want to have a car that's rich and luxurious, what you gonna have? That black limousine. Now people are pushing white, but
But
before
you
it
know,
was that black
symbols are real
limousine.
important. You know, things symbolically, and when we embrace, it's just like in the Bible times when they named their children, the names meant something. You didn't just name, oh, this sounds like a pretty name. The name, it was almost like you could put a blessing or curse on a person, how you name them. That's what we got to be careful, like what we name our children.
I like black
You know what
too.
I'm
This is the
saying?
reason why I like black, right? Because I remember before in the dictionary, like when I was a teenager, I remember it saying black was the absorption of all colors, right?
Yeah, that's
Now it
how
says in the
right.
dictionary it's the absence of all colors, right? They changed it. But it used to be the absorption of all colors. And if you look, take for example, like an animal, like a dog or a cat that's sunning itself, you ever notice a little different flecks of all the little different colors? You might see teal, gold. You ever notice that?
Right.
You see
And when
that,
you
and
wear black, you can feel the sun. You know when you're wearing something
it
black. I used to
absorbs,
wonder
and the sun is light rays, right?
why
The
summer
sun is
clothes
light
got to be
rays,
lighter and stuff.
and,
Right.
and that's like a
And when you mix
kaleidoscope.
all your paint colors, I know as an artist, you know, you're gonna
Yeah.
come up with this kind of muddy, dark, like close to black like color. When you mix, you know, it's gonna be like a purplish, a very dark, like black maroon like color. When you mix all colors together. So I definitely, this is not about me being anti-melanin, but I've just been looking at stuff since when you look at from the late 1960s and on, and when we began to like embrace being black, where it's just like, okay, like the Moors, they didn't call themselves Moors, you know what I'm saying? But you think more mortality, morgue, you know what I'm saying? Negro, necro, death, you know, and have we embraced death? Have we embraced rebellion? You understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't think so. Like for
People ain't
me,
gonna
I
hear me.
don't look, like I said,
When
I
I
don't look
go
at.
there, people are not gonna hear me. They gonna be like,
No, I
oh,
hear you. I just don't look at black
turning into
as
a
like that.
colonial.
I just don't look at the word like that because, like I said, the colors are all make up black. I mean, you know, black is made up of all colors, and with us being the parent race to the
But
world,
we didn't
all
call
colors
ourselves
come from
black.
us. You see what I'm
But think
saying?
about it, we didn't call ourselves black though. We didn't just call ourselves black and before that. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
no, not
Just like the Moors
before we
didn't call
didn't,
themselves Moors.
huh? What you
You know,
say?
that's not what we originally. We just went on accepted, almost like, you know what, you calling me black, then I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna embrace it. You
So
may
we didn't
you
name ourselves black. I thought we named
know,
ourselves black in the '60s.
No, we just took it. You hear me though, panoramic? No, we embraced it almost like, you know what, you calling me a nigga, so I'm gonna take it. Oh goodness, I'm
No,
forgetting
you
I'm
can
on
say that word. It's okay.
but you know, like, you know how we do. You know how we do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, you being called bitch. Well, you know what? I'm gonna be the baddest bitch then. I'm HBIC. You
Right.
know how we do. You know how we do.
Mhm.
So in us, but that's not what we was originally calling. But then that'll be a whole nother discussion on who we really are. But
Oh Lord, I
oh,
was,
you go
I was a
psychopath is
bad
crazy.
Christian. Bad Christian.
That's why I'm like, I'm looking at these discussions and how crazy they. Because then you got, yeah, I was checking out with this MC Cham person, MCCH, and you know Cam CHAM, that's also ham and stuff. And so, he wouldn't consider somebody like me black.
Yeah,
Like,
he does.
Mhm.
You're not black.
even though I'm like, if we are to trust the DNA results, I am 1% more. You do know I share my DNA results, right?
He does. Yep, I
So,
heard. Yeah,
oh yes,
Cynical shared it with
oh
me.
yes,
97
I know
percent.
we
You
do
got me
lie.
beat. Look at you, sounding all proud.
93%, yes, dear.
Oh
And
wow. Oh
Etsy.com.
wow.
Oh yes. And I showed you my family on my mama's side. I
Yeah, he showed
showed
me.
you. I knew what was up. I know when you, if you
I
look at
knew know myself. I
my
knew.
mama's siblings are darker
Ooh,
than
I'm
a lot.
blacker than you. I knew. I knew.
I ain't say all that, yeah.
You know, I like being a fool. Leave me alone. I like the joke.
Yeah, like my husband, he's darker skinned, but I tell him because man, you look at his hair. My husband, his hair is like what, like 4A, 3C. He got hair that, yeah. And I'm like, I know your nose is narrower than mine. I'm not saying you got a nose like gotta have a nose like mine, lips like mine to be black. I'm just saying I know. And when I look on my mama's side of the family, I'm telling you, because she got siblings, because I believe it's Gullah Geechee, well, what I've been told. She got siblings that are very dark, darker than most African Americans. You understand what I'm saying? I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking like even in
Yeah,
that
yeah, that
Michael Black.
nilotic color. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. Exactly. My mama was as light as it got.
Jane is 85%. What the hell? Where all y'all come from? What the
I'm
Right.
used
hell
to
is
do
So
going
mine.
on?
I'm very bad too. And if we want to talk about the curses, hell yeah. If we're gonna go by Deuteronomy, I know with my family, you can't tell me. I know we
Lord.
Israelite. I know that's for sure. If we gonna go by Deuteronomy, so not, but we are blessed. Don't get it twisted.
Oh, you
But
said we're
yeah,
blessed? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So you'll have somebody like him saying that somebody like me, even on 1% higher than Whoopi Goldberg. But I guess all other features don't count.
He
Okay.
don't believe in the DNA test. He believes to go by phenotype.
Oh my gosh. I showed a woman from Nigeria.
He don't
She was
care.
like lighter than me.
You
I
talking about
showed
the
this
woman
one.
from South Africa, Mama D? You talking about Mama
No,
D?
a woman from Nigeria. And she said
Oh
she
my
thought that she
Nigeria.
might be Khoisan, right? And it did not show her to be of the of the San people. She ain't Khoi, you
And it
know.
ain't Mama D?
No, I did sharing different DNA results. I just gathered, and I didn't gather them like, oh, I'm gonna purposely pick these. It was just
She
the
got
first thing
squinty
that
eyes,
came up.
right? She got squinty
Yeah, she got
eyes.
small, kind of small, like eyes.
Yeah, that's Mama D. She's
Oh,
not
all right.
Nigerian. She's South African.
No,
That's why she
I
brought
don't
the
think I would have
croissant.
remembered. No, because she was wondering maybe she got koi in it. She's
Yeah, I
very
remember when she
light
said that in
woman.
her video when she went over her DNA
Had
results.
kind of a pudgy face like me.
Yeah,
And
that's
those
Mama
are
D.
Bantu. See this pudginess in my face, that's very Bantu. I got a lot of pragmatism. You know what I'm saying?
What's the name to tell you? Mr. Uganda. He was like,
And she had
those
two
are
tests.
not Bantu features. He was like, Bantu people don't have the same features or something. He said. Remember when he said that?
Yeah. See, and MC Cam, you got to see his name is Cam, CHAM. That's also Ham. See, and we ain't the same people. That's the thing we got to understand. Not all black people are the same. Not all the people who are put in the anthropological category of black are
Wait,
all the same.
I'm
You
saying
understand
her
what I'm
name
saying?
wrong. What's her
So,
name?
no, I'm okay. Let me, if I can find it. Yeah, because this woman,
Oh yeah,
and
it is. I did get her name right. Okay,
she
it's
had
right here.
two tests done. She had two tests done, and her daughter came out also very light.
Yeah, yep, I got
So
it.
these things do happen,
She's
and it's
South
not
African.
that rare. I got a cousin. Both of her parents are dark skinned, but she's like brown skin. She came out like cinnamon. You know what I'm saying? These things happen. My brother and his wife, they both got dark eyes, but they got a daughter, and you can see clearly that's their daughter. She has hazel eyes, you know, things like, well, I do believe it may have be a distant relative on the mother, but these things do happen though. You know, And
You
it's
looking at
not
the screen?
rare as people think.
You looking at the screen?
Yeah, that's her. That's
She's
her.
South African, not Nigerian.
I thought it was Nigeria. Yeah, that's
No,
her.
she's South African.
How you know about her?
Because I watch her channel. What you mean how I know about her? I watch YouTube just like you watch YouTube.
Her. Yeah, because that's her daughter. Yeah, that's her.
That's our family. They all South African.
Yeah, she got pudgy face like mine. But no, it wasn't South African. I thought she was Nigerian.
She is South African. I promise you she's South African.
Wait, go to the DNA thing. That was
Lord have mercy. I gotta go find the lady test. She even looked like a full-blown South African.
And I'm saying Nigerian I'm saying Nigerian.
She don't even look Nigerian.
Because then people can say, oh, well, South African. No, I remember it said like
go to search
Nigerian.
Oh wait, no. How do I go to search on this thing? They switch things around. Wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, never mind. I found it. Wait a minute. DNA test.
You say y'all been knew about her? Damn, I'm late.
Yeah, been knew about her. I knew about her before she even did her ancestry test.
I thought I hit y'all.
I knew about her before she even took the ancestry test. Let me see if I can find her first one where she talks about it. Hold on. Is it this one? Ethnicity tag. Let's see. 100% African. This is the one. Hold on. Let me.
I want to believe Nigerian. I could have sworn it was Nigerian because that would definitely.
You never think I know what I'm talking about. You constantly think I'm lying.
I don't believe y'all what you said. Like I said, I'm females just some damn troublemakers. Just some troublemakers. Probably set up in YouTube to cause disruption.
She don't trust me.
Seeing us get along.
How do I do my thing? Got me all shook up. Wait a minute. Let me share my screen again. This lady here. Okay, let's see. Take off the mute.
Yes. Yep.
And play.
Welcome back to my channel. So this is a follow-up video from my ancestry.com results.
African
video.
as well.
Thank you so much.
We could be related.
Surprised by the response that you all gave. This video here is going to be really short because it's just a follow-up. So I went ahead based on people's responses, uploaded my DNA, my raw DNA into GED or gdmatch.com to see if it would be different from what ancestry.com gave me. So if you recall, ancestry.com gave
you mind the right one?
Southern Africa.
She has 2 videos.
Let's hear it again. To
see if it would be different from what ancestry.com gave me. So if you recall, ancestry.com gave me 100% Southern African.
Ooh.
With really no West African.
Wait.
Well, I told you I be knowing what I'm talking about. I told you so. I was saying every time I told you so.
Okay. But there are also Nigerians.
We wasn't girl stop. Now you talking about this. This lady ain't Nigerian. What the hell that got to do with anything? Well, I told you this lady ain't Nigerian, girl.
I had showed her amongst other people, so I might have gotten confused. But there are.
So I'm not lying. So then I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth, right? Say it. Say you're not lying, friend.
You're not lying, friend.
I know I ain't.
But like I said, I still don't believe it was just by colorism with them females. I believe they were some agents.
Thank you, Haru.
Because we had a good thing going with our panel.
Yeah, her
and
body type too.
Cause some shit. Because I found out there were people going around YouTube, just some of these same people just going in different streams, just starting arguments with black folks, getting black folks to argue when they seeing that we getting along and stuff.
Emma, is that you, Sheed? He think you and what's his name and look alike? You and Mama D. I don't be dry snitching. I be straight snitching. I'm telling you,
we were like
straight snitching.
Crabby.
Well, she missed it.
Okay, have you changed your mind about the you know what? But well, we really shouldn't talk about that.
Oh, I know what you about to say. I know what you want to talk about.
We really got heated on that.
What you always want to talk about, and it's gonna get ugly again. You don't want to talk about that.
Okay, never mind.
I could talk about it though. I can. I could bust up any conspiracy
But
you can let
yeah,
me with.
but you know, I was listening to Diana Baby's D story. She really do it with the whole MGM thing. She had a yeah, I kind of get it now. You know, I guess it's like a term, you know, that he used in talking, you know, and differentiating themselves from biracials. It's more of an
Mm-hmm.
online thing. So I kind
Mm-hmm.
of, because I remember at first I was like, what's all this MSNBC and like, you know,
MSNBC.
I'm of a different generation, so you know how I'm gonna be a little intolerant of certain things. But I got a better understanding when people can, you know, and that's why I'm trying to, you know, just be a little more understanding. It's not, and that's not kissing anybody behind. But like I said, it's not. Yeah, I can't even imagine myself humble. Yeah, I believe that we should be humble and meek, you know, because that's what the Bible says. But I can't imagine myself like straight putting myself down. You know what I'm saying? That's really, and I'm not putting you down and saying this, but that's really messed up. If it's, you know what I'm saying?
I
Where
was
you
self
so
conscious about
speak
that whole
your
stuck up light
mind.
skinned girl thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was self conscious about it. I didn't want nobody trying to jump me again. Okay, I didn't want to get jumped again. I
Wow.
just didn't want none of them kind of problems. I didn't.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
what.
know,
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say like that.
Wow.
But I wanted to say thank you, Lashifa, for pointing out. Like, why does Beyonce honoring darker women have to be considered pandering? So I was
Right.
wrong for saying that. Um, and I don't want to say but because they say when you say but it negates everything before that. So I'm gonna say, however.
Okay.
however,
However, sometimes it's like the light skin guilt. So it's like we
mm,
feel like either we gotta put our hair down, not wear if we got looser texture hair, not show the hair, or be mad. That was the thing I took on. Like I can identify with friends saying that like when people say that you don't want to have that light skin stuck up girl image. So you try your
Hmm.
best to minimize yourself either
mm,
like that's why you see a lot of light skinned women with a bunch of like tattoos or like the because I was like that was like into sports and
Hmm.
stuff, so I was like, oh, I'm like I'm one of the boys, I'm cool, like ain't I ain't no threat or whatever. I wasn't like to be feminine. I felt like that was me, it was going to be perceived as me thinking I was too much, so I
mm-hmm.
wouldn't wear makeup, I wouldn't get my I kept my hair in a
Wow.
ponytail because I have really curly hair. I would keep it in a ponytail because I didn't want that I didn't want it to be perceived as just
You
me
trying to
being
show off
me.
your quote unquote good
Yeah.
hair? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I want to bring up this thing with thank you, fair minded. What Virtuous Woman said, because she said that light skinned women do not call out problematic women like Lisa Ray. And I can say that Lisa Ray has said some things that are problematic. Like at one time she was saying, Saucy Santana. Oh, I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself. All right, Saucy Santana said that, and I'm not saying that just because he gay, is just like the ideas that he have about women. I don't like it, but
Mm-hmm.
he talked about Blue Ivy's hair being nappy. So when
Mm-hmm.
they had that show, the Cocktails with the Queens, I think one of the other co-hosts said, "Well, Lisa." What if he said that about your granddaughter? And she was like, "Oh, he wouldn't say that about my granddaughter because her hair not had nappy. She ain't got nappy hair."
She did not
Right.
say
So
that.
Wow.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and her hair is the texture of like chili, like that type of loose texture. And that she
Wow.
shouldn't have said that because even as a light-skinned person and like with this the young lady that was talking about her experience with HBCUs, is she saying that light-skinned people are overtly colorist. To me is like I've always watched what I said. Like I would never say what your nappy head is. I would never say nothing like
Right.
that. Even
Mm-hmm.
though I'm a black person, I would never say that. Like Claudia Jordan, that's why she's called colorist because when she was on Housewives of Atlanta, she told Nene that the back of her kitchen was nappy.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
it like, but have y'all seen Claudia? Claudia got like 4C hair, so
Oh,
to
I never seen
her,
her natural hair.
yeah,
She got a lot of nerve.
Yeah, she has 4C hair, but she feels like she can say that because she views herself as black.
Black, yeah, sure.
So in light skinned people say stuff like that. So to bring virtuous woman's point, yeah, I would call out Lisa Ray for that. But another thing is I'm not gonna say that she's just always problematic because every time as a light skinned person, you can't say what you want to say because everything you say will be taken as colorist. So let's just take it. If it was a dark skinned woman who had if it was something said about a dark skinned woman's child and it was going after like a white person or something, and they say, well, my daughter ain't whatever, my daughter ain't got a flat butt or something like that. Well, that may be a bad example, but if they say my daughter ain't got no wax shape or something like that, then a darker skinned person can say that because it's like, well, I'm just because I'm proud and black, but you can't be proud in you can't say those things and uplift your people if you're light skinned because it comes off as her being colorist. She could have just been saying it as, "Oh, I'm getting back at you. I'm just gonna say that my baby hair not nappy." If she could have, she probably didn't mean it
In
in
that
that
way.
way, but it
Mhm.
was taken that
Taken that
way.
way, yeah.
Yeah. So, but everything she says, like she took up when Chris Brown and Tiana Taylor had like some type of altercation, and Usher like broke up the situation. All Lisa Ray said was, "We don't know what happened, so I'm not gonna speak on that." Like it could have been anything. We don't know what she said. So it was like, oh well, Lisa Ray is just taking up for Chris Brown because he light skinned. No, she's taking up for him because nobody knows what happened.
Happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like those things are said in a way like every time you say something as a light skinned person, is taken as if it's coming from this pedestal that we supposed to be on, and it's not that. But we can't have the full black experience because we're seen as something other than black. So everything we say towards a dark skinned person or a brown skinned person, it comes across as I'm just being colorist. So you can talk about me being Izzy said this before, like waffle colored or piss colored or whatever they call us.
Or
But
you
I
could talk
couldn't.
about a light skinned person's big lips, a light
Yeah.
skinned person's big nose, that they nappy hair, but
Mhm.
we can't do that to them.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
You got the
I
same
come up
nappy hair as
from,
them,
we
the
think
same
it's
big
different with
nose as
males and
them.
females, and not to cause division, but we do have to recognize that there's difference, because I grew up, like I've heard, I'm from Chicago, and the colorism ain't that big of a thing, but I have heard, like "Yo mama so black" jokes, and I've heard it from light skinned people, and I've heard it from dark skinned people, and I've heard it from people in between. And I do know, like for instance, with dudes, I've heard dudes clown each other with "yo yellow ass," yo, monkey ass. I've heard this shit from light skin and dark skin. I have. You know what I'm saying, like in clowning, because it's almost like it's part of our culture, playing the dozens, reminding, like if you got red hair, being called red, not necessarily as a put down, or if you're a person who stuttered, you're gonna be reminded you stuttered, or if you're a person that's, you know what I'm saying, and then it's almost like we go at each other almost as a way of desensitizing ourselves to, you know what I'm saying, gunning, and because I've heard this amongst friends, people who cool with each other. You know what I'm saying? I've heard it from dark skin and light skin. Do you think though that this is it's more accepted though? Like let's say with guys, like like with light skinned dudes, like they could get away with, you know what I'm saying? And I've been, somebody did point out, who was that? Emancipation, was that her name? She
Mm-hmm.
pointed out something I never really thought of, because I was, see, this is the thing, I was not teased for being light skinned, anything. I never was reminded, but I was reminded that I was black. I was reminded I had big lips. I
Mm-hmm.
definitely, I've talked about that many times. I was teased for having big breasts, which led me to having a breast reduction because the
Mm-hmm.
teasing was so bad. Soon as I turned like a certain age where I could get it, I got a breast reduction in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
At at the age of 21. I was teased for have big features, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much my nose as you would have thought, but definitely my lips, and that's
Mm-hmm.
probably because when I was, you smaller when your face is small and stuff, but my lips were always big. You know what I'm saying? It's like my face will get smaller, but my lips they gonna remain big. And I
Mm-hmm.
was definitely for having nappy hair, big hair. Well, I was
Mm-hmm.
definitely teased for big features. And Emancipation, she had posted something, but I never really thought about that. But that was interesting. Because there was one sister, she had a video that I could relate. I was the only light skinned person I had a video I guess I could relate to. She had a video titled "What Privilege." And she was a black woman like myself who is obvious, what you call unambiguous black person. And she had beautiful features, but big feet. You know what I'm saying? And so she was talking about how people always thinking that like if you're light skinned, you put on this pedestal. It was a black dude used to taunt me, call me ugly, black ass, all that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put on this, at least far as I know of, I wouldn't put on this pedestal. So yeah, I could kind of relate to that. But Emancipation had posted something. She was like, she it's something to think about. She was like saying, well, she was claiming that if I was darker skinned, I wouldn't have been teased for my lips and I never was really teased like that for my nose, but my big features, period. My
Right,
Mm-hmm.
lips,
because you
whatever that was.
what I say it was
Yeah,
again.
that was something. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it was something. It did have me like, I never thought about that. But regardless, all I know is when I was teased for my features, it was for my black features.
Mhm.
That's all that
Mm-hmm.
I know. And even though I don't compare myself to darker skinned women because I know what the whole thing
By
with dark,
black people, right?
that's
Black
on a
people.
whole nother level when we talk about darkism because that's associated with cursed and all of that.
Who
Mm-hmm.
teased
However,
you for your black
I
features though?
do know. Yeah, I was right. I was taunted for my what's considered black features. What's
No, I said
considered
who teased you for your black people?
black people. Yeah, mostly. Yeah, black people. Because white people ain't got to do nothing no more. They trained us. But I don't take away from white racism and its contribution to that. But and I can tell you, my dark skinned friend who happened to be dark skinned, even though I don't compare myself, but I can tell you, and she knows that I know I more than likely got teased more than her in our childhood. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I definitely for my black features, even though she was dark skinned, I still had more traits, more features that could be picked at. You know what I'm saying? She may have had darker skin, but she doesn't have my nose, she doesn't have my lips. And I understand that some people would say, yeah, but still she's dark skinned and they still would still put you. I understand why people would say that. But so what I'm saying is, like this is why also I say I can't say that I had to like when I saw School Days when I was a teenager when School Days came out in the late '80s. I automatically and this guy in YouTube, the Yo Mama Black, laughed at that. I said I automatically saw myself with the jigaboos. Automatically, that's where because the song was Good and Bad Hair. Remember, it wasn't
Mhm.
light and dark skin. I automatically and I'm like, and he took what I said and he was laughing at it in YouTube. Like, oh, I'm bullshitting. Like, how the hell you gonna tell me when I was a teenager? When I
Mhm.
saw that movie, that's who I automatically identified with. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That was my experience. That ain't me, and that's not me bullshitting because I was reminded when I was teased, I didn't have a light skin experience. I had the black experience. I was reminded, especially when my family moved to the suburbs, and the few black people there, they was ass kissers, they was brainwashed. And this
Mhm.
black boy, even though he was very dark skinned, he used to taunt me and call me black ass. He used to remind people that I was from the ghetto, me being from Cabrini Green. He used to remind people that I was from the ghetto. And so that was another way of reminding me that I'm black and I don't belong here. So I used to think, oh, well, maybe because I'm black female, that's what makes it wrong. It's okay if you're dark skinned, you know what I'm saying? If you're or if you're black and you're male, but me being black and female,
Mhm.
maybe that's something you understand what I'm saying? Because I don't
Mhm.
think that my four brothers went through those same social issues that I went through. But yeah, he used to taunt me, call me black ass, and he was very dark skinned. I think his family was from the Caribbean, though. But he
Mhm.
was very and he used to, and then I talked about this years ago. So this ain't some shit I'm making up.
Right. I remember.
Blowing it to co-sign. I found his ass on Facebook too. I did a
Didn't you
video.
share the picture? You
I
you
sure,
did, right? That's not my
I sure did. I
imagination, right?
shared his
Okay.
I
Because you were
shared
like, I don't know if I should do this. I'm like,
Yeah,
I
because here
think
I
I
am. I'm
remember
coming
sharing
from
that picture.
Chicago. Now, when you yearning to go back to the ghetto, I was yearning seriously. I was mad at my mama for moving to the suburbs. So you gotta understand, when I moved from Chicago and went to the suburbs, I'm around all these white people and stuff. You see that one black kid in the class. And I'm
excited.
like, it's like 6. I'm like, okay, we can hook up, we can be friends, you know, because you
Mhm.
know, it's not about me wanting to be prejudiced white people. It just I couldn't relate, you know, it's
Sense
like
of
a whole different right,
familiarity.
environment. But this dude, he was worse than the white racist kid, you know what I'm saying? But I realize now, of course, me getting older, the thing is, he didn't want to be the pink elephant in the room. So he wanted to point out I was black so they wouldn't notice that he was black. Do you understand what I'm saying? So yeah, he would tell me, oh, there go black ass. There go black ass right there. And so this and that did something to my self-esteem. So of course, when school days and stuff, what am I going to relate to? I'm going to relate more to black, you know what I'm saying? To black women in general. It's just like when I
Well,
was
light skinned women are black women too, though. Now, come on.
yeah. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that's what I mean, though. Black women. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to relate to black women, the majority happening to be brown to black skin. You understand what I'm saying? So, and when I was on Angel Ramirez Jordan, when I was at a point where when I first was like looking at biracial people sideways after what I witnessed with Rashida Strober, because it was like nobody coming to her defense. And then I noticed it was some biracials co-signing white racists. And that was my first time really seeing racism from biracial people. I didn't even want to believe that they were mixed with because I wasn't used to biracials like that. And I would go to their channel like, no, this because I'm convinced this is a white person pretending to be mixed. You know what I'm saying? So, and I went and I saw like the one that one Visions of Asian. She was one of them.
Yeah.
Co-signing, you know, I ain't gonna lie
about.
on shit, and I'm gonna bring receipts.
Mhm.
And because I didn't even want to believe that they was mixed. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, nah, I never heard mixed. Because these are the same people. I would defend them like, and you know this. I would defend them like I defend any other black people. Person.
She on EU
so
channel.
I was like at a point where, but Angel Ramirez, he just happened to at that time invite me to a little phone conference. So I was like, oh, okay, and it just happened to be with a whole bunch of mixed people. I was like, okay, almost like he witnessed what happened with the Rashida thing, and yeah, and so it was this female from Holland, and I talked about this before, and she was like saying how, you know, it hurts her when Black Americans say that she's not Black. Because she said in her country she's always reminded. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's kind of how the experience was when I went to. I was not reminded I was light skinned like it's something separate. I had the Black experience. That's what I'm saying. She so she said she and yeah, there was some really sweet people. There were real nice people who, you know, they were, I don't know how.
Is the girl from Holland, is she a hair YouTuber? She a natural hair YouTuber?
I don't know. She had an accent though. She was like from
I
the
wonder
Netherlands.
if that's her.
She had an accent, and we talked for a while. I could tell Angel was getting sick of us talking. But ooh, and he was, I'm gonna tell you, Angel got a little temper.
He gets an attitude.
He gets an attitude. Because there was some people arguing. That was our first time kind of picking up. And stupidity accidents happened. It was this dude named who used to go after.
What happened to him?
Yeah, what happened to him?
Yeah,
He
what
used to
happened
go
to
after.
him?
He was a little. He happened to be. He happened to come up in that conference. But yeah, it was some females who had got to the kind of talking. Yeah, and I'm hearing Angel like put his foot down, like, ooh, I think he got a little temper.
He does. He got a temper.
But me and her, we got to talking for a while, and it was really sad. And so that's what it got me in a situation. I don't know what to say because I like, this could be my niece. This could, you know, like. And next thing, you know, you saw what happened, you know, like when I was on Psychopathia's panel and stuff, and I'm also thinking of my niece, and I'm thinking of this female from Holland and what she said. But then I'm hearing, oh, you're forcing blackness on people. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why I try to be considered. I try to be considerate of different people's experiences.
Right. Sorry, that's I got a notification. Hate notifications. Oh, Lord. Girls. It was nice talking to y'all and chatting with y'all.
Yes, this was very nice.
Yeah, I missed y'all.
Oh yeah, where were you?
I had to take a break. I told you. First of all, I had to take a break after my spaz session, but I did plan on coming back. I didn't plan on staying away as long as I did. Then I was like, fuck it. I was like, I did say that I wanted last year to be my last year on YouTube. Like last year I said this is gonna be my last year on YouTube. You don't remember me saying that? I said it.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I ain't coming back, right? I was enjoying my peace. And then I was like, I kept thinking about y'all and wanting to come back and then wanting to come back.
But you can answer your Gmails, you know, because I was wondering
she don't.
I was wondering when you're sick. That's what I was wondering. Are you okay
Oh,
wise? That's what
I
I
don't
was
check my Gmails. I gotta check them, girl. If I showed you
You
like
out of
my
order.
personal one, how many? I'm embarrassed to say. I'll tell you, it's over 1,000.
You hella out of order. Where you been unapologetically?
Same place, like just I mean, I've been like around like watching videos and stuff, but I haven't like been in the comments. I really be watching like the bad part of YouTube. I ain't gonna lie.
What's the
Like
bad part? You be
Y'all,
watching
you know,
what?
like
stay away from these toxic. Like
yeah, like
what I was hearing when I came in here, what y'all was playing. I'm like, now who the hell is this?
that's one of your I ain't gonna say that. I want to say that's one
You
of your
remember she was like,
friends.
No, I don't know who that is.
"That's your buddy, Lasheen."
No,
Yeah,
I don't
see,
know.
like she hang around some of your people, but like I don't want to like make her. I mean, I
The
don't cause
name looks familiar, but
yeah, I don't want to pick on her because
We just wanted to talk about her talking
sh-
points, not her as a
yeah,
person.
yeah,
Just
because
gotta
I
find
think
the
like
talking points.
yeah,
I
those
don't let
talking
that get
points
to
were
you.
off, but she is a really like she has really good content, and I never would have thought she was
Okay.
like that, but um yeah, that just it is hurtful because that's
Yeah.
unfortunately that's what like that's a part of being light skinned. But I had just got off of this channel because I felt like it was in a weird place. First of all, I just didn't want to keep my channel going because it was said by that other group that I had got my subscribers from them. So I was like, like I'm not. I don't want that to be the narrative or whatever. But I felt like I didn't know how to come back here
Yeah.
without it being this is like light skin spaces being trauma bonding or dark skin bashing. Like I didn't want it to do it like that. So I was
Right.
trying to figure
Yeah.
out a way to come back, but like to do it in the right way. And I don't
Hopefully
know,
we did it right
but
today. I hope we did it right. That was our first time.
yeah, yeah, I hope so.
I
Uh,
felt like a fool to keep stopping. I'm like, oh damn, I'm homeboy. You know, the one that keeps stopping the video every 3 seconds.
oh no, no,
Who is that?
Ooh, who is that? He's
no.
gonna remain nameless because he ain't coming after my
Okay.
ass again. Leave me alone.
No, but you have to I've heard that you have to stop it because it'll if you don't and the person wants to flag you, like they'll say that you just used their video and you copied like you didn't provide any commentary. So I've heard that's what you have to do,
Yeah, I heard
but
that
I
too.
don't know. But yeah, that's what I've been like I've been watching like some videos, but I did try to stay away from that whole space that I was in before because I feel like it got toxic and I felt like
Yeah.
is they are
It
getting
did.
popular and it's I didn't want that to be my association. I don't want that
Right.
association
Right.
because I am a black person. Like I don't want to be associated with anti-blackness.
Facts.
But but it's I just don't know how to come back. Like I was wondering what
Yeah, I
I
understand.
forgot her name. She sound young. Her name is like light skin something, but I haven't seen videos from her in a while either. But she would never come to the panels and stuff. Like she didn't do that. But I don't know. It's just like I didn't know where to fit back in at. And then
Mm-hmm.
it's always a fear of being doxxed and
Mm.
like that.
Right.
And
Right.
I don't want that. I don't want to be attacked. I want to have meaningful conversations. But if besides like, the people in this chat right now and you and Fran, it's always like this whole like I gotta dig at you. I gotta say something about you that like the whole light skinned women aging like milk thing and all that. Like I don't want to do that.
Right, right.
You know? Yeah.
Right. I can't say that I would participate. I think y'all need to speak more. I
Mhm.
tell Fran all the time, you have a duty.
Mm, you
If
do.
you
You
feel that
do.
because I do wish more people did hear this stream, to be honest,
Yeah.
I'm
because
kind of nervous. I like
I'm
our little
being
crew over here. I like us. Like I'm scared to open it up to the rest of the world. I don't be putting tags
Mhm.
on it
yeah.
or nothing. I just like, you know what I'm saying. Not
No,
that
but to
the
being
new
honest
people's
up
cool, but
in
like a
here.
little sprinkle in of new people. Like not a be
Mhm.
bombarded with a bunch of new people. I'll shut it down. I
Mhm.
If people
get
see
too
that you are
nervous.
sincere and it's just a thing about you expressing yourself, like most of these sisters, even these ones that went in
I'm
the
an
divest arena,
introvert. I'm an
Yeah, me
introvert.
too.
Yeah, but
Me
then you
too.
can't, hey, you can't come if you feel that other people are speaking for you. Because if we are to go by,
Yeah, that's true.
you know what I'm saying? If I were to go by what I have been witnessing, I would be, you
Mhm.
know, it's just like what I said when Angel Ramirez invited me to the thing. I had to hear, you know what I'm saying? If I were just to go by what I had saw in Rashida Strober's comment, that could have changed my whole perspective. You
Right,
know what I'm
right.
saying?
Mhm.
I hear
Like,
what you're saying.
like,
Yeah.
oh, we got a whole new generation of racists up in here.
Yeah.
That was what I was saying
Right.
was
You
like,
were on the
wow.
warpath.
Yeah, I was
Right.
like, whoa, okay. I see what
Mhm.
Right.
you're
Right.
doing. And I wasn't used to seeing that, you know. Yeah, so we gotta hear from, and y'all coming off sincere and just expressing yourself. And ain't like I say, ain't nobody gonna stop me from saying what I got to say on my experience,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah, it's oh, but it's getting to the point where we have to say something, like you said, to watch, because other people are speaking for us, and I don't want that to
Right.
be the association with light skinned Black people, that we have the same views as people who may look like us and are racist. I'm not saying like all biracials are racist or anything like that, but
Yeah.
we've experienced that. Like that was a harsh reality
Yeah,
too.
that was
You
harsh
know,
reality.
yeah,
Right. If my niece, I don't even be want my niece really to be seeing all this. That's why a
yeah,
lot of times too, I hurry up and put certain things on private. Not that she knows how I feel and where I stand, but I be thinking like her feelings might get hurt or
yeah,
something,
yeah,
or
It
she
has to
may
get
think,
hurt because that's she's biracial.
yeah,
You know what I mean? That's why,
yeah,
like,
right,
I
right,
try to let people know, like, listen, this is just towards the individual I'm talking to. It's not like whether they're dark skinned, biracial, brown skin, dark skin, whatever, and stuff. It's just like I'm talking to an individual person, you know.
mhm,
And I don't like casualties of war. Like I notice, like some people, they get to arguing and stuff, and they don't give a damn about a casualty of war. I'm like, what about? Okay, you saying all this about dark skinned people, but what about your dark skinned sister or your dark
yeah,
skinned
yeah,
whoever?
right. They got to
Like, did
remember
she
yeah,
this is
hear that?
also
You ain't
a
worried
thing
about hurting
about
their
our. It's not
feelings,
about kissing ass. It's not about. We're also considering our loved ones. You know
right?
what I'm
mhm,
saying? And like
mhm,
when I would, it wasn't about me forcing anything on anybody. See it more as embracing you. You understand what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't ever forcing, but I am trying to respect people if they say they want to be, and I'm respecting that. And I'm no
Mm-hmm.
longer going to just automatically, oh, you're of the Black family. If they, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie. If I hear like an incident of somebody getting shot and they just happen to be by race, that it's gonna be automatic because
Yeah,
I'm going to like see like that person could be in my family. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
mhm,
Exactly.
I just met up with my sister's son and he's got a Mexican fiance and she's pregnant now. I can share the
Oh,
picture. Yeah, so that's yes, I got it. It's a different generation coming.
yeah.
mhm,
I got some of that too in mind. I
Yes,
got
I
a
got some
little,
yeah,
new gems
little
and
boy,
fell
little
down
full
my
blown Mexican,
lap. Yeah,
yeah,
oh wow.
yep,
full blown.
yep. Yeah, that I've seen. And I went to, and I go visit everybody. Like sometimes, I have gotten talked about like before, because I've been on YouTube like under my other channel name, and I don't hide that. But I've talked about Tommy or made like, okay, this person has a good point, and people think that you just follow them blindly because
Oh
you
yeah.
mentioned that. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to.
Oh, you didn't say you follow Tommy, did you? Please don't say
Oh
that.
no, I didn't follow him, but I've watched some of his videos,
Oh gosh.
a good deal of them, and but
No.
I've
Lashid,
seen,
you watched a good deal of Tommy's videos too
yeah,
now.
No.
Now you
yeah.
got a lot of nerve now.
I've
You
watched. I'm
don't be
not saying I
watching
don't.
Tommy to talk shit or to be shocked at what he gonna say. That's why we watch
Yeah,
Tommy.
Trying to see if he has a damn heart. That was
yeah.
damn
That's what
Tommy.
I watched it to just
He's
see
the
what they were talking about.
soulless.
Like
He
I
has a
watched him, the Manosphere,
oh
the
gosh, no.
Jessica X's, like, cause I be wanting to know what they talking about. But I was on like the Divestors channel.
Oh gosh, no.
Oh my god. And that's why I don't understand, because a lot of them, I don't want to say the lady name, but she's like one of the pioneers of the divestment thing, and I think she might be like darker brown skin, and she does that preference thing, or these light skinned women. But what do y'all create when y'all get with these white men? So it's
Biracial, light skinned girls and boys.
That's
That's
why
what
that's
you
the only
yeah,
create.
real reason I stopped following Chris and Chatter because I just saw it as
yeah,
a
yeah.
contradiction.
See, I don't,
I
I
never saw her as insulting me. She always showed me respect, and I never really heard. But then it was like, okay, this is Yeah, she started showing these ads and stuff, and then I heard she had said something, on black men and in comparison to white. I don't know.
Ain't
That was
she
the only reason
married
I
to a
saw it.
black dude though? Like, isn't she married now?
Yeah,
No,
that was
Is
the
he?
thing.
they
Believe it or not,
broke
she
up.
used to be black women didn't like the swirlers used to hate her. She used to be kind of a finger waggy. I didn't see her. That was the first time I heard Mammy Mule used was against her actually.
They broke. Yeah, they
Oh.
broke up.
You will find it hard to
Supposedly,
believe.
supposedly they said there really wasn't no fiance. It was all cat. It was all
I don't
lies.
know.
50 years old, somebody's cat. Too
And
old.
that's what I'm telling y'all. A lot of these people are I'm not saying it's necessarily Chrissy. I don't know if it's a thing of where the money was at, but I've seen so many, y'all just don't know. So many people up in here I used to be subscribed to. They would subscribe to me, Egypt and Miss Archduchess. I know a lot, man. I can tell you a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
these
what I
people.
was talking
You know
about,
who
Mr.
used to be my
Stetson.
girl? Who used to be my girl? RWS hashtag exposed.
Oh,
That's what disappointed me the most because I love this sister. And she would have my back. And I didn't see she be saying some stuff now. When I last peeked in, like, oh my, what
is
the
she still on
hell
YouTube? I wonder if she's still on
happened?
YouTube.
I think she's still, but I be like, please, I be just hoping this sister come back home, like.
She needs therapy.
And she used to have my back. She used
Therapy.
to have a sister back, and I'm like, and that's hard for me seeing people up in here and how the change that's so hard for me. I've had to watch this for years. People just changing, saying things you just never thought they would say, flip flopping. Whether they hurt, whether it's for money, whatever the deal is, I don't know. But it's really sad when you got to witness that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They disappoint you. I
Yeah.
think because we put too much faith into these people that we don't know. We gotta realize we don't know these people that's online.
Just imagine if I were to come up in here and just all of a sudden just be straight up sounding like
What if who come in here?
you know, if
you
I
say?
were to come up in here, and I
Oh.
think that's just wrong.
You.
I think that's just wrong. Why even do that to people? I would leave before. Only thing that changed me is my spiritual beliefs. That's the only thing that may have changed my, you know what I'm saying, my spiritual beliefs and me learning things on the Bible. Other than that, I don't even think that's right to do to people like Lennon Honor. Like, I used to
Oh, I
love his
love
channel.
Linda. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to love his videos. I would look forward to them. And it's like, that's wrong because you forget about the people who originally supported you. You know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of, maybe you're making more money now doing what you're doing and going in that direction. But I think that's just something inconsiderate about that. I don't know.
I think he got upset because Umar threatened him, or is Umar's crew threatened him.
I don't know, but he went Umar crazy. I ain't even like. I'm not even gonna follow Umar like that. I'm like, it's like Umar is this easy target now. People think they can get away. You know what I'm saying? But he just went, and every time I'd be like, let me check on Lenny on his channel. Let me see if he changed. It was like 5 years. I'm telling you, if we were to do an award show, Stalker Award.
Yeah, Lennon got too weird with that.
Yeah, like
it was just like everything he did, like, and then insinuating that the man is on cocaine or something like that. That's wrong. Like, I don't think Umar is a Umar. Like, he eats too much. Like, what thick. I don't know, somebody like, to me, I thought that cuts your appetite. So I don't think Umar is an addict. And I don't think that he's necessarily I don't say he's a scammer, but I think that he may have mismanaged the money, but I think he does intend to do what he wants to do. I mean, with the
I thought it
school.
was a mismatch.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm giving people the benefit out like with Zaza Ali. But I think people just ain't really thinking and planning stuff out. Like, they don't realize what it takes and what if there's sabotage? Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe
I think he needs therapy. Look, I'm always saying somebody need therapy. I believe in therapy.
I remember when Sister Radical said he needed a woman. Like, that time they showed his house.
Oh,
remember that? And Tariq gonna be petty with it.
Oh my God.
He said the Prince of Pine saw.
Yeah, I like Tariq is funny.
Radical said he needs a woman to helping him. Didn't he get married?
That's depression. No, that was a mock. That was a mock.
Oh, for real? Oh,
yeah, them women had bed sheets tied on them. Those were bed sheets. Those weren't real wedding dresses. It was a joke.
Umar is funny.
He's a hell of a speaker though. When he do speak, he will have he be on the Breakfast Club or something. He can speak. He can really speak. I'll say that much though.
But I still love me some Fetty though.
Oh yes, City.
General Fetty. General Fruit.
Sir.
You don't like him because the way he talks, his language.
You know he on the anti-Bible tip. You know that.
Yeah,
if they like that, yeah. I ain't like hearing Umar thread. That's what
I pray for him.
That was the thing that turned me off with Umar. He was sounding. I was like, who is this thug? Umar.
Yeah, Umar.
Yeah, I was like, what is that?
Yeah, Umar is into like the ancestor worship and things like that.
Yeah, that's why I can't follow. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, see what MLS said. He thinks Umar's intentions are pure, but he lost focus due to his clout. I think so too, because
that's a good point. Mm-hmm.
I follow Umar for years.
That's self-worship. Yep. That's what that's about. Pride. The Bible does not speak favorably of pride.
Pride goeth before the fall.
Yep. That's what it is.
It's consciousness before cookies. Consciousness before cookies.
I believe when he said that. I was like, oh Lord. He said, trying to give me your cookies, woman. He said something. Was that crazy? He said something crazy like that.
I'm telling you, like when he repeat the stuff 3 times.
Yeah, I was like, what is this? He didn't always do that. That's when I knew he was unraveling. He was unraveling.
I think he didn't lost it because I'm telling you,
he was unraveling.
Yeah,
I had to say it 3 times.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm gonna give people maybe people being driven crazy because they can drive you crazy up in here too. Now.
Yep, I think that I think he had good intentions because I used to follow him all the time, but I think as he got more popular and then the beefs and stuff happened, I think he just kind of lost it, like in a way. He got caught up in his own image. Yeah,
that happened to so many people up in here. I didn't witness it. It happened to so many people up in here.
Yeah, I think I don't know, because with Zaza too, I don't think that she was scamming people. Because I mean, if this lady then went to jail for a money, whatever she went to jail for, yeah,
went to jail before.
Tariq, didn't Tariq dox her?
He doxed her, but I ain't know that now.
Yeah, I don't know if she. Yeah, I think she went to jail or she has to do restitution.
Something did it have something to do with a bank or did it have something to do with a bank? Yeah, something.
Yeah, it was
maybe
some type
restitution,
of financial crime.
Yeah, it was some people coming at me when I had defended her. I felt that I lost respect for Tariq. He didn't. Yeah, he had to go. She just went against his meme. That's. See, I know that I know how we be joking, but she was right. That was something too serious, and he, how Tariq be making these little jokes and stuff.
Yeah,
I can't stand Tariq though.
Zaza, at least she's serious in the mug. She's so pretty, but she can smile a little more, but she be looking serious in the mug.
She really do.
Yeah, it's
like smile, sister. It's okay. She be serious.
It looked like it hurts her to smile. Like it looked like I mean, like she'll be like, you'll see her when she catch herself, like she'll laugh at something, and she'll be like, okay, well, we got to get back to this.
It's so serious. Look, that's another thing. Light skinned women get old, evil looking light skinned woman.
Yeah, like she got to be like that. But I think that's. I think that's
her. That's how we tell it. That's how and I ain't fond of Michi X because for one supporting Tommy.
Oh my God,
her promoting voodoo and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but I do believe that that's not an act with Michi. Old girl from the Detroit. Yeah. That's Michi X. That's how
her. She from the hood.
That's her.
That's how we like. How you expect people to talk that if she from the hood? That's how people in the hood talk.
I don't know my niece outside these interviews.
She from the hood. She get got
That's Michi. That's Michi. Okay, I'm telling you, and that's her. Old girl from the Detroit. That's her.
Yeah, Michi. I don't think that's no act.
Yeah, promoting got skulls in her. I was like, oh hell no.
Who got skulls and what? What happened?
Skulls in it. A skull that she keep. Yeah, that's what I was going against with Michi.
What? A skull? Yeah, she does.
So-called African spirituality promotion. I'm gonna speak on that.
Yeah, I don't. Just because I'm from New Orleans, I know about it, but I don't practice that. Like I
I
don't.
don't. I know a
I don't.
little. I heard a little bit of things. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah,
No, go ahead. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't practice that, but I know about it.
poor
But it's just,
thing.
it's
She's
like,
stereotyped from New
yeah,
Orleans.
yeah,
You
because
gotta let people poor thing.
people be like, because people say that, girl, you put that voodoo on. Like, I'm like, nah, I don't do none of that. I don't do that. Like, because I know that there's always a, you have to
All
pay for
night.
that. You have to pay for it. I believe in God. Like the Hebrews, Yeshua, whatever. Like, I'd be like, Lord, I'm so confused. Look, I believe in God,
Yeah,
Jesus.
Right
yep,
on.
yeah.
You
Thank you.
Hmm.
Thank
I
you.
I will proclaim, God, like I'm not into all that stuff. Like, child, y'all, they about to get me staying up all night
And
having
them
something to
spirits,
eat.
look, them spirits coming there tearing your ass up, driving you
Yeah,
Mhm.
crazy.
And yeah,
yep.
I hope, friend, you ain't still watching them crazy shows you was
What,
watching.
my true crime?
Oh, I watched that too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
You know I watch my true crime, girl. Girl.
See, you gotta
They
protect your
just caught the
spirit.
serial.
That's what
Look,
I'm
they
saying,
just
even
caught a
with
serial
certain
killer. Wait
YouTubers.
a minute, they just caught a serial killer out here in Long Island. Well, not out here. They caught him in Long Island.
Oh, that big white dude. What's
Yeah.
his name? Yeah.
The Long Island, the Gilgo Beach killer or whatever,
Oh,
Oh
the
my
yeah.
April
goodness.
4th.
He looked creepy. Yeah, I watched that stuff too, but I don't. I
Too
think that it
disturbing.
does affect you like spiritually. I do
Yeah.
think,
Yes, it do. I'm
That's why I
telling
Yeah.
gotta
you,
watch
it do.
puppies and babies or something sweet and kittens. I need
Mhm.
a cleanser for my brain. I gotta watch something
Right.
happy.
I
I,
had to get out of here like that the whole Carlisha Hood thing. If these reports be getting me, like
Mhm.
mhm.
that just had me. And when something happens so close to you, and
Oh
you know what I'm
yes,
saying, and I don't know what was, and then the people in YouTube, their reactions make me even madder. That's why I was so glad my
Mhm.
family came from out of town and for 2 weeks and to just because I needed to exit YouTube. And my niece was trying to tell me about some kidnapping thing recently, and I'm like, I had to cut
Oh,
her off. My niece,
Carly.
the one y'all seen, the biracial one, Tasha. I had to tell her, look, I don't want to know. She's telling me something about some black female being kidnapped or something, or lying about being
Mhm.
kidnapped, and I had to cut her off. I don't want to know about it because I don't know. Every time you look
that
up
was
this
a mess. I'm sorry,
something,
that was a
Yeah.
mess.
yeah,
I like
I can imagine. I can imagine because I
when
see.
they said she came back home, girl. I was
Oh,
crying.
see, why did I
Sorry,
mention?
I was crying. I
I was
cried. I
bad
got
because
teary eyed.
yeah,
Sorry.
like I live in the South. I was like looking, like driving around. Like if I see somebody, with a great car, I was looking for this girl, and I saw it in the middle of the night. They was like, "Oh, Carly was found." I was like, "Oh, thank you, God!" And to
Yeah,
find
right.
out this girl
I was
lied.
jumping up and down. I was like, "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you,
Yeah,
Jesus."
Well,
and
how
she.
much of this be fake news? I don't know. I don't know what to trust no more. I don't know what to believe. A lot of
Mhm.
these, whenever it just go viral, and I don't know what to believe. That's why I was like, I
Did you
can't.
look at my AI video, Lashid?
I listened to some of it. I listened to the other video. I got to listen to the rest of your the AI video.
Girl.
Yeah, I don't fool with
I'm
that
just so
AI stuff.
glad I caught you because I was like, oh, she finna disappear again.
Yeah, but
That's
look, I'm
it.
gonna take another break after this because you know I don't talk this much. I ain't
I
talked
need
this
to
much
take
in
a
a
break.
long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I love YouTube. I learned to sew. I was sewing. I left for 2 months. What was it?
See, it
March and
feels good,
April.
right?
Oh my gosh. It was like I was becoming young again. And I'm already going through this menopause stuff that just sucks out loud.
Yeah, I'm going through menopause now too. So
Oh my gosh.
high
This is
flashes,
terrible.
the
This is
high flashes,
terrible.
the
It's
night
like,
sweats.
oh goodness.
Yeah,
It's
like
And I'm like
disgusting.
I've already, through the 12 months all that, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
This if somebody would have told me this, I just seen Diana Baby D post something, I was like, stop playing. No, you do not. People think it just means your period ends and that's it. No,
Mm-mm.
it is so much more. I be
Your body
emotional.
changes. I done lost the curves in my hips, honey. I
Oh,
had
oh my
some bad
gosh.
hips.
oh
I want to
no.
share a picture with y'all I took with my nephew and stuff, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
like looking at myself like,
Yeah,
ugh.
your body changes. I'm like,
Oh
my
my
hips.
gosh.
My hips. What
Right.
happened to my hips? Oh my god!
Right.
And the crazy thing is, majority of my life, I could not stand my hips. I hated them because I would always look at them big ass hips.
Yeah.
I get made fun of, and I was like, "Oh God, I want to hire him." I was like, I wanted surgery for him. My friends were like, "There ain't no such thing as surgery for no hips. That's your bone. They gotta shave down the bone." It was when I was a teenager,
Now,
and
I
then
ain't
of
never
course
had
I got
no
used
big
to it.
booty, but I had booty potential.
Yeah, booty potential.
You know, the right path, you know, right jeans. So, you know, I could play it off. I could give a booty illusion. You know what I'm
Booty
saying?
potential.
But it's like, damn, like now, like, and everything want to center in my midsection. It's
Oh
like
yeah,
I
the
did not
belly
get
fat.
this breast reduction so that everything can, and then my friend, she's so wrong. My best friend talking about, yeah, it look like your breast coming back. This is punishment for getting a breast reduction. It
Oh,
look like it's coming back in your midsection.
that's not
Why
nice.
my friend telling me that? Why
Look,
she
Hold
they
up,
gonna
telling me
take this clip and say, "See this a light skinned women hitting the wall." This what happened to the light skinned women. You know,
they
dark skinned women
started
don't get.
veins. Them yellow, old
Oh
yellow
my
bitches
goodness.
lose their hips.
Oh my
They
they
goodness.
they get the varicose veins.
varicose veins. Their
Yep,
hair fall out. Them
Oh
old
yep,
yellow
goodness.
bitches.
Man.
yep.
And
Everything.
imagine I come up in your topic and I'm seeing you got a video playing. I just come up in here talking about light skin, aging, and overweight. Like, damn, what they talking about?
Then we did ourselves a disservice talking about menopause and shit. Them
My hair
dried
is
up powdered
thinning.
eggs.
Is
Like
that
light
part of
skin,
it?
them
Is your
yellow
hair
ass
thinning?
eggs. Would you hear thinning yup? Everything just falling apart,
Man.
child.
Oh my
Is
goodness.
hair thinning? Is that because up front, well, I've been using castor oil, so I think maybe I've been dyeing my hair black too much.
Go to a
Because you know I
dermatologist.
got grays all up front.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't be showing y'all because I show y'all after. Maybe I'm dyeing my hair black too much. Because it been kind of thinning.
That could be because of the menopause, or if you
Really?
did the doctor put you on any medication? Oh yeah, I
It's
gotta talk to
right.
you about something. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
right.
Did the doctor put you on any medication? You don't have to name the
No, I
medicine.
don't believe in
That's
hormone
oh yeah, you're right.
replacement because the minister
No,
was
I'm not talking
said,
about
okay,
hormone replacement. I'm talking about any medicine. Are you taking any medication? Because that could cause you
no.
to lose your hair too, like cholesterol medication,
I've
certain
been
blood
taking
pressure
that. I
medication.
don't even take my neurological disorder medication. You know what I'm talking about there.
And I'm mad about it too. I told you, but did you talk to the neurologist?
That's what
Nah.
I have not had an episode in
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
for a minute.
Thank God
I think
for a minute. What's a
since
minute?
it's been like it's been well I've been not taking my meds for some months now.
Okay. When's the last time you had an episode though?
It's been over a year, but before then I was taking
Oh,
the medicine.
okay. All right. Well,
But
that's good to know. Did you still talk to your neurologist about it though?
I haven't seen my doctor in a minute.
You should talk to him.
Mm-mm-mm.
What about your knees?
Uh,
Yeah.
you
Oh
know,
yeah. We
that's
back
still
there.
an issue, but I've just been trying. That's why I've been trying to exercise and stuff. I've been trying to. I ain't. Gosh, I didn't stop doing the physical therapy. But I just been trying to go to the gym, but I ain't been in the last 2 weeks and stuff. I think I. Yeah, but I had lost 20 pounds, over 20 pounds. I gained
That's
5 pounds.
good.
I
I
gained
think I
5
gained some of
back.
my weight back too. Don't feel bad.
Yeah, so give a sister some props. You know how I feel. I'm just taking magnesium, trying to, because fruits, I think they're very beneficial. This is the longest I've ever been without an episode because I used to have it every month. Like Kimberly Frazier, she was on the phone with me when I had one.
Oh wow.
But
Oh,
oh
really?
yeah, but I be listening to Minister Wellness, Sister Radical, this and that. I'm not advising nobody. I'm just speaking for myself. This is the longest I've been without one since I was the age of 8. Before I was 8, before I had them. So I think because I heard that it's supposed to go away. That's what I heard. It went away with Prince, right?
Well, Prince had what he had issues.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
let's just say he had epilepsy. Yeah.
Okay, I
The
didn't
only
know.
reason, I talk about it. The only reason I be thinking like YouTube out to get me, so they can
Mm-hmm.
My
say, "Oh,
uncle.
we got her because she had a seizure."
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason I don't really talk
Oh,
about it.
that's why. My uncle, he had it. He had grand mal seizures though. His was real
Yeah.
bad. And my mother, she developed them as she got older, and so did my cousin. This is my mother's niece, my mother's brother, and she developed them when she got in her 30s. So hopefully, I don't get them. I don't know.
Oh wow, really?
Yep. So
Yeah, it could have been from birth because the umbilical cord was around my neck. Mother had to have a cesarean. But then I'm thinking, because I've been talking lately about, I don't know. I was watching the Watchmen Report. I be having my beliefs. And my mama did go, it did happen to be the year that my mama went to see a palm reader. It was like shortly after that, that's when it was discovered, I had my first grandma and stuff. I was like 8 years old. So, I be thinking, wicked spirits, like you could bring stuff in, you know what I'm saying? I really be believing it. So, I don't want to speak too soon, but I don't know, how I feel on meds and things like that,
I know.
But
I know you didn't ask about the orthovis.
yeah, that's what, no, I didn't. But that's what I was working, because you were telling me something with yourself. So I was like, something like, kind of, so
Well, it
that's
didn't
what I
work
was,
for me because
that,
my knees got
yeah.
real bad. My knees, by the time I went for the orthovis, my knees were shot. It was too late for me for that. So
Wow.
yeah,
Yeah, because I think it's bone on bone with me.
yeah, that's what mine was. And you got bone spurs too.
And I ain't even big, right? And I ain't
Yeah.
even big, like, but I don't know. They thinking something from childhood, maybe. Yeah. So
Yeah,
yeah.
my
That's some
doctor
light skin
said
jeans.
it was like them raggedy light skin jeans.
Sorry,
Y'all
I'm a
not
stop.
strong. You don't have enough melanin
Man,
in
it's
your
gonna be
skin
issues when you get older. I'm telling you,
to
it's
make
just
your
we be
bones
like,
nice and healthy. Y'all
yeah, that's
vitamin
funny.
D
But
is
I lived
fucked
with
up.
epilepsy, was able to work and all that most of my life. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh
yeah, it be
wow.
these things you don't expect me hitting.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, menopause ain't no joke. You can find yourself emotional stuff
Oh,
getting to you.
yeah. What I wanted to say, the doctor, my orthopedic surgeon, he said, because the first one I saw that did my first knee, he was like, "What is wrong with your knees? What happened to your knees?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" He was like, "Something's wrong, right?" So I think I have rheumatoid arthritis. I still but I think I have seronegative rheumatoid arthritis, where you don't show up positive in a test, right, for the rheumatoid, the antibodies. So, but you still have all the symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis, just not as intense, right? But still very painful. So, when my first orthopedic surgeon moved out of state, I started seeing another one. And he said the same thing without even knowing what the last surgeon said to me. He was like, "What is wrong with your knees? What happened? What happened to your knee?" And I was like, "I don't know." And I was telling him what the last one said or whatever. And I was like, "Well, I'm overweight." He was like, "You're not fat enough to what's the name it for it to affect your knees. You gotta be like 300 pounds or more."
Right.
He
That's
said,
what they saying.
he said, "I got patients way fatter than you and older than you whose knees aren't as bad as yours." So
Right. That's what they not. Well, see, that was the thing. I was a skinny child. I was always I was bow-legged.
me
That's
too.
what my mama said.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
still bow
remember.
legged.
Yeah, I was always one of them that stood with my knees cocked way back. I used to think that
Me
everybody.
too. I do that
Right,
too.
right, right. And my mama said when I was a child, I was bow-legged. Like, and I thought she was exaggerating when she drew a picture of how I was bow-legged. She drew like a little cartoon image. And so I thought she was and then I saw a child that was really like that. That was
Did you
really
get
bow-legged.
braces
Like,
on your legs?
yeah, that's what she said. I don't remember it, but
Oh,
that's what
okay.
she said.
I wasn't.
And
My bow
so
legs
now
was
it's
like
like
that.
I'm the opposite knock knee, and then I'm hearing people, even my nephew, and you will see his size. My nephew that was adopted, that's biologically who's biracial, he's saying that he got knee problems. I'm like, damn, maybe it is something in my family. So I don't know.
Maybe.
But I used to walk and do gymnastics and do a lot of stuff. So yeah, because the doctor's thinking maybe it's just something from childhood because I'm not even, I'm like just over like 200. And my height is still, being that I'm short. So, and a lot of that just be like more in my midsection. If you looked at me, a lot of people don't think I am 200, but it's a fact of how it's centering now. Like,
Right.
yeah, and that's worse. I would rather be bigger and have the weight better distributed.
Yeah,
You
the
know what I'm
belly fat. I
saying?
hate the belly fat. I
Right,
understand why
right.
Kanye West's
And I
mother
ain't gonna lie,
got that surgery. I'm sorry that she died, but I'm like, because I was like, she too old to be getting some fucking surgery. What is she worried
there
about?
wasn't nothing wrong with her though. That's how,
That's- But I was like, she too old for that. Back when I was younger, of course. And I'm like, damn, like I forget. I know she was in her 50s when she got that tummy tuck. And I'm like, damn, I want a tummy tuck.
Kanye's mom. Yeah, see, she had a breast reduction and a tummy tuck.
Oh, she did. I didn't know she had breast
Yes, that's crazy. Yeah, And the breast, see,
surgery.
those are the two most dangerous, the most risky being a tummy tuck.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the two most, I know from having breast reduction, I had to be, for 2 months. And
Mm-hmm.
then see, right before this time, my loved one just had a tummy tuck. I have a relative just had one.
How much
And
it
I'm
cost?
looking at it. Now what she paid for in the state that she was in the South, she paid let me see, what, like 3 to 5 thousand or something.
Oh, okay.
Chicago is a whole lot. Now I'm asking my one niece. I told
Mm-hmm.
her I helped her to lose some weight.
I ain't helping you pay for no
I'm joking,
surgery.
but I'm
Oh.
not joking.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm joking, but at the same time, shit, the offer come along. She's like, yeah, even though I'm joking, but
I
I'm
hear
not
you.
joking at the same time because I ain't gonna front. Yeah, but like, man, now this want to happen, and it was like the very day that I'm like talking about it, kind of joking about it in the stream. This
Mm-hmm.
happened, but I understand, because when your mind is like when my mind was made up and getting breast reduction.
Mm-hmm.
My mama was against it. My ex, he just disappeared when he was supposed to help me and watch my child, just
Oh,
help me out. He totally disappeared and took
that's
off.
wrong.
Yes, I was by myself, and people got to understand. People could criticize, but when your mind is made up on something, this is what you just need support. When your mind, and people don't understand a lot of,
Yeah.
like I be talking about, honey, you don't understand if you ain't dealt with, if you ain't lived with, or go through that, or being teased or taunted, or and I used to like dancing and all that stuff. So I
Mm-hmm.
understand when a person's mind made up. But I didn't see, and looking at the young lady with the wild and out, you
Mm-hmm.
and all I could think of like was my niece and stuff. That was just horrible. I was looking at some of her videos. She had just took her daughter to see Little Mermaid. You can see that
Oh,
she really did love her and usually, like, I don't get offended, somebody saying preference, because I know that I ain't been seen as no preference like that. But I don't really. But saying dead preference, a dead
yeah, that's
preference.
trash
Come on,
behavior.
man,
Bad
that's it. Come
preference.
on, now, that ain't us. That ain't us as sisters. That ain't. You know what I'm saying?
It's ugly acting.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, because and I don't wish out on nobody. And you can see that she had a bond with her daughters and stuff. And so that's like one of the saddest things when I hear reports. Is, they feeling that they're going to be happy, they're going to be a new person, and for something that terrible to happen. You know what I'm
Happen.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
We can easily criticize. People can criticize so easily, but you don't know what. Just like with Michael Jackson, you don't know what psychological man. But that's the thing. I ain't
I
even
can't
seen
take
her.
my mind off of her kids. I hate even thinking about it because I used to
Yeah,
be
I
just
made the
touching on her
mistake of
kids.
looking on her channel because I didn't know who that was. Just my loved ones talking to me about it. Who are
Mm-hmm.
younger. So I just
Mm-hmm.
checked out her channel and stuff, and I was like, oh damn, I made the mistake of doing that and seeing her interact with her
Mm-hmm.
children, and that just made it worse. I'm thinking of younger people in my family and stuff, and she seemed like she was a real sweet person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, yeah, and then her little girls. That's the thing. The children, mommy ain't coming back
I
home. Like
know. I can't even
Mm-hmm.
I
imagine.
can't even imagine that. How do you explain that to the children? Your mommy not coming back home.
It's so little, and the two little ones, they're not gonna. I don't even know if the oldest one will really remember her that much, but the two little ones definitely ain't gonna remember her. Like they'll see in the video,
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's just messed up.
they're not
That
gonna
is
remember
so
their
messed
mom.
up. Yeah, and then some people trying to blame the guy, but you don't be thinking shit like that gonna happen now. So I
Mm-mm.
don't think that's fair either. You
It's
know,
not.
Mm-hmm.
you don't think, but that just tells us be careful the little stuff we say. You
Yeah.
know, I believe we should have tough skin, but we got to be careful the things you may say on somebody's breast or somebody. You just know not everybody can take things the same.
Yeah, and then
Mm-hmm.
somebody might just be having a bad day where they're emotional, and normally they
Right,
can take it, and you just get them on the wrong day, and they're like, oh,
right.
let me go. Got any surgery for this and this and that and that and that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
my friend, they just made one little comment on her friend. We were joking, and my one friend said, "Well, you ain't got no titties anyway." To my one friend who, small chested.
Mm-hmm.
And we were well, I ain't really laugh at it. It was just we were just chuckling with each other, And me and my
Mm-hmm.
friend, we had big breasts,
Mm-hmm.
and she just happened to say, "Well, you ain't got no titties anyway, so you don't know what we talking about." And I just know to my friend, she's like after that, every time I look up, she's talking about breasts, 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 breasts. And then
Oh,
then she was talking, I'm thinking about getting And I realized, I said, what she said got to you, didn't it? And I
What's
realized
important for a
that
woman,
one
you know?
little, yeah,
Breast.
that one little comment, that one little joke, or it stuck with her, obviously.
That's part of what makes
And
you a
I believe
woman.
she
Like
got
I
it
got an
done.
aunt that's flat chested, dead ass, not even A cup, flat chested. Okay, flat chested, no titties.
Mhm.
Sorry, now they're gonna be making fun of my aunts. Your flat chested aunt.
Yeah.
Son ain't got no titties, yo. That son ain't got no titties.
Mhm. Yep.
But you know how we do. We don't be meaning no harm. That's what I be saying. That's how black folks be doing. You know, like when she said a joke, you didn't think that it was gonna stick like that. You know, with her saying, "Well, you ain't got no titties anyway." But
Yeah,
obviously, that
that's
really
sad to
hit
her.
her. You know what I'm saying? Like, and me seeing her on Facebook, it looked like she did have eventually a breast implants. But just that one
Mhm.
little comment just stuck with her. You know, and just so. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
think that's what's wrong with Wendy Williams and breast implants.
I think
I
so
think,
too.
yep, I used to always like comment
Mm.
on her social media, like, what if you take the breast implants out? Like, would that help? But of course, you ain't gonna
Wow, I
see
never
my
thought of
comment.
that.
But it's just, I think that after that, like her health started to decline. But of course, in that drug use. But
Yeah, that's
Oh,
it.
oh
And
yeah,
alcoholism.
oh yeah.
But she's
But
supposed to
she's
switch them
also
things
she's
out.
a
But I think
wicked.
you're supposed
I'm
to
not
switch them out
God.
every 10 years. And she talked about
mhm.
how she never
Oh,
switched them out.
Yeah, you're supposed to
but
change
she's
them.
a wicked woman. I'm not saying I'm
I feel
God,
bad
but
for her though. I know she
I
wicked. She
can't see
does a
that's
lot of
I
mean
can't stand
things.
no type of Wendy Williams, Tasha. I hate the type. I
Yeah, I
can't.
don't like
Wendy
her.
Williams, I can't stand her. I'm sorry, but I'm not saying I wish that on anybody. And my daughter kind of like her. I'm like, that
She
is
used to
a
be way worse than what
I
you
don't
seen
like
on the
mean ass
TV.
people. And I'm not, I don't really know Tasha K that much. They come off
Mhm.
as mean ass people. I don't like
Yeah.
mean. We all listen to a little gossip. Don't get me
Right.
wrong. We all participate in a little celebrity gossip, whatever. But people that's just like them Wendy Williams stuff, I can't stand. That's why I cannot find myself going to a Tasha K channel. I can't stand them type of women that just
Mhm.
always got the tea, always got
Mhm.
the, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I don't know.
Mhm.
And that's the thing. I got friends who are straight up. I got friends who will tell me if I look crazy, they go. I got very blunt friends. But
Mhm.
Mhm.
when they mean, Wendy Williams is
It's-
mean. She's a
Yeah,
mean
she's
ass
mean
woman.
spirited.
Remember
Yeah, she
with
is.
Whitney Houston? I remember when she had Pebbles on the show. I remember when she's just a mean ass woman. I can't.
Yeah, that's
When
what
he
she
was like, "You don't know me." Don't what she say? You don't know me, so
said.
don't talk about me. Or something like
Yeah.
that. That was epic.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, Wendy. I
Uh,
mean, Whitney checked her, and they said,
yes,
who was
Omarosa
that?
checked her ass too. I was
Yes, and I
loving it.
don't know if it was Jodeci or what, but they was like, man, Whitney could fight. Like y'all think that she
Oh
just a
yeah, she
small,
jealous girl.
like she could fight. I was like, now that would have been something to see. Whitney Houston beat up Whitney Williams. Like,
Oh, that would have been
Yeah,
epic.
sure. Whitney was like a tomboy, what Jersey girl.
yeah.
Omarosa, she met her match with Omarosa too. I love that one. I ain't gonna lie. And I ain't no
Hmm.
Omarosa fan, but yeah,
Yeah.
just seeing somebody, because y'all
But
don't know. I don't know if y'all remember, but I remember back in the days when people talking about her before she had the TV show. She used to be her and Charlamagne. They some mean ass people. I
on
can't stand them.
BLS,
Yeah.
They
so
are
you had
some
them in
mean
syndication.
ass
I
people.
was when I was like, you probably heard of them when they were on. She started off was it Kiss FM or Hot 97?
Yeah,
I
she
think
was
it was
like
Hot 97.
the initial Black Howard Stern, when Black folks started doing all this shock jock crap.
I couldn't stand her
Hmm.
then. I started watching her, listening to her rather on BLS. I ain't even gonna lie. It's just, like,
And
cause
she
I would be driving home from work and I put BLS on and be like, listen to the gossip and all that type of stuff. But before I couldn't even stand the sound of her voice. It used to drive me
Hmm.
crazy.
Yeah, and I think she was gonna be Spinderella. Yuck.
She was gonna be Cinderella. I didn't know that.
Yes.
What?
She had auditioned to be Spinderella with Salt and Pepper. Look into it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that would have been weird.
Probably would have knocked her upside her head. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like
Oh
she.
Whitney
yeah.
Wendy
Her
Williams
birthday
had
got
never
a
had
good
a
one.
fight in her life. You know that, right? Wendy Williams had never had a fight in her life, not once.
Oh, I can tell. I know. I got a certain cousin run her mouth, and they never. But it was always me doing the fighting and stuff. But my cousin be the
Mm-mm.
one running her mouth, and so people feared her because of her mouth. but it would be me usually doing the
doing the
fighting.
Mhm.
fighting.
Yep.
Right. I know people like that. I know people like that.
I was like, how
Yeah,
you get through life with all that mouth and you didn't have a fight not
people
one
see them and
time?
stuff
Nah,
automatically.
Angie Martinez ran up on her. They
She
had like a
punched
little
her in the
scuffle.
face.
Yeah, yeah.
That ain't no fight. Look, that
Yeah.
Oh,
ain't no a fight. Takes both of us. We both gotta be hitting each other.
Yeah.
Angie running up, punching in her face is Angie punching her in her face. That's in the story right there. She didn't fight
Yeah, it's
back.
like one of them like loving hip hop fights, like where you just throw a drink and run. You.
Yup, exactly. Yeah, Toto was gonna jump her. Yep, Toto was
oh, I
gonna
didn't hear about that.
jump her.
Yeah, but
Yep.
she used to say stuff, Serena Williams, Coogie's thing, and she just,
Oh,
she was
she
so
said
messy.
that.
I didn't
Yes,
know why she said that about
yes,
Serena.
she used to be, yeah, just
Jealous.
things she heard,
Mhm.
learned, all this, and that's why I never could, like, y'all don't know. I mean, yeah, she toned it down for the television,
Yeah,
but
she did.
back in the day, yeah, she was
She
on
was
that shop.
brutal. She was
Yeah,
very
she
Yeah.
strong.
was brutal. Listen to like look up interview her and Trina and when she especially it seemed especially if she interviewing females. See, I can't
Yeah.
Yeah.
stand no jealous ass, insecure ass, messy ass, mean ass females. And I got my friends are very blunt, very say what they feel, but I mean, they still love me though. You know what I'm saying? It's a
Mm-hmm.
difference. Like they will tell you need to take that shit off with you. They will
Yeah.
tell me in a second if I look crazy or
Mm-hmm.
but when people just mean, you know what I'm saying, women just
Just
Mhm.
hateful
mean,
for no reason.
looking
Be
for
just
stuff
be hateful.
right, looking you up and down, trying to find something wrong. I can't stand people
And
like
that's Wendy Williams. That is definitely her.
that. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I heard that.
I remember
That interview she did
Pebble
with
came out and said,
Superhead.
"Oh, you got lipstick on your teeth," this little stuff,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah, she was really. I heard from back then when she did her interview with Corinne Steffens,
Mm-hmm.
Superhead. Like she was really like. I mean, like uh. Like you, like how does it feel to be a whore? Like she just was like,
Yeah, that sounds like I haven't heard that interview in a long time, but I
mm,
know I heard it.
yeah, it's like, oh my god, girl, like you really, like I'm surprised nobody didn't beat her up in that studio. Like she
I
didn't get it.
know. Who
I should
Mm.
have interviewed
I
Mariah Carey because Mariah Carey one of them people.
Mhm.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
her. She's kind of check you on that intelligence on
Oh,
that.
it was Blue Cantrell. I saw a thing on Blue
That would be
Cantrell.
interesting.
And Wendy Williams asked Blue Cantrell, she asked about Jay-Z or whatever, right? So
Mhm.
she was like, so did you fuck him? And Blue Cantrell was like, oh my God. Like, what do you mean?
Oh my, she just so rude. Like when most recently that interview she did with Jocelyn Hernandez. Now you know Jocelyn, but
What?
they were on TV. That was during COVID, and
Oh, TV, okay.
she was like, Wendy, you talk about me, but you don't give me my flowers.
Oh,
And
I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that now.
it's like, and she was like, hey, oh, shut up. Like she was like, girl, like she just disregarded everything the girl was saying, and then she threw flowers at her. It's like,
Trash. She's
Wow.
trash. She's
girl.
trash. She probably mad 'cause Jocelyn didn't give her no coat.
It probably so, cause
Mhm.
they both. Oh my god, that
Did
girl is.
Did you
Oh,
see that video of Jocelyn after the
it,
fight?
that was demonic. I felt
It
like
really
she was
was.
possessed.
It
I
really
really feel
seemed
like,
like it. It
cause
really
she's
seemed
like,
like
get
it.
away from
I
me.
didn't really see this. I see people talking about it. Some of that stuff seemed like it's staged and stuff. But don't y'all think like that whole with the Amber Rose? Y'all don't think that was
You
But we
don't
didn't
think
get
it?
to see the
like?
whole thing, so it
Well,
could
I
have
didn't
been
watch
staged,
it.
could not been
I'm just going
staged.
about people's videos and stuff. It just and what I just the little
I'm talking about the
headlines.
fight after it was
Oh,
Mayweather's
I don't
fight,
know about
right?
that.
It was
She
Mayweather.
jumped the girl. They had jumped some girl, one of them
Oh, I don't know
little
about that.
cabaret girls. She jumped and was fighting the cops and calling them all kind of crackers and
Yeah.
get off me, cracker,
Wait. This is
get
the
off me,
same
cracker.
person that. Wait, this is the same person that was with the Amber Rose. Oh, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's
Yeah,
her.
I
Yeah,
don't even
that's
know
her.
what's going on with the.
Mm.
Oh, really?
mm-hmm.
Jocelyn was sounding like Seti. Get away, cracker.
Oh gosh.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! You try to kill me! You try to kill me!
Yeah,
What the
she
hell?
looked like the look in her eyes. That's the one chick I would run from her. Like I would not be. I'd be like, it's all right. I'm fine.
I'll be a punk today. You ain't touching me, devil. Get away from
she
me.
and then she like like what we say out here like cock strong. Like she looked like she
Oh,
swole. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't about to fool with that.
You know she's strong. You know she is. Mm-mm-mm.
She just that was weird though, but that her and Amber Rose, and that was an interesting conversation though because between two preferences,
Mm-hmm.
um, but I think that Amber Rose was. I don't blame Amber Rose for how she felt. If she don't identify as black, then she shouldn't be forced to identify as black. But don't use
Yeah.
blackness for your benefit, though.
Right.
That's
Right.
that's where it has to. That's where
Yeah,
the line is drawn.
I
So
had a
we was
problem with
black
Amber
people
Rose
trying to
because
claim it.
I the first time it was Ebro. Ebro's biracial too.
Oh,
And
he is.
Ebro, yeah,
Okay.
he's biracial. And of course, she's basically a quadroon. She's not biracial. She's a quadroon, or maybe even less than that. Who knows? But he was like, "Oh, Amber Rose." She was like, "I'm not a black woman," and then she was like, "I never say I'm black or whatever, right?" So he was like, "You're black, Amber. You're black." And she just, she didn't say anything or whatever. This was like a few years ago, maybe more than a few years ago. But
I remember she was
so
years ago saying, "I'm a white girl," referring to herself as a white girl. That was years ago on what was it, lip service or something.
I
This
don't
was like
remember lip service. Well,
this was
Angela
back when
Yee's
she was
lip
in the days when
service.
she was with Kanye. It was some
Oh,
kind
I
of
don't
lip
remember
service.
that.
It was back when she was with Kanye, and she was saying, I don't think she was just saying it sarcastically, but she was saying, "I'm a white girl."
Saying she a white girl.
Yeah.
So then I'm like, she was in Light Girls. I'm like, wait a minute. What are you doing in Light Girls?
Yeah.
Like, why are
Right.
you
Well,
here?
it was opportunity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Opportunity
She
to be seen.
Rose considers herself. Somebody said she considers herself biracial now. Like I've seen her and like Corinne Steffens. Well, she goes by another name now, but is they would say that they're not black. That because well she's Cape Verdean or whatever, but I know Corinne Steffens, Superhead or whatever, she is from St. Thomas. So
Mm,
she would say that like I'm not like black women. I'm not black. Whatever they is over there. Like that's
child.
yeah. So
Right. So that's why I be saying there's the ethnicity, you know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? And there's
But some
race,
of them mean
and
that
then
like
there's
I'm not black. Like
ethnicity.
no,
Yeah, like it ain't in their
people just be
DNA.
blaming the Dominicans for that. And some of the Jamaicans be doing that too. In the West
Yeah.
Indies, they be doing that. I remember this lady, this white man at work had said something. And what did he say? He said something, right? And she was like, "I'm not black. I'm Jamaican. That's
Uh,
a difference." I'm
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah, I remember this
Yeah.
dude in my class. He was like, "Well, I'm not black. I'm Haitian." And he was real dark
Yep.
skin and everything. But see, that's the thing. I think they be thinking ethnicity. They think when they think
Sometimes
black,
they do, but then
I think they
sometimes they
think when they think black,
race.
they think black American ADOS. They be thinking
Mm-hmm.
ethnicity. You know
Like
what I'm
I'm not
saying?
black. I'm Spanish.
They don't like they
Yeah.
don't think the black as race. They think black as you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
Mm,
don't look, but I think that they try. They do have that. I agree with Tyreek on that akata and all that stuff. Like they are above us. But
mm-hmm.
some of them do that. Some don't. It's just like
I
is.
be trying to avoid with because I be like, because me and my husband we used to kind of argue over not argue, but because he kind of still will listen kind of the truth to see the kind because he be funny. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
He's one of
he
the people we
is.
want to listen to deep down, but we know we shouldn't be because he'll like just the Bible or whatever and things that he said that he's never apologized or something. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, yeah, I told my husband I said this is going to get out of hand when he first started going on that whole talking about tethers and stuff. And my husband was like playing like that because he would just have me like listening to audio of him on Clubhouse or whatever going against like an Ethiopian or something and
Mm,
cracking up, because Tariq be funny. And I was like, nah, I don't like the way this is sounding. Like this is not.
yeah.
I was telling my husband, I know you don't think it's no big deal, but I like this is going to get out of hand. And
He
I'm
is
Mm-hmm.
not.
a
I'm telling
charlatan.
you, I know what I'm. But then I ain't gonna lie. I was looking at with the Mike TV when he was exposing the Just Pearly things. Now I don't really like him coming at the Cyrock Garvey. I don't think the timing was right. But yeah, it did kind of make you like when her talking about my Africans, and then it was this one female defending Just Pearly, this woman that's part of her podcast. I say, Auntie Jenny, that's too easy. Auntie Jenny. I can make a joke.
Yeah, I know you can.
That's too easy, Auntie
Mm-hmm.
Jenny. Yeah, I'm like, man, I could have like, what if this is good to what Tariq is saying? You know, like maybe she did feel like I can go over here with the, you know what I'm saying, Africans, and I can set up my studio and stuff because I can get away with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and remember the little joke with Nick Fuentes, you know, talking about yeah, how you know they were talking about like comparing them to us when it comes to hard working. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
did
you know
hear
what I'm
about that.
talking about. Yeah, so it did kind of like, what if there's a little, but I be trying not to feed in because it's a lot of people. That's the thing, like when it comes to blacks from the UK, those are some of the coolest black people I've known. And so a lot of them be coming off as even more conscious, you know, from what I've encountered definitely in social media. You know what I'm saying? Some of them
That's
can
right, because is it that Truth Unedited? Who's the one that you listen to?
oh, Thoughts Camera Action. Yeah, that
sorry, I
brother.
misspoke. Thoughts
That
Camera
brother,
Action.
he's actually, yeah, he's definitely an example. Thoughts Camera Action, and it's been quite a few, definitely in social media, associated with that. You know, they just happen, and usually a lot of times the ones like from the UK, like blacks from the UK, they just seem to a lot of times have this consciousness. Yeah, they can kind of come off a little condescending, but I ain't gonna lie, Thoughts Camera Action now, he's kind of exposing a little too much now. I'm getting a little worried, you know, like because I don't want people coming at him. But he been, you know, like in YouTube jail, so he kind of coming back and anybody he think might be shady, and I don't want him going at everybody who could be
I see what you're
considered
saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah. So it's like I want to like oh
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
like
gonna have to watch him. I haven't. I don't know if I've seen him before, but like I'm looking at his channel. It looks like he got some good topics.
yeah, his mom is biracial, and his dad is of Jamaican descent, and he's born UK. So you can hear that Rasta accent, but he also sounds British. Yeah, it's really but he be and he's like a millennial, but he's real, and it's like he will call out if it's something that he sees suspect with, and especially those who are, you know, like if you feel people even in the Israelite community is misleading, you know what I'm saying?
They call him out.
Right, right. But then it's like it is. I notice with people, even like myself, we get these strikes on our channel. We kind of come back hard. I'm not like maybe we're
You
angry.
be mad. You be so mad. I can laugh about that because I'll probably be mad too. You put out a lot of content,
maybe that's what it is. Maybe we
spam.
be mad like how they coming at us and these people. It do kind of how you like you come back like, okay, I get these strikes, my channel get flagged, but yet these people still here. So it do end up. And I'm not trying to sound like a hater, but you will come back feeling like, well, you're not finna, because that's how I was feeling for a while. The she for you versus they too. But I even put that in my username.
Now that you say it, because I was like thinking, I was like, I just saw a video. And they were like, how come when I do it, it's a problem? And but when this person do, they got this Asian dude on here teaching people how to shave their buttholes.
Oh my God.
He spreads his butt cheeks wide open to the camera. And no, not shave. He uses Nair maybe on his asshole, something. And he shows it on YouTube.
You
it's on you, dead ass. It's, well, you know,
you don't have to worry about me looking for that.
I ain't look for it. You know, the guy, he blocked it off like it was like a reaction channel, and they were like, "Yeah, see, look at this, y'all. Da, da, da. He get to show this, but this is porn."
Man, and you remember how they was coming at me when I was talking about the jab, when I was talking about. They was coming at me like crazy.
Yeah, I remember.
That's when I went to the Random Topics channel and ended up beefing with the Golden Sphere. Right, I'm like, this is not the time for me to. Like, I don't know. I'm already pissed off. Shit, don't be messing with me now.
Lord.
Yeah, because right before I went over there, that was just my runaway channel. Because they was coming at me. I already had my channel shut down, and then especially around the election time too, they was really like. Because right before I went over there, it was in 1 week. I had 3 strikes.
Wait a minute, I gotta say this. Who was Rolanda Watts? Oh, sorry.
1 week, I'm telling you.
Who was Rolanda Watts messing with? She was messing with a rapper, right? Not to change the subject real quick. I had to jump on that. Yeah. She was messing with some rapper.
Sure, I remember. She was with I'll Be Sure.
Oh, it was Albie Shore. Okay, I thought it was a rapper. Yep, you're right. You're right. Albie Shore.
Rolanda, for real?
Yep.
I remember her. It's
Oh yeah.
Rolanda. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. Her show
Hmm.
didn't last that
What?
long. Yeah,
She was getting it popping with Albie Shore.
I
was.
can't believe that. Oh my gosh.
Christopher Williams doing better now. He gained
Oh,
a lot of his
yeah.
weight back. He was in. They both
Oh
was in
yeah.
comas. They both was like close to death and
Yeah.
Damn,
stuff.
Christopher Williams too, huh?
Dang, light
Yeah,
skinned men hit the wall too.
yeah.
Shame. It's a shame
Them
for
weak
all of us.
light skin jeans, them weak ass light skin jeans.
These recessive
Oh my
genes, oh my
goodness.
God.
They not
Stop.
survivors.
Stop. So I'm glad I didn't know Albie Shore. I had no idea he had been like in a coma and stuff. I
For
would have been
months too, I
sad. I
think
would have been
like 3 months
crying.
or something.
I had no idea. You know, people suspect and stuff because it
Yeah.
seemed like there's this Diddy bad boy in a what's the
Ugh.
other
Yeah.
what Uptown Records curse or something. I don't know.
Hmm.
Oh,
Everybody is
Diddy
so.
gives me the creeps.
I don't like him. I do not like that man.
Oh yeah, Diddy.
Like everything around him, he got too much death around him. I'm sorry, he
Uh-huh.
got
He
way
does.
entirely too much death around him, and especially like when you live in like that rich lifestyle or whatever. It's not like he a dude in the streets. You know what I'm saying? And his boys getting killed left and right and stuff. He shouldn't, in my opinion, be experiencing this amount of death.
It
It just don't
started.
seem right.
Remember, it was that tragedy, and we usually don't have tragedies like that. But
Oh,
it
the
was that. Remember, it was that
basketball.
tragedy. Yeah, yep. You remember that? That
Yeah,
was
the basketball
before the
game.
shootings and stuff. That was
Yeah.
before the Biggie shooting and all that. I remember that, and
Mhm.
we never had no report like that. Because remember, Cedric joked on how you don't hear about black people all getting killed at the same time in one place. Remember, he joked on that, but that was something because it was where people were trampled to death.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that I really, if anybody
That's
sold
horrible.
their soul, I believe it Diddy has, because I think he is truly demonic. I believe that he get with these young girls to, like he think that it's some type of like fountain
Boy.
of youth type thing. Like he tries to steal their youth.
Oh, you
Hmm.
talking about the
It's
adrenal?
yeah, it's weird. Like I can't.
Oh
Oh
yeah, they was coming at me for my videos on that too. And the
yeah.
pizza, GATE. Yeah, they was coming at me.
Mhm.
So I had to stop doing videos on that.
Yeah,
How
they
dare
will
you
come
talk
after
about
you like
child
that.
trafficking? How dare you talk about these things?
Mhm.
I don't know if I want to see that movie. Y'all, what's that? Soul of
Yeah, I
Freedom?
don't know if I want to see it
Yeah, I don't
either.
want to see
I
that.
don't know. It may make me upset.
Exactly. I watched this criminal profiler. I think she was FBI profiler. What I say her name was? I told you about her unapologetically. Pam something.
Oh yeah, Pam. I sent her
Hey, Garwin.
to my friend. Let
Hey,
me
Garwin.
see.
What's her name?
Hey. Wait,
Pam.
it's Pamela. Hold on, I'm about to find it because I watched her. Dang.
She said I saw the thumbnail. I didn't even bother watching it. I'm scared to watch it. But she was like, she walked out. She was like, the reason why I walked out is Sound of Freedom. Or maybe I could just type that title.
Oh,
Hold
if
on.
it's like that. Oh no, I should. Because
She's
I'll
an
be up in the
FBI
phone.
profiler. I'm like, what in the world? Let me see if I can find it.
I can't figure out her name.
The reason. I think that was the
Yeah.
title. You found it?
No, I didn't find it.
Is it Sound of
I'm
Freedom? What is the
trying.
name of the movie? Sound of Freedom? Soul of Freedom? What is it
Yeah, I
called?
think it Sounds of Freedom, Mel Gibson. Because that's why they was coming after, just like with Charlie Sheen. Now I'm not saying that they ain't said racist ish or whatever, but just like with Hulk Hogan, nobody cared about a wrestler saying something racist. It was about Hulk Hogan going up against Gawker. That's what that was about with Hulk Hogan. And with Mel Gibson and what he'd been exposing and Charlie Sheen.
Sorry. All that noise. I'm sorry. I was playing at the same time. I don't even remember. Like I stopped watching wrestling. I don't even remember when I watched a little bit of Hulk Hogan. I knew who he was. Her name is Profiling with Pat Brown.
Pat Brown. Yes, that's it. Yep.
Profiling with Pat Brown.
Hmm.
Oh, and did you see this crazy bitch here?
Pat Brown got biracial children.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She got
I
black
don't even
children.
know who is that now.
She was the FBI profiler, criminal profiler. Pat Brown.
Yeah.
I'll put her channel, link to her channel on there. But did y'all see the one that cut off her lover's head and put it in the bucket?
Business.
It's your
Yeah.
business. Oh, what kind of man she gave herself that last name? Did you see what her father? I didn't watch all of the excerpts, but when her father came into the courtroom, the way she was looking, I was like, "Oh, she cat shit crazy."
Yeah,
Where
she
is
is.
this from? Who y'all talking about?
She that's like the true crime stuff. Like you'll see all these
Oh
stories,
guys, why
but
y'all
she
share? You know I'd be scary.
Don't watch it, but you got to know you don't want to see the look on this lady face because she looked
yeah,
possessed.
I can't even look at her.
Y'all stop looking. I'm telling you, stop looking at that stuff.
She
I
looked
shared a picture of dude
possessed.
from on my community tab for Fresh and Fit. I was like, damn, he's looking devious as hell.
Which one?
I be thinking about that since I had to warn people, don't look at his eyes too long.
That's
Look
the
at his
lighter
eye.
one. The lighter one.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Edomite. The
yeah.
Edomite.
He is. She called it Edomite.
Oh wait,
That's what his ass
so
is.
silly.
Edomite. He ain't no
Wait,
indigenous
Ooh,
Sudanese. His
wait a
ass
minute.
is
I'm a
an Edomite.
hold
I
on,
don't
y'all.
like them little boys.
Mr.
I can't
Myron.
stand them.
Oh
Either one of
God.
them. Where is it at? Oh, here it
Yeah, I
goes.
saw
Wait,
something
was that the
popped up.
one?
You know I don't like O'Shea Duke Jackson, but I went on and looked at the video to
Is
see
this
what he
the
was
one?
talking about.
I don't know if this is the one. Wait a minute. Let me see. Y'all can see
Oh,
my
man,
screen?
I know you not finna share some
No,
stuff.
I got it on mute. I just want to show you the crazy faces.
Oh gosh. I ain't looking at that woman's face.
Look, she
Oh,
looking
that's her
nutty.
daddy. Her daddy in jail.
Yeah, her father in jail. I don't know why though.
I love my daughter.
I'm gonna look it up because you know I'm nosy, but I'll do that later.
I don't look at evil people.
I'll look at
Yeah,
evil people.
she's hard to look
Look,
at.
she got a hard face, boy. Let me, where she look real
Mm.
crazy. Let me look at her. Look at her. That bitch look like she off The Exorcist. Look at her. What's she smiling about? What's so funny, ho?
You seen when she attacked her lawyer?
Oh, girl. I was cracking up.
She
She was like, throw them
look
bows.
at her. Look at girl.
Look
She
at
looking
her.
in the camera. See, I can't deal with her. I'm scared of her. Like,
She
Yeah,
look
I'm
crazy.
just looking to the side. I'm trying to look.
I'm thinking she gonna attack this lawyer.
I wouldn't even sit by her. Like they would have to tie her up in a straitjacket for me to represent her.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, these
Four
women
point 4 point restraint.
snapping, ain't
Tie
they?
down.
Women doing stuff that's,
I'm like, how she do that with her
very
bare
outside of
hands?
motherly nature.
Mhm.
Like, how you kill a grown man, lady?
Yeah,
Like, you didn't use a gun or nothing. A knife? Well, no, she did use a knife. She cut his head off. But
Oh my
And
goodness.
yeah, that was
and left it in the bucket for his
for his
mother.
mom. For his
Yeah.
mama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all.
Okay, one more thing. Why did I get scared? And I knew I ain't have no business watching this, y'all. No business, because I don't watch movies like this.
Okay.
Why
I'm finna.
no, you ain't going nowhere. Wait a minute. Mothman in Chicago. You stay right here. Let me
I was creeped out just watching that They Call Tyrone.
I ain't
Oh,
see that
I
yet.
didn't
Don't you
see it
try
And
to
yet.
that
spoil
wasn't
that for me.
that wasn't even a horror movie, but that creeped. Hadn't been creeped out like that in a minute.
Well, I want to see
Yeah,
the
I haven't seen it.
blackening. I want to see the blackening. But
Uh-uh.
anyway, you don't want to see the blackening? I heard it's funny.
Oh, I thought that was. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I'm thinking that sound like one of them, like the Ring type movies. Like I can't do horror movies.
Oh no, it's a black comedy
Oh,
horror movie, but it's not. It's
okay.
supposed to be more funny than it's scary. It's a whole black cast in a horror movie, so you don't really see that. But yeah, she does look like the
Oh,
Westboro
that.
Baptist Church people. But anyway, they doing a reboot of The Exorcist
Oh, I'm not doing that.
Oh
I
with
don't
God.
even want to see
two
the commercials. I don't.
with
Man, do you know?
with
And I
two.
used to
Wait a
watch
minute, check it.
horror
With
movies.
two little girls,
I used
two
to
little girls, a
watch
black one and a white
anything.
one. They got a black one and a
Oh
white.
hell no!
Well,
That
what
was
we got to do
directed
with this?
by Satan himself.
Well, they
That
don't
shit.
got to be a little girl
You
that's
heard
so
Paul
evil.
Mooney talking about when him and Richard went to see it and how they was at the door by the middle of the film.
Who was it?
They
Oh,
was
yeah,
making
that's
their way to
right.
the.
Yeah, when they
People
were
was
at
coming out of the theater crying when they.
my cousin said her and her sister, well, they both cousins. She was like, they went to go see The Exorcist. They held hands and walked all the way to the car. They held hands.
Man,
They were so scared
that's
they
the
didn't want to let each
most
other's hands
evil
go.
ass. And anybody say that they weren't scared by that, they line their ass off. And I used to watch all kind of horror movies. They line it. That is some scary ish.
It scared me, but it didn't scare me like how that scared me. Exorcist 3 scared me more. The one where she was
Yeah, both of them
crawling.
was. Yeah,
crawling up on the old lady.
Okay. And you remember, friend, when that's what made me start doing the late night stream. Remember, we used to be with the night owls? Because my husband was working nights, and that was my first time being alone. And because I'm from a big family. And when he was working nights and my daughter for the first time moved out of the house, I was really scared. So I would have y'all up in here. And remember, we would all be up in here. Feel It Vibe show would come along. Everybody, people would be up. I was keeping y'all up with me because I was actually scared.
You were using us.
Yes, I sure was. That was my first time. I've never been in there was always my daughter, some family member. I was never alone.
So you aren't used to it. We gotta get off here, y'all. I ain't never had a live stream this long on my channel. This 6 hours. This shit is crazy. And my audience been hanging tough. Thank y'all. 17 likes. Thank y'all. Love y'all.
Welcome to my work. And yeah, my husband, everybody now want to be working. Everybody I know want to work third shift. My mama works third shift, but I had all my siblings and stuff. Why everybody I know want to work third shift? Leave me alone.
I don't know.
I still go to sleep with a TV or something. I go to sleep with cartoons on. I be getting scared.
It sure does, cynical. It flies when you're having fun. We had a ball. I had a ball. Y'all had a ball.
Yeah, I did too. They gonna say they didn't talk about us. They didn't talk about dark skinned women for 6 hours.
Yeah. The whole 6 hours was about us, those yellow bitches.
Yes. And then they're gonna be like, you know how YouTube do, and she proved my point because at this point in the video they talked about menopause, and we know that only the light-skinned women go through menopause.
I see overweight, AIDS, and red bone. I said, "Oh, good. I don't know if I should enjoy this." I may end up taking it personally.
You gotta watch the beginning. It wasn't that we was.
I ain't gonna listen. I love y'all, but no.
No, it wasn't. But that was we were commenting on somebody. That was somebody else's thought about us.
I don't want to hear y'all testimony, but I am not trying to hear these YouTubers and what they trying to do. And
you don't want to be exposed to the truth.
No, why would I want to be triggered?
Come to the light. Come on, get out the darkness.
We got to let us get triggered. I ain't trying to have stuff triggered.
Get triggered. Get bit.
I'm in the sensitive mode, menopausal sensitive mode.
Oh, that's excuses.
Yeah, don't deny it, Lashid. You have to. Oh, Lashid, I wanted to tell you because where's MLS? When you were talking about you wore weave, he was calling you Louise for you. Yep,
I ain't never heard nobody say the weave for you. Oh, that's a new one. Don't tell me say that shit. The weave for you. The shitty, the weave for you.
Right, but it was a weave, not a lace run. Like I had to check. Black Skin is Amazing. Kept talking about my singing video talking about I had a wig on. No, a weave.
You always gotta make sure to clarify that you got
right.
skills.
That is my work, my skill. A wig,
my
skill set. On your head.
My skill set is thorough.
Trucy, because she will never say she's light skinned, but you.
Do you hear white people? Oh, I'm a blue-eyed white person. I'm with the blue-eyed white people. Why we
I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. Yup.
Okay, they may say a ginger or something, but white
look at him. He was this blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. He was just so cute. He got these great big old blue eyes.
Yeah,
but they can do that. They can say you're not really white if you don't have blue eyes and blonde hair. You're MGM white. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not a light-skinned black woman. That's a whole.
Well, I'm not concerned about them. I'm concerned about us over here. And see, this is another reason why we need these spaces, right? You see how we laughed it off, like I said before, you said it too. When we both heard Virtuous, on our own, we were pissed. We were hot. We laughed the whole time.
See, that's the thing. People up in here trying to trigger people. I'm telling you,
but people do that in real life, though. It's it's real. Really, people feel like that about light-skinned women.
Chicago.
I told you my friend got cut up in Chicago. I told you that. Don't make me bring her on here because I'll do it.
I'll say that.
I will do it.
I'm telling you, she is everywhere. What? It's everywhere. Like all these people on YouTube, like in these spaces, like listen, you think we lying about our experience? Like it is though. Like
It's
that's
the
how
truth.
people feel. But like I don't hate her or anything. Like I said, I've watched her channel for a long time, and she really has
The
great content.
name looked familiar. The name looked. She must have had a different avatar. So
Yeah,
did she
she
have
had
a
a
different avatar?
yeah, she had her face on there first, but then she changed it to like a little cartoon.
Because I'm wondering, was this somebody who used to kind of post on my channel? That's what I'm wondering.
Probably so, cause she would be with psychopathia in them. Like she would be over there.
Oh, that means she probably know me then.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but it's like it's all. I mean, I want to say it's all love, but at the same time, it's like I'm not gonna let you play with me like that. Like talk about me as if I'm different, because I wouldn't even refer to myself as a light skinned person if that wasn't what I was labeled as by my own
Mm-hmm.
people. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And the
Mm.
just
only time I say I'm light skinned is because we be up in these spaces.
yeah,
I
that's
don't go
the
But
out in
only
the
that's what
world
time.
and be like,
I'm
hey, I'm a light skinned black woman. No,
I don't mean to
no.
keep the convo going, but I think we going by experiences we just having this. And don't get me wrong, this does count. Our experiences in social media do count as life experiences, but I think a lot of people, like for instance, with Isadora Storm, aka Light Skin Tears, when she was first doing her videos on Divested, I had to remind her. I said, "Remember, you said that you didn't have these feelings on black men because before she became Light Skin Tears, she was doing the divesting stuff. She
Mm-hmm.
started doing that." I said, you said it yourself to me that you didn't have these feelings on black men until social media. And this woman's like, I believe my age.
Yeah,
So
Right.
that mean in all of your years, okay, at that time, when did she start her channels? Has that been 10 years now? 10 years
I
ago?
think it's been about
Probably.
10 years, I
So
think
I mean, she was
so.
like in her 40s or right,
Mm-hmm.
or late 30s or 40s. Yeah. So in all these years, now you realize all these bad things on black. You know what I'm saying? I know we got issues. Don't get me wrong. But I think a lot of people they going by their experiences just with YouTube and social media. This okay, for instance,
Maybe the young people are. I
biracial
don't think
saying that they
older people
feel
are.
rejected. Now, I'm not biracial. I don't know personally. But do you think that some of these people are just going by the rejection they're feeling in social media, like on a Chrissy channel or something?
Maybe
And then
some of the
they're,
younger
you
people
know what I'm
are
saying?
because they deal
Yeah,
more with social
maybe.
media. Whereas Gen X, we were outside, and the older millennials, we were outside. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Social media we do have to consider it,
so you
because
do
it's
have to
obvious
consider it because
people
it
are
adds
taking it
on to
personally.
stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be a question like for probably the younger people and stuff. Like, but it does get annoying if even Angry Man said something about it. He was like, "I'm tired of seeing all this shit y'all talking about light skinned people all the
Oh,
time.
he full of
We're tired of
crap.
seeing it."
I've been on this panel with this dude twice, not because I
I
wanted
don't
to.
I don't get with him on his other topics, but he did like that one video I seen of
He's
his a
so
long
full of
time ago. He
crap.
stuck up for light skinned people.
Yeah.
He's
This was like
so
years
pretty.
ago.
I remember, yeah, I remember when I was on the panel with him and Miss Legit, and Miss Legit was pointing out, yeah, some things. Yeah, he's full of crap. And I remember when he straight up he had submitted to Crystal Cares was apologizing. His boys was getting at him. I'm
Oh,
telling you, a
I
lot of
remember
these
that.
people are actors. Yeah, I was on a panel with him. Not that I wanted, it was Angel Ramirez Jordan invited me, and I didn't know that it was going to be Crystal Carrison and him, and
Mhm.
I didn't know. Yeah, and and it was radical. Yeah, and I remember with it, and his voice was getting at him because he's showing up. She got him. She put on her little voice and everything. She got him to apologize.
He was nice to her. He got a
Oh
crush on
yeah,
her.
these people, I'm telling you, they some actors. You got some actors up here. You got some actors up here. I'm telling you. I'm
Mm.
telling you.
And like I don't.
I don't think he was acting about the light skin shit though. Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, he did get because you remember, Mrs. Legit stance when it comes to biracial. Well, that wasn't necessarily a light skin conversation, but you know where her stance. It's two black parents. To make a
Mm.
black person. Yeah, and I remember him taking that brother, and it just happened to be on
But
Angel
she has strong
Reese
stance against light skinned people too, though. So
against light skinned people. I never got that from her.
no,
I
but
never.
you know what I'm saying when she talks about colorism, let me reword it differently.
I've never picked that up. Yeah, she always that's my sister though. I don't. Only reason I don't really be like a psychopath is because he got mad. I kind of disappointed him. I'll openly talk about it, because Black took his rent. He made me mad. He made me real mad because I was up in there and they were talking about. He was talking about Mary, mother of, and I happened to be, and I just came from these streams like the Kwame Brown stuff. It was really some ugly stuff going on. Me seeing people do stuff like pee on somebody's mama's grave. And so I'm like, oh, let me escape from here. Went to psychopathy. I was already upset with what I was witnessing.
Who peed on somebody's mother grave?
It was somebody beefing with Kwame Brown, and it was just getting so.
Oh, they peed on his mother grave?
Yeah, or come to find out it wasn't actually where his mom was buried, but just the fact that you doing right, exactly. And then it was also the time of the Golden Script, and it was like all this. So I'm like witnessing all this ugly shit going on in YouTube, and a lot of it involving my people. It was just disgusting. So I go up in psychopathy, hang out, and I'm chilling, and then he just happened to talk about. So in other words, I was already triggered. I was already triggered by what I had just witnessed, because the guy who did this with Kwame Brown, he had came in my stream and gave me a salute, a shout out, and so it's making like, who am I associating with? These people are, and it was this Charleston white dude that. I was like, who are it just started getting me like I was feeling disgusted. So when I came in here, it just happened to be that psychopathist had said something on Mary, the mother. And it's his stream. And before we bumped heads or, on my spiritual beliefs and being an atheist and everything. Mm-hmm. But that did it, talking about Mary. Because I'm like, and we talked about it behind the scenes because, Mrs. Legit confronted me on it too. Like this, I was like, you got to understand, it's also about my fear of the Most High. Because I was like, come on now, you see me up in here. Couldn't you have, like, I don't know. I can't tell people how to talk on their channel. But because I already dealt with that in the Black sector. Like they'll see me, like, with L. Dot and all them. And whenever they would see me, they would say some stuff like, hell, the devil. They say stuff like that to get to me, to trigger me. Yeah. And they would run me off by doing stuff like, and thinking it's so funny by doing that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Psycho doesn't do stuff like that, but he's an atheist. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta. Yeah, but like, what did you expect? He's not gonna feel the same way about Mary as us.
I have tolerated. It's a lot of that. But at that time, it just happened to be at that time because of what I just witnessed. I was already being disgusted by Black YouTube. I know I'm sounding white now. Black YouTube. I was already being disgusted with what I was seeing. And so we coming up in here and chilling like, okay, somebody I can relate to. And then it's like, it just happened to me. He was talking about Mary, the mother, calling her.
Why? What's the point in that though? Like that's just unnecessary. I think people.
He was giving his opinion. There's people who see that stuff that the Talmud taught, that Mary, she was actually who got with the Roman soldier and got pregnated and stuff. But he just went on and said, can't even repeat. So I was like, why he go there? And he may be listening now. I don't care. I still love the brother, and I was.
Oh my goodness!
I'm like, why you go there, man? Why you? And that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave. I can't no more. I can't deal with this no more. Because I was like at a point where I was just feeling like it's some satanic energy up in you. Like what? Yeah. I'm not saying I ain't heard him, but I just thought like couldn't you wait? Like you're seeing me in the chat room and like, come on, just a little consideration.
I was about to do something really evil.
Because you see me in the chat room, that's gonna have me like,
I gotta say what I was gonna do, and I gotta stop myself.
You feel convicted.
I was, what I was gonna share my screen real quick and show y'all the picture of the Exorcist girls.
Oh no, don't do that!
Don't do that.
I'm
gonna laugh to myself. I said you was a wicked bitch.
Yes.
If you show that, you gotta stay up with us all night.
Y'all is wrong.
If you show us that, you cannot get off the stream.
I'm like, what's wrong with you? You're talking about how she would go to Eldad and they were like, hell, Satan.
Don't do that. Man, that's why like they thought that they ran me off when I was over there with Eldad. Now they think they threatened me from associating me because they would threaten me because he has so many enemies. So they would threaten me. No, that's the only thing that ran me off. If I'm going to disassociate, I'm gonna talk to who I want to. Only thing
Right.
that would run me up, they was getting too blasphemous, and he started getting blasphemous as well,
Mm.
saying, you know, and
Mm.
then with some of them over there, they was thinking that was funny, like that was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? To go there and do that, you know what I'm saying? And I be thinking like one time they said that I felt like it was gonna be lightning was gonna hit me or something. And that's what I was
Lord.
trying to explain to psychopathics when he questioned me on that. You know, I was like, you gotta understand that's also about my fear of the most high. And I was already getting this feeling like I'm being told, like, you know, like I be feeling like I'm gonna get punished. You know what I'm
What
saying?
would Jesus do? What would Jesus do?
You know what Jesus would do.
I'm asking you, what would he do?
He would cut. We supposed to totally cut off. That's how we supposed to. I mean, he
You
has a
supposed to
right
cut
to.
him off?
It's his channel, so I
You're
just
not
tell
supposed to
myself
pray
I ain't
for
gonna mess
him.
with it.
You're not supposed to forgive him. You want God to forgive you. You
I
gotta
still love
forgive.
this brother. I still got love for that brother. You will not see me hear me speaking. I'm being honest with you.
Okay.
You might be listening. I'm being honest. I still you don't ain't gonna hear me talking ill of him and stuff like that. But I just still you know. But okay, what am I to tell him not to? And that be like me. I be considering. I be wanting to say what I be feeling on Islam and stuff. And yeah, if we have faith, you're gonna have to speak your mind. But I be thinking like, what if Sister Radical? I don't want to offend, you know, but I may have to talk on. But that's the thing. If you don't have faith, if you see, it's different when it's a person of faith because they got to speak on faith. They have fear of the Most High. But if you're an atheist, you know, you ain't. It ain't like you got this fear, like oh, you know, it ain't like he's speaking on his faith and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So whereas me, I'm supposed to be this way, but I still be like kind of considerate. Like I still be kind of, well, gosh, I may want to say this, the connection with Esau, Edom, and Islam, or Sister Radica. I do be thinking, and I'm one who speak my mind, but I'm it's about just a consideration kind of thing. That's all. And you gotta understand, I was already getting so disgusted with YouTube.
Well,
Seriously.
he probably didn't know what he couldn't have known what you saw, like the stuff with Kwame. And then did he know
Yeah,
when
I
you
explained it
came
later.
into to the stream?
And it
Like,
was
was he
like right
already
after that. It was
going and
right after that.
talking? Was he already talking though when you came into the stream?
Yeah,
Or
he was talking, and then somehow, and it was like a cool, chill stream. I don't know how I got on, like Mary, the mother, and then he went into saying that, but it wasn't that long after. So, yeah, and these things happen for reasons sometimes I feel, and so it was like, oh man, and I'm already feeling like, and that's the thing that's been upsetting me too, because, like, let's imagine you follow certain channels. And then all of a sudden they talking on this Satan and stuff, where they promote Lucifer. Or I'm not saying that he promoted Lucifer and stuff.
no, he
Or
doesn't
they
do that.
and
He don't believe
I've
in it.
been,
He don't believe in it. So
yeah, I've been encountering that so much. People who I used to follow, people who, you know what I'm saying? That's something that's why me and Angel, I believe that's why we ain't talking really.
what you mean?
Me and Angel Ramirez Jordan, because of because Angel Ramirez used to, like, when the whole
He's an
thing with
atheist too,
TV.
or
Well,
I'm
I remember
confused.
that time he had came up in New Possibilities. He had fronted me off. I don't care if you hear this shit. Yeah, we was up in we was having a good time. New Possibilities stream, we was chilling and everything. And I know that Angel was purposely he was being a jerk. He was being a jerk, and I still got love for him, but he was continuously saying stuff, and he knew he was being wrong because he said when things got quiet, it was that awkward silence. He said, I guess I went too far. He kept on, and it was like he was provoking at me. And
Oh.
what tripped me out, who was it? Conscious Observer. Now she claimed that she was a Bible believer just like me, but she was like kind of co-signing. You were supposed to supported me. You understand what I'm saying? And I didn't front him off or anything like that. But I
New
felt like I
possibilities.
know when
That's the
somebody being
attorney.
ugly. I know when somebody being mean, somebody being ugly. And that was one time I was actually hurt on YouTube. Cause he know when you go too far. Cause he was like, he said things got all awkward. Sign. I don't know if New Possibilities number remember that. He was like, oh, I guess I went too far. So yeah, oh yeah, this is something I've been dealing with YouTubers for a minute now. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, why you think I don't have that many people on my panel and stuff no more?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what basically happens.
New possibilities that's the dude that's an attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
remember his channel. Like I always wondered like what happened to him, but I couldn't think of his name But I used to always like his voice is calming. I thought he was cool. He was pretty
Yeah, he
cool.
Yeah,
got
he's
a nice
cool.
common voice. He's an artist too. Like he
Oh
draws and
really?
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
definitely a fellow artist.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But that's
But
the cool thing now, that's the pro-black thing, putting down the Bible now. So
But yeah, that's what I was about to tell you. Because some people think that that's funny because they think like Christians are believers or whatever. I don't know like what you classify yourself as, but they think is
mhm.
like insanity. Like and
Yeah.
it's
Right,
it's trendy to be like to worship nature. Like that's supposed to be.
right, right. The Bible
So
says you're gonna be hated. These things we gotta expect. You're gonna
yeah,
lose loved ones. You're gonna lose, even family members and stuff. But this
Mhm.
is what and it's hard. It's very hard for me. You know what I'm saying? It's difficult. So this is the stuff that's be more of the stuff I be having to deal with. Up in here.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, you way more religious than me. I'm not. I'm
I'm
not
not
super religious.
religious.
Well, I don't know what to label you. I call it religious. I don't know what the word is I should use. What word should I use?
I'm just because I can't even say I curse and stuff. I ain't. It's not about religion. It's just about my faith. What I believe I should be doing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You just say
Yeah.
no problem psycho if he don't believe that JFK was assassinated. Oh yeah, I know Garwin. I know you.
What
You
does he
see
think
that?
Oh wait,
happened?
he said that he don't believe he was assassinated for real. Everybody, what else you call it?
What?
What else you call his murder?
Well, he was playing. I don't know. Like
He's playing.
Oh
what
wait,
happened?
Garwin, I thought that you said that. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying, Garwin, that he wasn't
Oh,
assassinated.
Garmin saying JFK wasn't assassinated, and Psycho said he was assassinated.
Yeah, that's what I was about
Oh,
to say. 'Cause I thought it was Garwin that used to say that was saying that he wasn't assassinated.
Yeah, Garwin is saying that he doesn't believe JFK was assassinated. So what do you think happened to him?
yeah. I want to know that. 'Cause, I mean, that was.
My cat is losing his mind.
Feed that baby.
It's
Yeah.
fine. Y'all stop thinking I ain't feeding him. He's just spoiled and jealous.
He wants snacks.
He did die. He went underground due to
Oh,
him
man, you
beefing with the
coming there with
Cubans.
him.
Y'all see what he said? He said
Oh
that
yeah,
he went underground.
due to him
Okay.
beefing with the Cubans. Okay.
This is woman who Pearl Jr., the one that I remember debating with Tariq and she got these videos very interesting on Michael Jackson. I kind of want to believe he's still alive. I'm not saying I believe that, but I ain't gonna lie,
Mm-hmm.
she's making some interesting points. She believed that Michael Jackson is just like in hiding.
I think they all dead. I do. I'm sorry to say
Yeah,
it.
I
Michael
want to believe.
Jackson.
Oh, I would so want to believe that Prince was still alive. I want to believe that so bad. And
Mm.
Michael.
But I'm not gonna give you the link because we gotta get off of here. I've tried 3 times already.
Okay,
I'm
well, let me
tired.
step down. I think the only way, let me go ahead and step down. Thank you for having this. Was a great stream.
Oh, thank you guys
This
for
is just what
joining
we
me.
needed. Straight. This was more of a chill stream. I'm
And
glad I
this was
didn't hear all that craziness.
unapologetically. Oh, sorry to cut you off. This was unapologetically's idea, y'all.
Oh,
Except for the Mayowa's
great.
world. I found that video, but she found the other one, and we just linked it up together. We did good. We did good, girl.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you everybody
Much
for
love,
coming.
y'all.
And if
Well,
Virtuous
thank
Woman
you.
sees this or that other lady, I don't remember her name, is no beef.
Yeah,
You
no
know,
beef.
and I'm gonna say this before I go: consciousness before colorism. Consciousness before.
Before colorism.
I was just
Consciousness. One more time. Consciousness
consciousness
before
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 colorism.
colorism. All right, peace, y'all.
Bye,
Bye.
yeah. Bye.